joining me. I can only do an hour, man. I'm on hold.
I'll add myself. Hello, everyone. Hey, Chris. How you doing,
Hey.
buddy?
Hey, Matt, how you going?
How are you, mate?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I am absolutely on fire, mate. That was amazing. I haven't been to a game of football in over 12 years. So, Jesus, close to 14 years. So that was a treat. We don't smash teams very often, but they've been waiting for me to come home.
Yeah. How good was Pendles today? He was fucking awesome today.
Man, how good. How good. I tell you, a lot of people were good today.
Mm. The only one I would say was not good was Membry. I think he has to be managed next week.
Yep, it'll be an Eminem next week. It'll be a Membry managed. No, they won't put omitted because that will hurt feelings. But
no way.
No, it's just a matter of who comes in, Buller or West. I think most people would say
I've got
Buller,
my preference. I've got mine.
but
yeah, I would say
Manny
Buller.
was Buller only saw a quarter and a half today. Sorry, not today. It was the VFL yesterday. But he is a real goer. I remember earlier I was saying this last time on the stream. They were having the competitive work. He was really making a contest, but he was rarely actually marking it. But what I've been seeing in the VFL is he's really starting to clunk it. He's really using his body. He's getting himself in the right path. He's giving the team an option down the line, which is really impressive. But then you've got, hey, Sean. How you doing, mate?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey, Sean.
It's all going on, mate. We're just talking about Buller, who would come in. I think Membry is going to get, quote, unquote, managed.
Yeah.
And it could be Buller or West. And I'd be happy with either one of them. I know Manny's argument was that it's West's turn. Buller had a turn earlier in the year, so I wouldn't go past that. But if either of them were to get a gig, then they both deserve it because they just look like I think you were mentioning in the chat, Sean, when you guys were watching the VFL, it was like, isn't it good to have a proper full forward in action? No, key forward. This is what it's like to have a proper key forward. And I was like, yeah, it's like have two key forwards. You got a guy kicking 4 goals and the other guy kicking 5 goals.
Yeah,
That's good.
yeah, that was in the Discord
cool.
because I actually meant to say key forwards, but then obviously, yeah, you took it as face value, which is my fault. I should have spelled it right, but yeah.
It's good to have
But
options.
yeah. I mean, I'm sort of more on like the Buller option. Just I think because that probably works for us better from a structural point of view. Obviously, I want both. If we can play both of them, that would be ideal. Because I know even I don't know, I might cop some hate for this, but when it comes to someone like Elliot, you know, I just don't know what to make of Elliot at the moment because he plays 2.5 quarters and looks like, okay, this guy's going to get delisted. But then in the last quarter and a half of the game, he kicks 2 or 3 goals. So it's like, on one hand, it's like, you know, once you hit halfway through the third quarter, you're like, yep, more than happy to not stamp his papers. That's too strong of a term, but you know, but I'm like more than happy to advocate for him to play VFL or to just have a rest or whatever. But then once you go past halfway through the third quarter and he's got a quarter and a half left, he just all of a sudden turns it on and kicks 2 or 3. So it's like, and then you get to the end of the game and it's like, okay. So you sort of sit there and you're like, oh, okay, so that whole him playing VFL or having rest or whatever, it doesn't hold much water now, but at the same time, it still kind of does. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, yeah, it's just a, and I think people should probably know this as well. I'm more of a conservative type of person in terms of I'd rather wait and make sure of the result than to, you know, take the risk and to, you know, if I see someone ready, then it's like, okay, you're ready, we can play you. But then it's like, if there's any, you know, so someone like a Bobby Hill, I wouldn't play a Bobby Hill next week because it's clear and evident that we haven't seen him, you know, I mean, for one, he didn't play a full game, so I'll just put that out there just for the people that are going to critique me on that. But like, you know, for someone like a Harrison, what I saw when did they play yesterday? When I saw Harrison yesterday, I saw him confident. I saw him doing his role. I didn't see him skipping a beat in any way, shape, or form. So for someone like me, I'm like, okay, if Harrison plays, I don't have an issue there because everything he was doing, there wasn't like hesitation. There wasn't a confidence issue there. There was a whole lot of things going in his direction. So it's like, yeah, cool. All right. He's ticked all the boxes. And to me, you know, and I know, you know, this is for sacrilegious for you, Matt, but like, I see Harrison more further developed than someone like a Hayes. So, but then again, if you want to look at form or even if you want to look at Schultz had his issues today where that Achilles doesn't look completely 100%. So maybe you drop a Schultz and you bring in a Harrison. Because to me, it's like that. At least at that point, you still get games into Hayes, and you. I don't want to say drop, but you know, you give Schultz a rest because he's obviously got the Achilles issue. But then you also get Harrison into the game. Harrison's ready to go. Because at the end of the day,
the only thing I would,
the
only thing I would say to you, Sean.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say to you, I agree with Matt on this. You can't drop Hayes. If you go by his last 2 weeks, I don't think you can drop him. The only one I think it should come out is maybe Schultz after his Achilles. That's the only one I can see coming out of this thing.
Yeah, no. So, but the whole point of what if you're going to bring in Harrison, I wouldn't have an issue with it because, and even then, even if Schultz was right to go, I still think you still drop Hayes because Harrison is a more ready version. You know, it's like the when we traded Evan over to the Hawks. We traded him over to the Hawks, and then we got Schultz because Schultz is a more ready version. So if you do that swap, you are a better team because you've got a better player on your list. Where I look at Harrison, I look at Hayes, you're probably going to – and again, it's going to be more down the Schultz route because Schultz has his Achilles, so I probably need to stick to that more. But, like, yeah, if Schultz is not 100% because of his Achilles – then that's who you drop. That's who you take out, you know. And then it gets Harrison into the game because I didn't see him take a wrong step for yesterday's game. So to me, I would like playing. Whether if that means he plays and if he gets injured, well, what does that mean? But that's on the club to decide all of that stuff, right? Because that's not anything we can know or even understand, right? Because that's all Jared Wade and all that and all those sort of like people. But in terms of what I see on a football field, he played 4 quarters and he looked really, really good. He seemed really sure of himself. He even played midfield. Since when was the last time we saw Harrison play midfield as well? So even if he plays as a Schultz type, where he's like a high half forward that puts pressure on, and we know he's got some goal sense in him too, kicks a few goals. I'd just say, hey, you've got Schultz's role. Schultz is out. You give Schultz a rest. Whether it's 1 or 2 weeks, or if we hear he's injured and he's out for 6 or whatever, you just go, all right, here you go, Harrison. Here's your spot. Here's your opportunity. There's no reason why you can't perform. Off you go, So anyway, that's basically how I see it.
Welcome, Benny.
Good evening, fellas.
Hey, Benny.
Feeling all right?
Yeah, Benny.
Have a look at Matty. Just rolls into town and just pulls out a casual 77-point win, mate. Have a look at him.
That's it. Fly New I was in town, clearly.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, he could hear you knocking and sniffing,
like,
and he's like, oh,
fucking
shit.
hell,
mate,
yeah.
you know.
He could
He's
sense
coming
you.
to Melbourne.
He's
He's coming to Melbourne. All right,
He could hear the
boys.
footsteps.
Right, okay.
He could hear you
I know this
coming
is I know
from-
this is unusual. I know this is unusual, guys. But we are going to play 4 quarters today. That prick from Bangkok is here, and we've got to just pull our finger out. 4 quarters of football, boys. We can do it.
Loving it.
Do you know who's playing for Fremantle tonight? Cox. He's playing for Fremantle.
The big
tonight.
Cox.
Yeah.
Did Port beat Geelong, or is that still going?
I don't know if that's still going.
10 minutes to go. 5 goals in front, Port.
Oh, brilliant!
But they should win. They should win.
Yeah, how good's that?
Yeah. I
Anyone
love
can
it.
beat anyone on any given day, though. At the moment, apart from your Richmond and your West Coast, everyone else can do all right on their day, from what we're seeing.
Well, Footscray should
Freo.
do.
Oh, well, they're so brittle, aren't they? They get a couple
Yeah.
of good players out, and then that's it. They're like, oh, we're no good now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how was Anthony's stream? I was at the Mountain View Hotel, and it was so loud there. I had the earbuds in, but I really wasn't catching much of it.
It was good.
Well,
I was
no.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I know when I
everyone-
was on, I had to share the spotlight with the Metro Tunnel system, hearing what stations were being called out to each train station line. So that was good.
Were you there, Sean, today?
No. That if you saw the stream, basically I was on with Kev and stuff, and you could just hear the train lines in the background. It's like
No.
getting off at Belgrave Station. Or I don't know, like
You're
whatever
doxing
station
yourself.
it was.
You tripped me out, Sean, because I saw your logo pop up. And,
Yeah.
and obviously I was there for most of the show chatting to everyone as well. And I could hear Kev talking. I went, am I tripping here? I'm sure this is meant to be Sean talking. And
Yeah.
I didn't realize he got yours both up at once, and I was a bit confused.
Yeah, I might send you a message a bit later, Vinny, about that. But yeah,
Yeah. Well, considering your story from last week to me, I was like,
we'll just leave it at that.
yeah.
Yeah, because I actually just had a quick look at the Essendon channel just before, so saw that Kev was trying to have you say on those fan cams as well, so that was a bit entertaining.
Okay. Does he go light on him, or is he respectful?
Well, he couldn't get his audio working. And like, and it's funny because like he probably did have audio issues, but if you watch the video, you can hear him and the person that was like doing the stream. So there was no issues from like the viewers' end. And I don't know, I'd imagine he would have had audio issues and stuff because like he wouldn't fake that. But it was, and then she was saying something to the effect of like, oh, you know, are you one of those good supporters? Are you gonna start mouthing off and stuff? And I just wrote in the comments, oh mate, he's as dangerous as they come. In terms of like, if she was wanting to know if he was like a nuisance or one of those like and I put a little like laughing emoji too because just to make it clear I was joking and stuff. So anyway, a bit of a just a bit of some comedy on the Saturday night. So
Yeah.
because I can imagine that there'd be a lot of Essendon supporters being very defensive tonight, or not defensive, but like it'd be a hard night for them, and like you do. I don't know. I feel like for Essendon supporters, I do sort of feel for Essendon supporters in a sense, where Carlton not so much.
Yeah.
They've had a bit of hope the last few weeks, haven't they? And it's kind of been stripped away today.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of saw it coming where, like, I was sort of like, hey, I'd actually, like, I even said that, did I say it on Andreas' stream that, like, I'm actually kind of glad they've had this, like, good run because this is where for a lack of a better term, this is where the delusion sets in. So you can sort of get them on their roll. We know Essendon are going to be somewhere in the bottom 4, maybe bottom 6, but that's roughly where they're going to be. So they obviously had their run where they looked really good for a few weeks. They were really competitive against Gold Coast. But that's the thing. That's where, I don't know if there's like a term for it, but when you have teams that play their grand finals during the season, they tend to, as we know, Essendon always tend to play their grand finals against us on Anzac Day because it's such a big occasion. But they seem to do that pretty much because they played really well against Gold Coast. I can't remember who they played the week before, but whoever that they did, they actually bet them, I'm pretty sure.
Melbourne.
They had really good form going in, but Melbourne, that's it. Yeah, so they had really good form going into this. So I was like, I'd actually rather Essendon have good form going into it than poor form because, it's especially with AFL teams and, a competition that's like at the elite level, you would want them to be happy and comfortable than to be down and out because the second the team's down and out, that's when you get them extra focused, extra, they pay more attention during the week, like they're doing more research. They've sort of got a like eagle eye on everything when it comes to preparing for the game because they're so hell-bent on wanting to get the win. So the fact that they went in with some good form, I was like, they actually might slip up this week. But then again, I was sort of hoping that wasn't going to, hit me in the face in terms of like us losing to them and stuff because maybe their good form was good form. But yeah, I think it showed once it got to half-time, I think it showed that, they're probably around the bottom 4, bottom 6 side. And their efforts went away basically after halftime, which is fine. Like that's the stand they're at because they're basically trying to rebuild. So yeah, I just found it. I just found it fascinating that for once Essendon really didn't use Anzac Day as like the game to be super prepared for. If that makes any, I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but it didn't seem like they were like. It didn't seem like they treated this game like it was their grand final.
I think they might have thought they did, but what's happened is our experienced players have just gone. It's finals time, guys. Like this is what we do. It's Anzac Day. All the experienced players just went. Pendlebury number 1 in that category. This is us, guys. And Essendon just didn't have any answers. I think that's what's happened. In fairness to Essendon.
Yeah. I mean, to me personally, I reckon it was halftime where they sort of flipped the switch. Where like they probably did go through the first half, and I don't know if they were thinking it or whatever, but it just seemed from an outsider's perspective, someone looking in, if you're watching the game, you could believe a narrative that like Collingwood were trying to, okay, let's sort of see how like the storm is brewing and stuff, and let's see how dangerous it is. But it wasn't necessarily that sort of like dangerous. And then once it got to halftime, it's like, oh, okay, let's now flip it on them and let's see how they handle it when we are the storm. And then or like the storm, hurricane, whatever you want to call it. And once we turned the pressure on after half time, I mean, that shows because we kicked, what was in the end, 15 goals in the second half. Like, you can't just, I feel like you can't go from, what do we have, 4 goals at half time to 15 goals in the second half. That doesn't just, that's not a consistent, that's not an effort that happens across a consistent 4 quarters. That's just okay, we weathered the storm for the first half. And then once the second half happened, it's like, okay, now we're on the attack. We're going to be the one, instead of being the hunted, we then became the hunter in the second half. And then once we turned into being the hunter, it was like game over, and it was pretty clear that it didn't take much pressure for them to fold under the pressure.
Now, what do you say about what Josh is saying here, that they're not that young, and the Suns were only 0.4 older than them last week?
I think Essendon's younger, isn't
it? No, it would be about right, but I would probably say that, because I mean, Gold Coast sort of have the advantage where I don't know who's a part of their recruiting department, but like Gold Coast have like their academies. Like I feel like they've had more talent to pick with. Where Essendon, yes, they've had high picks, but I would imagine you go back and even if you go look at the drafts, I would imagine if you're going to take Essendon's draft picks over the last, say, 4 years or whatever the length of time is compared to Gold Coast, I'm taking Gold Coast's, and it's like it's not even close.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I know they did pretty well last year with Sullivan Roby and Dyson Sharp. And Dyson Sharp was my favourite player in the draft. Like, I'll make that abundantly clear, because like I remember he played against I think it was Vic Metro, and he tore Vic Metro like a whole new arsehole. Like he literally, just him alone. Like Sharp was basically that good, where like he could have beaten Vic Metro on his own. That's how good he was. So they did well in the last draft, but you look at Gold Coast. Like Gold Coast, what was it, 3 years ago? They had like 4 kids in the first round that they all picked up through because they were academy players. You just can't compete with that if you're someone like Essendon. So it's yeah, because I know like Adrian Adora is not there anymore and stuff.
So explain to me the academy. Everyone has academies. Do the Queensland teams just have more access to academies than the other states? Is that the
Yeah, I
the
guess
deal?
so, because you basically, because that's the thing, like, because you've got the whole state. So the reason, so with like, the Victorian teams, they're not going to have probably as many. But then again, when you do pick your NGAs, you're picking them out of certain competitions. So we pick ours out of the Yarra. There's like the Yarra Junior Football League. So that's where we get our NGAs, and then they have to have at least one parent that's born out of this country. So, so it's not like because I used to originally think it was like an Oakley Chargers thing, because every time we had an NGA, it was always Oakley Chargers. So I thought, if they're Oakley Chargers, they're NGA. It's not that wasn't the case. It's the Yarra think it's Yarra Junior Football League. But we also, until recently, it was only a part of the competition. So we could only pick NGAs out of like half the teams in the comp or something to that effect. Where now we did a deal with somebody where now it's the whole league. That only came into effect this year. Because now we've had, because I know there's a kid called Evan Jang. He was a Collingwood NGA player, but he's now gone to Hawthorn because, I don't know, because of like some rule and stuff. So he's now a Hawthorn NGA player because of where he's playing his junior football at. So it's all like confusing and stuff, and I'm going off information off the top of my head, but I know Evan Jang won't be a Collingwood NGA player at least, but it might. But then again, it's going to be like because the area is a bit different in terms of who we can pick out. Where I think with Gold Coast, basically have all of the Gold Coast, and then Brisbane would have like, so basically the whole part of like Queensland, that'd probably be like a half and half sort of area, you would imagine. So they probably got more of a pool to pick from. Same with Giants in Sydney, where they would have. That's why they get so many academy players through their development. Where with like Victoria, like you've got 10 teams trying to have NGA placements. That's why it's a Hawthorn. Hawthorn get their NGAs through Tassie, or maybe it's North. Well, it might be North because or maybe they might do the same thing in Victoria, where it might be like they get certain areas and stuff. Because I think Hawthorn and North, they can pick their NGAs through like, you know, leagues in like Tassie and stuff. So I'm not too sure about all the stuff outside of Collingwood and stuff, but yeah, there is a system around it and stuff. So oh yeah, actually that might be right. So yeah, because Josh reckons that with the new allocations, they might not have Tassie. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess they wouldn't, because Tassie would be coming in, so Tassie would get all those. We'll probably get the whole state. They'd have the whole state of Tassie, the NGAs and stuff. So if anyone's out of Tassie, they've probably got free reign. God, imagine that. I'm sure they won't every Tassie player, but yeah, they'll have a certain region of them for sure.
Hey Matt, where would you play Geordie if you were Collingwood? Where would you play Geordie?
Forward pocket.
I'd agree.
Yeah, boys.
Forward,
That's the one.
forward pocket, and if we need a bit of a buzzing around in the midfield, see, we've got the luxury that we don't need him in the midfield.
Yep,
That's what I was thinking.
So someone was saying the other day, would you prefer Jordan De Goey as a forward or Membry? And like, I prefer De Goey.
Wasn't that something
And
I
he
said
goes
to you
away.
weeks ago,
If
where
De
it's like-
Goey plays,
yeah,
if De Goey plays forward the whole game, he kicks minimum 2 goals. And Membry, well, he's sort of like an average 1 goal a game player, isn't he? But the other thing about Geordie is he's good on the ground as well. When he hits, he can rove goals. Membry's sort of not that strong with ground balls, and when the ball hits a deck, where Geordie's sort of lucrative in all sort of aspects. But,
Geordie
yeah,
makes them nervous where Membry would never.
no,
yeah.
no, you
It's
can zone off.
also
You can
kinda-
zone off Membry.
It's also kind of funny with someone like a Membry too, because I feel like every time, especially if he's outside of the forward 50, anytime he goes up for a mark, takes a mark, automatically I'm already going, oh, De Goey, and then you find out, you see 28 on the back, so, oh, it's Membry, oh, okay. Like,
Oh,
and,
my
you know, 'cause
missus
you see
thinks they're the
tats
same
and
guy.
stuff, and, yeah.
Hey Matt, what was it
It's-
like to hear
it's
the
a different
Pendles chant in the
stuff.
last quarter?
Man, it was magnificent. Yeah, it was great. Geez, it was funny. Some of these Essendon supporters, they were in the members, but didn't matter. These Essendon boys were just giving it to them.
Oh.
And geez, I tell you what, they don't like Ben Mackay. Wow.
Mm, I
remember
agree.
went
Yeah.
It's
to-
waste
I
of
went to
money.
a-
Waste of
I
money.
reckon I went to an Essendon game about 3 years ago, 3 years ago, and I think it was Essendon Hawthorn. And I was sitting in the fourth level, and I went there not as like a football fan. I had to go there through work and stuff because I look after certain people. We'll just put it that way. And obviously, as I'm sitting down, like watching the game and everything, there's all these Essendon supporters. Like Collingwood's not even playing, and like, I feel like half the game, they're just spitting out all these like Collingwood jokes about how it's like, oh well, at least we're not Collingwood, and like at least we have teeth, and it's like it's a Richmond Hawthorn game. It's a Essendon Hawthorn game. What the hell are you guys on about? And I'm sitting there in the crowd, obviously being a Collingwood supporter. I didn't like say anything or whatever because it's whatever, it's banter, it's all this stuff. But it's like I was sitting there just like laughing. So how are you out of all the games like you're going to, and like out of all the things to say or do, you're just giving your shit to Collingwood, and it's like it's not Collingwood's not even in the suburb. You know what I mean? Like, oh,
One thing I would say, I think Ben Mackay is the worst recruit Essendon has ever got.
Actually,
He's not
what was
worth the
that
money.
contract he was on? Yeah,
He's not
because
worth it.
he was front ended. Wasn't it like 1.5 or something?
Yeah, and he
That-
wasn't
actually,
worth it.
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's still a bad contract,
Mm.
but like 1.5 was like so much back then. But I'm pretty sure it's like evened out now because I think they heavily front ended it because there's this weird rule with the free agency where they only go off like the first year of payment. So if you front end the contract, you can actually get a higher pick because it's you can sort of like manipulate the rules a bit. So if you it might not just be just the first year, but if you front end the contract, you can actually get a higher pick because of it.
Hang on. Sorry, Age is waiting to get on.
Yeah.
Hey, Age.
Hey boys, how are we? The little one's
Hey,
down and I'm ready to go,
hey.
mate.
Hey,
Sorry,
H.
mate. Were you waiting there long?
No, only a couple minutes, mate. Only a couple minutes.
Okay.
So
Nice.
locked in now, locked in.
Hi,
loaded,
Age. How are you, mate?
Oh,
He's trying to
Hey,
join
Age.
the half time.
Benny.
Hey, mate.
How'd you go today, Matty? Enjoy your first day back at the footy in a long time?
Very good. Very, very, very good.
Good, mate. That's the way.
Yep. But Benny is saying I can't leave Melbourne now. I'm like
Mate, stay. Got to stay now.
Stay,
And-
Matt. Stay.
Yep. I'll stay in Australia. Mick stays in Asia. It's like
Yeah,
reverse
Mick's got to stay.
program. And Mick, mate, okay, you don't have to you can't come back to Australia, but we've got a condo that's sitting bare for the next 2 weeks. You just got to look after the cats and you can stay in Thailand. And I'll stay out here and just sort us out with a room in Montmorency or Eltham or wherever the hell you live, somewhere out that way.
Coxie just kicked his first goal for Fremantle.
The big Cox.
Mm.
Did he clunk one in front or?
Yeah, he clunked it.
No, good on you, Coxie. Love Coxie.
Mm.
So where did everyone watch the game at home? What was it like on the TV?
It was awesome on
actually-
TV. It was awesome.
I watched it on KO,
Mate, it
and
was
KO was like barely
glitchy as.
working.
Yeah, I watched it on KO. It was
so
glitching,
bad.
but it was glitching.
It's actually funny because I saw someone's like tweet, and I was actually thinking the same thing that like the crowd audio actually was muted,
Yeah.
like you couldn't hear the crowd audio. And someone actually tweeted, I thought the same, where they said something to the effect of like, it's like why am I watching the football and it feels like I'm playing AFL Evolution?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, have I got my controller in my hand at the moment, or have I got my PS5 controller in my hand?
Yeah, and it felt like when Essendon kicked a goal, no crowd were cheering.
Yeah, because like you couldn't hear anything but
Yeah, I
the
remember.
commentator's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'd love to watch the replay of that game just to see if it's still there or if they were able to fix the audio.
Mm.
Because that would be hilarious if like it just stays on there, just like having terrible or just no audio at all. Because it makes such a difference. Because when you hear them and there's like no crowd noise or anything, it's just their voices. It's so like it literally sounds like audio out of like AFL Evolution or something. It's crazy.
So, Matt, how many changes do you think Collingwood will make next week for Hawthorn?
Are there any fourth changes?
Well, Schultz, you don't think will play?
I think Pendles has said that some. I don't know where he said it, but I've heard Pendles has said that he's not going to play or fly. Maybe indicated in his presser.
Oh, fuck that.
And Schultz is in doubt.
Yeah, Schultz
I
has got the Achilles, so he could play through that, but fuck, I wouldn't want him to.
No. And you got to drop. I would manage Membry.
Yeah, Membry will get managed because of feelings. Because Membry was awesome. He won the game for us tonight, so he needs to take a break. And we'll just coax him through it, get him through it to the Geelong game because we really need him against Geelong. There's no depth, it's not like we've got it's not like we've got two young forwards who kick 9 goals between them. So we really need members to.
But also, as well, to be fair, we don't have a key forward that's exactly 201 centimeters. We might have one at 199. But we don't have a key forward at 201 centimeters. So
yeah.
Very good, Sean. Very good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do we think Howe will play next week against Hawthorn?
Yeah, so that's another one where
Howe.
Howe. So I reckon Howe could be managed. I don't see Sidebottom being managed though, because I've got a feeling that with Sidebottom, it's easier for Sidebottom to play a game like this because he's going to be running all day, and I feel like the games where he doesn't play, it's hard. It would be harder for him to do a stop-start because the match conditioning that you would need to back up each week, you would want a Sidebottom to just continue on. So, and he's already had. Did he have 1 week off, 2 weeks off just recently as well? So
1 week. 1 week.
1 week, yeah. So you'd probably want the match conditioning in for him anyway. And with Pendle's playing well this week, maybe it's Sidey's turn to step up. Because did Sidey have that good of a game stats wise, or
I thought he did.
Well, while you're just having a rest and a thought there, I'm going to welcome Stu to the stage. And welcome, Stu. This is
hey guys, how are we,
mate? You were pretty spot on. You were pretty spot on with your pre-game predictions. You were very confident we'd have a comfortable win. So
I thought so.
You can bask in the glory there, mate.
I can only bask in the glory that is of the players, mate. They were fantastic. Great game, and it's going to be interesting who they put in, put out. Sorry. Pendle said he's not going to be playing next week, so that's already been ticked off in the presser. Oh, well, that's good.
How about Howe? Have they said anything about Howe?
No, there was nothing said about Howe. Oh, geez, I'll tell you what though. I think I'd like to see Howe there after his game today.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about Schultz?
Is Shaw's playing next week?
Shuey?
We've lost him.
No.
Have we?
Have we?
Well, Void reckons Sidey isn't holding his spot on merit. Well, I'm looking at the stats. He's had 19 disposals, kicked a goal, won at 78% efficiency, and 8 marks and a tackle. Like, yeah, I don't know. Do we need more out of that from Sidebottom?
Hey,
I would say
Stu,
yes.
Jump out of backstage and then come in again. Try again, mate.
But would you drop him for long?
Remove
I don't know if you would do that. Would you do that, Sean?
Well, I mean, as I said in Anthony's stream, that I think it would be better to play Long because Hawthorn played such a physical game, and Long just has a thing where
Stu, you back? Stu,
Yeah, you haven't put me in there. You haven't put me in.
no, I'll put you back now.
we can definitely hear you, Stu.
Yeah, we can
You
hear
can
you.
hear now.
Am I on?
You're on,
Yep.
mate. We can hear.
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, hang on.
Are you there, Robbo?
Yeah.
You there, Lethal?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, we can hear you. You can hear. We can hear
This
you.
is going
It's-
great,
it's-
Gun.
it's echoing. Nah, it's like it's echoing. It's like a fucking
I know.
horror movie.
I know what's happened, mate. You've entered the studio twice. Hang on. Let me get rid of one of you. Now it should be better. Now go.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
No echo?
Ah, that's better. No
Yeah.
echo.
Yeah.
No echo.
We had two of
Yeah.
you. You had a clone. You had
That's
a clone
good.
backstage.
Oh, it's not the first time.
That's
It's not
actually
the first time
fine.
I've had a clone. Yeah.
Hey, Stewie, did they say anything about Shields playing next week?
Stu?
Oh, don't tell me he's gone again. Oh, no.
Hey, Stu.
There?
Oh, okay. Well, you're back.
What's going on?
We're not.
That's
You're either
ridiculous.
on a delay or we're not hearing every second thing you say. So you sort of go in and out.
That's bizarre.
Are you listening from the YouTube stream maybe instead of the StreamYard stream? Because maybe that could be it.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't know.
Are you
Okay.
part of
Can you
the
hear me now?
Artemis mission, Stu?
I don't know what the hell's going on. I've been blocked.
Do you work for NASA?
I've been blocked. It says the browser's blocked your mic and camera.
All right. Well, I'm sure you'll come good. You'll come good. It's just a techie issue. It'll be good. So what else? We didn't have many down players today.
No.
No, good team performance in the end, really, has to be said.
You know who I thought was really good, and I've been critical, and a lot of other people. I thought at the game, I know it's different at the game, but I thought Houston played really well today.
Yeah.
Perfect. day
Yeah,
for
I thought
Houston.
the same. I thought the same.
Yeah. No, really
Yeah.
good.
He also took a lot of aggressive kicks in the middle as well.
That worked.
So when he was
Yeah.
and when he was kicking from defense and we had to take that aggressive kick, he took it a lot more often than not, which is good.
He had 27, 14 kicks, 13 handballs. That's a decent spread at
Yeah.
380 meters gained, which is decent, and 78% efficiency. Now he could do that next week, and we go, nah, Houston wasn't that good. But to the eye, he was pretty impressive. I thought he was in our
Yeah.
top 4 or 5 players.
Yeah.
And all over the ground.
Yes. Hey, guys, why? Okay, we love Nick Dacos, but why can't he kick field goals? Why
It's
That's
strange.
what I was
because
wondering.
Why can he
That's what
not
I was wondering.
kick pretty simple goals from inside
Yeah.
50 on the
It's
run.
kind of strange because he actually used
Yeah,
to
I
kick,
was wondering that.
and I feel like the last two, like this season and last season, he's been struggling to kick them. Where like before, like he'd be like killing it from anywhere inside 50. You know, if he had ball in hand and he was kicking for goal, you just like put it in the book. Where the last like two seasons, this season, last season, you probably wouldn't be so confident to put it in the book the second he kicks it, which is a bit strange.
And now he has this. He had 42 disposals. This is Nick. 2G percentage. This is efficiency, right? The last column is efficiency, and it says he had 86%. I felt like he was at 56%.
He was in the first half, but then I think he picked it up in the second half.
Okay. Yeah. I think when it comes to his kicking, I reckon he's got it's in his head when he's kicking for goals, and I reckon he's got the yips. I reckon
Absolutely.
he's self-conscious about it, and obviously he's a very hard taskmaster and a perfectionist. And when it comes to goals, he's really scared of missing, and he's fluffing it because he's missing. He's missing easy shots for goal.
Yeah, well, especially with Nick. Like, I mean, Nick is the sort of type of person where he sort of wants to win everything, you know. I mean, that's sort of why we had that sort of whole story about the best and fairest night and stuff. And and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, the fact that you've got a player that, you know, wants to be the best version of himself, best footballer of himself, and, you know, wants to win all these awards. Like, it's, you know, when you're a competitor and you want to compete, I look at that as like a good thing. But what also can be a bad thing about it is that if you're holding yourself to this standard of like, I've got to be God or I've got to be Jesus of the league, you know, it's sort of like what I would call like a Superman syndrome. Is like, you have this mentality where you've got to set your expectations to where you've got to be Superman. But if you fall short of those expectations, that's where you sort of like, you know, you're trying to chase things that aren't there, or you're trying to chase, you know, where at the end of the day, what you were doing before was perfectly fine. You didn't need to upgrade. You didn't need to be better. What we got out of you was good enough to where we could have built around what you already had. Where I think with Nick, it's always about, okay, it's not about, you know, a 10 out of 10 Nick from 2025 won't be a 10 out of 10 Nick from 2026. You know, that's probably what's going on in his head, where even though that may be true to some extent, because every year you always have the league improving, getting better and all that stuff. So you always do have to improve to a certain extent. But at the same time, when it comes to Nick, it's like Nick isn't the one that necessarily needs to improve. It would be nice because it means we get a better player. But if he just does what he's always been doing, it's like it's like, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Is it like overcompensating? It just seems like he's trying to reach for something that's sort of not necessarily there, because he's basically trying to push so much out of his game to where he's trying to kick it into overdrive. And just the fact that, you know, we're trying to, I've just sort of like lost my words for a bit. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, Nick needs to be comfortable with where he's currently at, because I think that's where the mind games for him is happening. So until he can get into a place, that's probably where we'll probably be seeing the yips a bit more, because he used to kick those goals. You know, he used to be really consistent with it, but for some reason he's just not on.
Hey, Shawnee,
on that type of level yet.
Stewie, welcome back, mate. But it
Mate.
sounds like you've got YouTube on in the background. We can hear ourselves.
No, I haven't got. I turned YouTube off.
Okay, it's better now. That's
You
better.
know what it was? No, I had the Fox footy on the background.
Oh,
So
sounded a lot like me.
So what? You're Gary Lyon? Yeah. Oh.
Hopefully, I'm a better bloke than him. But anyway,
You are. No, you are, Matt. You are.
I've got the same eyebrows, same eyebrows and black curly hair. And by the way, welcome Manny. How you doing, Manny?
Matthew, how are you, brother? How you feeling, buddy?
Good, buddy, I'm feeling
Hey,
pumped.
chat, what's going on?
Doing pretty good
Hey,
yourself,
Manny.
Manny?
Just jumped in quickly, say hello, half time. Carlton Fremantle, half time. Just jumped in. They're going to get pumped. They're going to get pumped, mate.
How's
Pain and
Coxie?
misery.
How's Coxie going?
Coxie, he just kicked one. He just kicked
no.
one.
That's two, is it?
You know what he done? He just kicked one, grabbed his jumper, his Fremantle jumper, and he started fucking parading around the crowd. The fucking dickhead.
Yeah, I saw that. I fucking saw that.
Coxie, mate. Good old Coxie.
He must have been spewing that he didn't get to play against the Pies. He would have been priming himself for that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he'll be priming himself, mate. Not against Brazil, mate. I reckon Brazil would have laid him out.
They're doing
What's going
okay,
on,
though,
boys?
the Blues.
Hey, Benny.
game.
Hey,
Yeah,
Benny.
brother.
Remember what I told you earlier, bro?
Fucking oath, mate.
If that
Never doubted
moustache, if that moustache, right, lifts even 1 millimeter, if it starts twirling, right, that moustache, I told you what's going to happen. Did I tell you about Angry? Hey, if that moustache twirls, right, a quarter of a millimeter, just watch it. That's when you know it's on. I told you. Hey,
All over.
hey,
it, mate.
half time, he fucking started twirling that moustache, mate. You see what happened? Bang, 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 mate. Bang, bang,
Mate.
bang, mate.
Hey,
There was
good,
plenty
eh?
of movement, wasn't there, mate?
Hey,
How you like
should
that,
have- We should have a segment, Manny's Magic Mustaka.
Oh, yeah,
Manny's
right. I
Magic
tell you.
Mustaka.
Hey, did you hear it, Matty? I told him earlier. I said, be careful. I've seen him twirl his moustache. Once he starts twirling it, you gotta be careful, bro. You better get out of his fucking way. There's gonna be damage done. I'm telling you.
You reckon that's good? You should see what he does with his pubes.
Oh yeah, forget about it. Forget about it. Once they curl up, forget about it. It's all over. It's all over. The coach better get out the way as well. I'm telling you. I was right, mate. Boys,
Stu would
with
know
it.
someone who knows someone who knows someone about that for sure.
What's
Oh,
that?
fucking. I was right, mate. I got the job done.
twirling of the short and curlies for
Oh yeah.
No, well, apart from your mum, no one else comes to mind.
hey.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Hey.
You left yourself wide open there. You left yourself wide open.
Yeah, but I was like, what do you
God
yeah,
bless you,
shouldered
Mrs. Wobble.
arms. I've shouldered arms, let it go through to the keeper and it's come off a good leg. Taking the off bail.
No disrespect, Mrs. Wobble. God bless you. And
Well, I tell you what,
Hey,
you know what,
degenerate.
the Mrs. Warble's a good a good luck charm. First ever game, 70-point win in Anzac Day. She's got to go every week.
Nah, she's coming every week. Don't worry about that.
Wow.
Yeah, get her on the train, mate. That's it. Get her on the magic train.
Were you there, Matty? Were you there, bro?
Yeah, mate.
Oh yeah. Well, did we looked all right? We looked all right second half, huh?
Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we were
brutal
just a
cobwebs.
lot cleaner. We were so much cleaner today. Just a lot of support around the ball. We were first to it. A lot of pressure when they had it. We were all over them. The tackling, and the 1%ers was great from a lot of players. And when we had it, there was support, and we didn't all honeypot. We stayed on the outside when we needed to, and there was support, and we will just run away in waves. It was some of the best football. It's some of the best football I've seen us play since McRae came to the club, actually. Like, how often have you seen a 4-quarter effort like that?
Exactly.
In the last 10
I
years,
agree.
even when Bucks was there, like to just pummel a side, just it was enjoyable for the full 4 quarters. It's rare we have a game like that.
Yeah, well, apparently so in terms of the score that we had, apparently we hadn't had a score like that since 2012.
Yeah.
There.
So it's been, 14 years since we've had a score that big.
Yep.
14
Yeah,
years.
it was 2011 vibes. Remember in 2011
Yeah.
when we were the premiers and we used to just smash teams from go to woe. I mean, everyone except for Geelong, mind you, but apart from Geelong, we just hammered everyone.
Hey, Matty.
And we just,
Oh, sorry,
You,
mate.
matey? You,
Hey,
matey?
who do you reckon comes in for Darcy Moore, mate? Does Darcy Moore come back in?
Well, fuck, bro. Well, he should be fit next. He should be fit next week, shouldn't he?
Yeah, but who goes out for him? Who goes out for him?
Well, no, they'll probably just drop a midfielder and just leave the defensive line and rotate the defense off the bench. They might drop a midfielder.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're going to strengthen. I'm pretty sure they're going to strengthen the defense up. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a normal defense in there. Howe, Moore, Bruzzy, Houston, and fucking Quainer back there, and get that settled because don't forget Hawthorn. Hawthorn have got guns everywhere, bro. They got Gunston, they got Lewis, they got fucking the Cashier, they got what's his name? That Watson. He's firing on all cylinders. We've got to be careful. And plus, they got solid defenders, bro. They got Barras, they got Battle, they got that Scrimshaw. It's going to be a whole different game next week, bro. Thursday night. It's going to be a full-on battle, mate. At least we've got some form back. You know what I mean? At least we've got some form back at the right time.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing all right. I mean, Geelong got smacked tonight, so there we go.
Exactly. Yeah, that's good for us.
That's good for us.
This would be the perfect opportunity. I've always thought that you bring, like Stefanos is saying, more players loose in the defence. Now, this is not too silly. What you do is you name Darcy Moore on a forward flank and you say, Darcy, you just go wherever the fuck you want it. Just you can be a loose man in defence. You can go run forward. You don't have a man and you can go wherever you want.
Romy commission.
The only time, like if we're down back, pick up a forward, pick up a back flanker once they're coming out of defence. That would be the perfect role. He could go in like a Blixarv sort of player. You go up and down the wing, go back to help take an intercept mark and run down and get on the end of a goal. Wouldn't that be perfect for him? If he didn't have to worry about a man.
Fly won't do that, but it would be.
No, he won't.
Well, I don't know if
I'm just fantasizing here. Okay?
I don't know if he has a tank right now. He might
The
have a
choice
tank.
would be like, having a shot at the stumps, though. So I don't think
He might not. He mightn't, Manny, but because he doesn't have to man, he can have a rest. If he wants to have a rest, he can just rest in the back line as a loose man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, no, we know he's coming in for sure. We know he's going to come in for sure. So they might lock down the defence and then drop a midfield and shuffle the team around, or they might drop a forward. I don't know. Membry needs to spell. I think Membry needs to spell. There was a couple of occasions at the start of the game today that he fell down on the floor like an absolute pussy, right? And he gave up on the chase. Even McStay, a couple of times in the first half, I saw him give up on the chase. The phone nearly went through the fucking TV screen, but then he come good. I even told Benny before the game. I said, watch what we're going to do to Ben Mackay. $800,000 a year. I told Benny, we're going to expose him. And I'm telling you, did he get exposed, mate? He got fucking. He won't be sleeping tonight. He must be having. I don't think he gives a fuck anyway. I reckon he's having fucking good dreams tonight. He doesn't give a shit.
He made Dan McStay look
like fucking Lockett.
He made him look like Tony Lockett.
You see him?
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, the Essendon fans do not like Ben Mackay.
No,
like we're in the members. A little bit cultured compared to the outer, but the Essendon fans there were going off about Ben Mackay. And it was like quite entertaining. They don't like him. Not surprised. Some of the shit he did was and could you in this day and age, a couple of years ago you say Billy Frampton is in line for All Australian.
Absolutely.
That's how good he is as a lockdown defender. And Ben Mackay, who gets paid nearly $1 million, is one of the worst footballers in the league.
Yeah.
Huge big guy. He must be 6'7" or something like that, built like an Adonis. and plays like an absolute paper tiger.
Looks like
Gary Long was fucking. Gary Long was hammering him, mate. Because Gary Long said, mate, how can you be a defender and you're playing like that? He goes, years ago, the defenders would be able to sleep, mate. We're talking about the gun defenders.
Yeah, I
They used to
heard that.
fucking.
Yeah, I heard that too.
He's a fucking piss weak, right? Even his brother's piss weak. They're just fucking brittle. They're so big, right? But they're just so brittle. Just so soft, mate. I thought Bruzzy done all right today as captain, mate. Full blown effort, Bruzzy.
Yeah.
Lipinski's still saying he's still shitting me off, this cunt. He does a couple good things. Yeah, he does a couple good things. Then he goes missing a couple good things. We need to be more consistent. He done not bad.
I tell you what, he should have dominated today. This is Lipinski's game. When we're up, he's a flat track bully. Like
Spot on, Matt.
he gets on the end
Spot
of it,
on.
and he was okay. But that was, when we're smashing Port Adelaide by 80 points, he's really good. And I would have thought, this was perfectly set up for him, and he was okay. But there's 4 or 5 guys in the reserves I'd much rather in the side than him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What about
Sean?
Sean?
He basically has like a pass mark that you have, and then that's like all he does. Like he basically gets to that pass mark, and but he won't. He'll have the odd game again against like a side like an Essendon, but but at the end of the day, it'll just be a pass mark, and he won't do much more than that.
Hey, Sean.
Yep.
Every time Steen goes up in the ruck, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'll start thinking about you. What are you thinking when Steen's going up in the ruck, bro, and absolutely putting it down Nick's chest? Do you fucking get a bit of a tingle? You must love it, that's Sean. Hey, you're the man, mate. You're the man that break the story, buddy. You break the story on Steen, mate.
I don't go that far. I don't go that far, but yeah.
So you don't go like Boomer? You don't go like Boomer? You don't go like Boomer?
No. It definitely doesn't go Boomer anytime soon.
Fucking what a weapon there. What a weapon, bro. What a weapon. Fuck me.
We look so much better with him in the side. Yeah.
Fucking hell, what a weapon.
Would it be more than a tingle for Anthony when Lipinski hits a ball?
Tingle? He's like
I was wondering that.
He gets a bit of wetness, that bro. A little bit of wetness, man. A little bit of pre come that bloke. Guaranteed. That's for sure.
Mate,
G up every week or G up. I G up about Lipinski every week. He loves Lipinski, mate. That cunt.
If he put a wing on, Anthony be all over him.
What about Boomer? He said he was getting a hard on tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Still bed back him, Anthony, mate.
Boomer's lonely in the Grampians.
Better than sand in his vagina. Yeah. Oh God! Anthony was praying for fucking Lipinski to have a fucking 12-13 disposal game with 1 goal. Telling ya, he was praying for him to have that because he wants to come after him. Last week he wanted to make him captain fucking coach, player coach around the field. Last week he thought he was amazing. Done fuck all, bro. Played average. He's actually. I thought he was all right, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was right.
Today said Geordie's got a lift. Geordie just smacked on 4 goals. Snaps from every fucking win to 50. He goes, there's something. Geordie's when the ball hits the ground, Geordie's a bit vulnerable. Mate, when the ball hits the ground, Lipinski goes fucking missing. You know what I mean? Yeah. At least Geordie kicks goals. Lipinski fucking shits himself.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about when he was having to go at Geordie today. I thought, Geordie's playing really well. I think Geordie's just lost a little bit of a step, bro. Old age. The age is getting to him a little step, but he's still got the craft, mate. Don't worry. If you give him fucking 2 meters on each side, that ball's gone through the middle, mate. He was busting tackles, though, and that's what we want to see him do.
Oh, fucking honest.
Yeah, so you got him and McCreary and the Gus man, and busted tackles. They're the Bash brothers. They're the new Bash brothers. Those three. Fair
Fucking
dinkum.
right.
You got Gus Anderson giving mustache rides to Manny, and that's gonna be and nah, he is good. He is good, Gus. I'm a bit of a fan of Gussie now.
Yeah.
Fucking oath, bro.
Me too. Me too.
He's an old school footballer. He's an old school footballer.
Who's the last player that played for Collingwood wearing 41 constantly? I can't remember. Was it
What's his name?
Burke?
Checkers. Checkers.
Yeah.
Oh, Checkers.
Checkers.
Checkers. Of course, what am I thinking? Yeah, Checkers. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That was still in me. Yeah. I don't know why. All of a sudden, I was thinking about Mark Perkins, who played Collingwood.
Who was actually
Yeah,
41 before Checkers?
Mm.
Can't
Trying to
think.
think.
Hey, Stewie, did they say if Schultz would play next week?
No, nothing was said, but they intimated that he was having some problems with his Achilles. So I'd say he's about a 50% chance of playing next week. Just
I wouldn't risk
that-
him. Sean's right. Don't
Yeah.
risk him.
well, there's no point in risking. There's no point in risking. I mean, you could. I don't think Harrison's ready to come into the senior side yet. He's doing well, but I think maybe give Ed Allen another go. But they've got to play Ed Allen through the midfield, and Fly won't do that.
Oh,
So
here we
I
go. I
don't know
found out the last person before Checkers was Henry Shade. Slim
Henry
Shady.
Shade. Slim
Yeah.
Shade.
Shade.
Jeez.
Slim Shady was
The running
41
man.
last night. Yeah. There you go.
Henry
I knew, yeah, then Tim Golds.
Don't remember him.
Tim
Oh,
Gold's
yeah,
the
yeah, I do.
Ruckman, wasn't he?
Ruckman.
No,
Ruckman.
he was a defender.
Yeah.
Brendan
Is he one of
Abbott. Don't
Derek-
even know him.
Derek Hines, great picks.
Oh, the great Tom Langdon was 41 originally. There you go.
Tommy Langdon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The original butcher. He was the butcher. God,
Sam
I
Dwyer,
think
when
he
he
ever-
started, he was 41.
Sam Dwyer. Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
'Cause that's the thing. Normally, like if you're 41, you normally change your number the year after. So like a lot of these guys only had the number for like 1 year. But I know Sammy Dwyer, he went to number 2 after he got 41.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine, you
Farmer.
Manny and Stu, I'll give you a 41. Sumner.
Gordon Sumner.
Remember him? I'm
Was it
sure
Go-
he was 41.
Was it Gordon Sumner?
I can't remember his first name. It was early to mid 80s.
80s. Yeah, Sumner. I remember him. Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. For 2010, it was Simon Buckley.
Oh, you remember Simon Buckley? Yeah.
Oh, I remember him.
Isn't Gordon Sumner
Yeah.
the singer? Sting? Is that him?
Yeah, Sting. But I think Gordon Sumner was a football player too. I think his
Oh,
name was
grouse.
Gordon. Yeah. I just, for some reason, I just remember Sumner, Gordon Sumner, playing for Collingwood. But yeah, Gordon Sumner's Sting. But I might be wrong. No. Oh, I know who else played 41 because Mark Beers. There you go. There's a guy from the 80s, Mark Beers. He used to live around the corner from me in Bundoora.
Yeah.
Mark Beers.
Yeah, so Draft Guru only goes back till 2008. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah. And apparently Kevin Diaz was 41 from 2008 from 2008, 2009.
Don't remember him. Kevin Diaz.
Diaz. DYAS. DYAS.
AS. Oh, yeah, Diaz. Yeah, Diaz. Yeah, Diaz. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking of Diaz, like a Sri Lankan name. I was trying to think. Can't remember Sri Lankan play. Yeah, I remember Diaz. Yeah, playing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Gordon Sumner who played for Collingwood.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty sure it was. Yeah. Yeah. Just stuck in my head. Yeah.
That was actually really worth the search. I wasn't expecting that. There we go. We had some
There's something
names.
And,
special about
that
the number 41. You get to have your locker next to the great 42.
Oh.
Retired or otherwise.
Yeah, so
My spare room.
So
you get a bit lonely. You
Yeah.
get a bit lonely. You got to be chatting to Housey, which is probably
How's he on the other side? So you need a bit of room on the other side because he's a big unit.
Yeah.
Angry loves it. He likes that space there. Well, he likes it. He likes to empty the angry because I tell you, he opens the door there and he twirls the fucking moustache, the moustache around there, winds out from everyone, twirls it a bit, gets in the mood and fuck it's on. It's on. I used to hear him do some fucking full on shit, fucking stir. Only oval, man. Fucking full on fucking bone rattling fucking collisions. He was quiet in the first half, though. He was quiet in the first half. I said, mate, you better fucking lift here. The second half come around and he fucking exploded.
Does he wax his moustache? Does he put a bit of wax in it? A bit of product?
No, bro. I reckon he puts a bit of balm cream on or something, bro. I don't know what he does, but I'm telling you, if you see him get collisions, bro, you see that moustache twirl, you know it's on, mate. He loves contact, that bloke. He loves fucking contact. You watch it, listen. If you're on Anthony's channel next time, right when Anthony does his channel, watch him. If you mention Lipinski, look at his left side of his moustache. Anthony's little tickler there, right? If you mention Lipinski, you can see it twirls a bit.
He'll be like Boomer. You're getting hard on.
Is that connected to his dingle zone? Doesn't he tingle in the dingle zone? Is it?
Yeah, he starts fucking tingling, mate. He loses it, mate.
If you want to get him really moist, you just talk about Jeremy Howe. He loves Jezza.
Oh yeah.
Inside knowledge.
Jeremy Howe, all right.
He done all right today.
Bloody great game.
Yeah.
But the other one was Houston. I thought Houston had a good game today too. I thought it was
Yeah.
the best game of the club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is, mate. There he is.
There he is.
Fucking Mr. Pubeless. Mr. fucking Pubeless.
Anthony's boyfriend.
Zelensky.
He loves Brazilians, that bloke. Loves fucking Brazilians. Guaranteed. Yeah.
His wife should be worried. He's in love with Lipinski.
Yeah. Fucking
Full wax back and crack, is he? He's a bit of a wax back and crack man.
Fucking aye. That come there, he's bareback completely. Completely bareback, mate.
Is there any anal bleaching going on there as well?
He's got laser, everything going, that bloke. Laser, the cream, hair removal cream, the whole fucking works. I guarantee you, go to his locker room in the fucking club and you see that many tools, mate, creams, all right? I'm telling you, that'll himself up wildly.
Does he share it with Darcy Moore? I'm just wondering what a bit of Darcy Moore.
Yeah, Darcy Moore's probably got some as well.
Where did this conversation come from?
Darcy Moore's stuck in his closet.
Have you guys seen the comparisons of Darcy Moore and Keira Knightley?
No.
Yeah. It's
actually the same.
Yeah.
The same
Actually,
person.
I can actually see that. I can see it in my head. That's the scary thing. And by the way, there's no tingling.
He better fucking perform next week, mate. He owes us, mate. He owes us now, mate. Injury back, mate. You know what he done? He let the team down, mate. He wanted to play this weekend again. He put himself before the club. He wanted to play, and the coach took it out of his hands, mate.
Oh, actually, Benny, you'll probably like this. So with Keira Knightley, do you know if she was in Star Wars or not?
Yeah, of course. Episode 1, she was one of the handmaidens. Mate.
Okay, good.
Come on.
No, that was her spitting image twin, Natalie Portman, was in Star Wars. Were you saying Keira Knightley?
Yeah, she was. Keira Knightley was one of the ones in disguise. Yeah.
Yeah.
How old was she? How old? She was only like 16, 17 when she did Love Actually. So how old would she have been in episode 1?
It was
Well,
1999, but I don't know when she was born. So yeah, pretty young.
Well, when did Love
early
Actually come out?
20s?
Because she was 17 when she was in Love Actually. So bending like Beckham and all that.
She
Shit.
was 14.
14. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Really?
Yeah. Keira Knightley.
She's 41 now.
41 now. There you go.
Yeah.
41 now. Have you ever seen Keira Knightley and Darcy Moore in the same room? Just saying.
Not one.
Just saying. Just putting it
Technically, I have. Technically, I haven't. So
there you
Oh,
go.
There's the picture.
Put up that Office meme. It's the same picture.
Kieran
tell you
Knightley
what.
might be able to stay on the park.
You
I
can
reckon
say what
she'd
you
be
like
hard at-
about
or she-
Keira Knightley, but I reckon she would man up better than Darcy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh,
yeah.
fucking orange. Fucking orange. Fucking orange.
it depends on what you mean by man up.
I agree.
And she can bend it like Beckham. And kick a football as well. Yeah.
Darcy Moore can't kick for shit. As we saw when he hurt when he did his hamstring, he can't kick for shit.
I thought I was watching Mick McGuire again when he had the injections.
Oh,
Is
that
anyone
was
in Victoria?
hilarious.
That was there, Victoria Park that day. Poor old Mickey couldn't get the kick. The whole crowd was laughing at him.
He needs to cut his fucking. Needs to cut his hair, mate. He needs to cut his hair and get that fucking headband off. I've said it before. He wears that
Yeah.
white headband, and they fucking expose him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He done his hamstring. You know what happened? I got some info. He done his hamstring. You know what happened? The one of these testicles. He went back inside himself. Yeah, and that's what happened. Yeah, one of his testicles shrunk. He sucked it back in, right? And he was running. He's lopsided. You know, if you only got one testicle there, you're lopsided when you're running, and it pops your hammy. Yeah, it tweaks your hammy. That's what happened to him.
Or was he tucking him back for a drag queen show? I don't know.
Yeah, he sucked it back in, bro. That's what happened. That's what happens to Lipinski. When he plays sometimes, both his bull bags get sucked in, and he plays like a bitch. Huh? A couple times, and once every 10 minutes in the game, one of his bull bags might drop down again, or a couple of them, and he might put his head over the footy. But most of the game, he sucks his bull bags up.
Like Benny would have heard me tonight. I was sucking up to Anthony tonight, saying how much I love Lipinski, when we all know how fucking hate his guts. Remember, Benny, I was sucking up to Anthony tonight, saying, yeah, I love Lipinski. No, I fucking hate his guts. I give you a couple of weeks, he'll be shit again.
Yeah, he's a bloke who knows how to buy himself a couple of weeks, Lipper, isn't he?
Yeah.
We'll find out next week. Next week is going to be fucking head over the ball material. Don't worry. Next week is going to be head over the ball. He'll get found out next week, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they lowered their colours, mate, at the end. Essendon, they lowered their colours. They should be ashamed of themselves. We absolutely broke them. They lowered their colours, mate. They gave up. They flew the white flag, mate. Absolutely shit the bed.
Well, they made the worst decision. They got Mackay. Look how that's going.
Like I know.
Well, you know what? I would be happy to see wholesale management this week. The Hawks, they're going to smash us anyway. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not put a bunch of kids in there and just say, there you go, boys. We're on a 5-day break. We're going to rest Crisp. We're going to rest. Well, it won't happen. But they should rest Lipper, rest Membry. There's 4 or 5 guys. Give them a rest. Bring in a Westie. Bring in a Buller. Bring in a Swadling. There's 4 or 5 guys. Just get them in there.
Side bottom.
You know? Actually, hey, you know what? I only saw a quarter and a half, but what I saw was very impressive. Ed Allen actually played a really good game in the midfield. And I think if he gets a game, we were talking about this last night, Stu. And
That's
there's
right.
there's this idea that okay, you can't play in the midfield, so you've got to learn to play a different position. The wing, and the forward flank, they're actually really difficult positions to play.
Sure.
You know, like imagine imagine trying to say to Greg Williams, "Oh, go play on the wing," or Titch, go play on the wing. It's not an easy position to play, but if they put Allen in the middle, he might do really good. He's
Yeah.
not a wingman, so. I'm not saying they should rush Ed Allen, but really good signs. What I saw yesterday, the eye test, and his disposals were good. He did 2 really good kicks to West and 2 goals. Like centered it both times. West was in West has really good forward craft. Like Jack Buller, he's more of your crash and bash type centre half forward.
Yeah.
But Westy is a really smart forward. You know, he's not the biggest guy. But what he does, what he makes up for in his nous and his smart football, you know, like someone was saying a few weeks ago that we just lack IQ in the forward line. You get a guy like West in there, and it can turn it right around.
I've got to see, Matty. I'm worried about West, bro. I'm worried about West, mate. I'm worried about him. I'm telling you, I've got this bad feeling that if he doesn't start playing him soon, the kid's going to ask for a trade, mate. I've just got a bad feeling about it, bro.
I agree with that.
No,
I don't think so. He's only 9. He's a key position player. He's 19. He's a key position player. You see, Manny, it's Membry's last year. Membry won't play after this year. That'll be it. So
and McStay will retire next year.
Come around 1 next year.
We're not going to lose him.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure he's contracted. Yeah.
Till 2028.
Yeah, so was fucking, what's his name, boys? So was fucking Henry, Ollie. Henry. He took off straight away, bro.
It's such a different story.
Really?
That's different.
Ollie is
Why?
such a different story.
That's
Why?
Why? Because he wanted to go home with his brother. He wanted to go with his brother and his mum.
That's right.
His mum and dad.
Yeah, so what happens if Westy says, I want to go back to Adelaide? Right, play in Adelaide, and fucking Paul pick him up for fucking Adelaide. He wants to go home to his family.
No, he can't put that because he can't do that because he put a restraining order on you. So he's not
there you go. He's gonna break that.
What up, Matty?
Anything's possible. Hey, boys, anything's possible. Put it this way: if Membry's not getting a kick today against Essendon, just fucking get rid of him and bring Westy or Buller in. At least play Westy. Just get him in there. Nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Fucking Membry done fuck all today.
Fuck all.
Memory has got this is today. A guy like Membry, he should have been filling his boots today.
Fucking eyes, bro.
How is he not kicking 3 or 4 goals, or at least setting up a couple? Like,
yeah, he had a bad one. So
Yeah.
he had a bad one.
God, like,
Yeah.
how can you not get on the end of one when with those fast plays? Get out there by yourself on a flank.
Mate, I was at the game. There was open space everywhere, and he was nowhere near it. He was falling over himself, the fucking idiot. He was tripping over his own fucking feet.
I saw it too.
They watch it as well, boys. They watch it. Western Buller's watching the game. They're probably thinking, so look at this fucking bloke. As if I can't get a game before him. You fucking
Tripping
kidding me?
over his own fucking feet. Come on. Get out.
Yeah, they're on the forward pocket, bro. I saw it.
Fucking get out.
And McStay.
I had him out on Tuesday, boys.
You know what's annoying? How they use this status as managed. So annoying. Allen and Long. Okay, they deserve a spell. They say that Allen is omitted and Long is managed. So that way, Allen has to go back to the reserves. And he did really well, but Long gets protected. So it's almost like they're saying we're going to manage Long, and Long's going to be an automatic selection. Long should go back to the reserves and well and get
he should.
No, but I thought that was because they could only play X amount of AFL players. So you listed.
You know why they've done that, bro? You know why they've done that? I'll tell you why they've done it. Exactly why they've done it. Because they've got a plan now. They've got a plan now to rest Pendlebury against Hawthorn because it's a 5-day break. So what they've done was they took out Long this week, and then next week when they rest Pendlebury, they're going to bring Long straight back in.
Yeah.
I can
What a
see
waste of
that.
a
I
selection
can
that
see
is,
that.
eh?
I can see that.
No, because someone said it was something to do with the fact that we can only play X amount, certain. You can only play a certain amount of AFL listed players in the VFL, and so if they're not
there's no
injured,
rule
they have
on
to be.
that.
Isn't there no rule on that? Okay, there you
No.
go.
No.
I just heard it. And I went, oh, is that the reason? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only in the final, bro. That's only in the final, I think.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, of
righto.
course.
Okay.
Yeah, but not in the
okay.
home
Yeah,
and
when
away
they're playing
season.
finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
that
it's
makes
like
sense.
12
That makes
games.
sense.
Yeah.
They
I
just
think there's a
managed
maximum
him. They
of
didn't
12 in
play.
the final, yeah.
Yeah, if it's
Yeah, that
if
makes
it's
sense.
yeah, if it's a VFL final,
Mm.
an AFL listed player can't play finals if they've played more than, I think it's 12 AFL games. If they've played more than that, then they can't play VFL finals.
But isn't there a limit for how many AFL listed players can play in the VFL, or is there no limit?
No.
No limit. No limit.
Okay. Right. Okay. Cool.
No, you just
They
have
just
to
didn't play
play a
him in the
certain number of
VFL.
VFL games during the year to qualify
Oh,
for finals.
to qualify the
That's-
finals. Yeah. I just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of during the year, you can play whoever you want there.
Mm.
So,
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
yeah.
They've done it with
Yeah,
Bobby.
but then
with
there's
the
like
Bobby.
probably like a standard though, because like obviously like you won't have like Pendles playing VFL because
Mm.
then at that point the AFL is going to be like, why the fuck is Pendles playing VFL?
Mm.
So yeah, clubs won't want the attention, and they're probably not dumb enough to be playing someone like Pendles in the VFL anyway.
Do they keep?
So there's
Do they
obviously
keep? I was going to say, do they keep Hayes in next week? Does everyone think Hayes should play?
I think
next
so.
week? Yeah.
You keep
They
the youth
should.
in
They
there.
should.
They're all purple.
They
Yeah, I'm
should.
all for. Yeah, I'm all for having you in there. I just wondered if he'd be one of the blokes at risk for being dropped.
They should.
Yeah,
Always
well,
at risk.
the only
Imagine
player
how
that would
Peel
come
looked
in would
after
be
5
Harrison.
games.
The only player that would be looked at to replace him is probably someone like Harrison.
Mm.
Personally, I would have
Bit
Harrison as a more ready player. But then again, if you want to just give Hayes a few games, just to give him that continuity, because we have said that when you play the kids, play them multiple games, and there's no desperate sort of like, it's not that we need Harrison in ASAP or whatever, but in terms of if it's like a schoolyard thing and you've got 2 people left over, who are you picking? And you want someone to impact that just that game, you'd be picking Harrison over Hayes. But yeah, because I think, because Harrison's what, 23, 24, so
23.
and he's ready. Like, he looked way too comfortable at VFL level for mine. So I would have Harrison as a more ready version. But again, as I said, it's like, if you're taking out Hayes, you're also if you're dropping a kid like that that's still developing, you'd want to have a good reason for it, and you'd want Harrison to be an upgrade rather than because if they're about the same, then why are you dropping a kid when you're only just taking out a player at the same level? But I do see Harrison as an upgrade, so that's where I would probably go Harrison in for Hayes.
Okay.
Personally, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'm
Any
in
chance
Harrison.
you guys? Any chance you guys think, because if Shooter gets rested with that Achilles and Membry's out, the Buller and West come in? Any chance?
Oh,
Yes.
I would love that.
I would love
Yes.
that. I would love that.
100%.
But
love
Benny,
that. Yes, I
if
think-
Moore's
I think
coming
so.
back in, you couldn't have 3 talls
Oh,
coming in. I
no.
don't think so. It
No.
depends on whether
You
Moore's
couldn't.
coming in.
No.
I reckon, like Manny said, we might swap a midfielder out for Moore.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Who would be the likely midfielder though?
Well,
if they're
Lipper
resting
would be
Pendles, I
common
mean, there
sense.
you go.
Liver,
Lipper would be the common
Griggs,
sense one, for
Sidey.
sure.
Lipper won't get dropped. He won't get dropped.
No way.
Um,
no
Maybe
way.
it's Griggs or Sidey.
Thought he was fucking poor today.
Yeah, he
Well, yeah, I thought he was
did
all
some
right.
things. He was all right. I thought he was all right. Yeah,
Mm.
I thought he didn't do much wrong. But I mean, unless they give Crisp a rest, Crispy probably
Or
needs a rest.
Sidey. What about Sidey?
Well, he just had a rest.
Well,
Did he?
Sidey had 20 or just under 20 possessions.
Mm.
He
Yeah.
didn't fuck up. but his disposal efficiency wasn't awesome.
Yeah.
But I think coming
Never
back,
is, though.
that's not a bad. It's not bad first up. I thought coming back.
Yeah.
Boys, can I ask you a question? Hey, can I ask you a question? Maybe I was tripping, but I've got a feeling that the coach, I reckon the first quarter and a half, when I was watching the boys play, it looked like to me they were only going at fucking 90%, conserving energy. I don't know if anyone else picked it up, but when I was watching them the first,
I agree.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought that.
I was
watching them. I thought myself, these blokes here, they're conserving energy to let loose in the third quarter, because I was watching them, and I was thinking to myself, fuck, they're only going 90% here, bro, right? Because it would look slow, not slow, but it looked like they weren't going full ball until the third quarter. Then they just let loose.
I agree with that.
Well, Nick Dacos said, when we were in the rooms at halftime, everyone was giving me shit about my goal kicking, and we're all having a good old laugh. So so there was no panic stations in there at all. So if we're all having a good laugh, Nick Dacos is
we could have put on a big score, bro. We could have put on a big score, mate. Could have been around 170 points.
Yeah.
If we hit 5 posts, They dropped fucking 3-4 chest marks in the first quarter.
Oh, wasn't that shocking?
Oh, I lost it, bro.
Schultz and
Elliott dropped a chest mark in the goal in the
Membry.
pocket there.
And Schultz
and Membry did.
Yeah, and Elliott dropped one as well.
And then Hayes.
The one over his head, he was running back. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Hayes with a brain fade on the wing. I don't know what he was doing there.
Yeah. You think he saw they've cleaned up the forward entries now, right? They've cleaned up the forward entries, we're hitting targets, and they're fucking dropping them. I fucking lost them.
The key move was, like, in the third quarter, you could see it, was putting Steen in the ruck. He learned.
Oh, yeah.
You said it, Matt. You said put Steen in the ruck, and look what happened in the third quarter.
What can you explain to me why he still starts, right? Why does he still start Cameron in the ruck? Because the first couple of goals we got,
I don't know.
If you noticed, right, we had to scramble the ball out of the midfield, right? Scramble it out there, and our first 2 goals were hard work. I still can't work out why he's starting Cameron in the fucking ruck. He must be feelings, mate. It has to be.
No,
it has to be.
No, I just think where Cameron was matching up. Cameron was actually doing all right in the ruck. He wasn't the. I thought he was doing all right in the ruck. I thought he got a lot of tap outs. He was round the ground and in the middle. Hey?
Yeah, it's not bad, bro. It's not bad. But I thought maybe if you get Steen in the ruck at the start and we can bust them open early, put 4 or 5 goals on them, get them to drop their heads, and then fucking run all over him. But yeah, he started Cameron in the ruck. Maybe they're doing it every week. They're chopping and changing every week.
Changing. That's what I'm thinking. They're just they're not being predictable about who's going in the ruck. But they're starting to complement each other, aren't they? Round the ground, and they're actually.
I love it.
They're combining very well, and Gary Lyon's in love with Steen. He's got X factor, but rah.
Oh, another big contract coming, boys. Another fucking big contract coming. Another one. Now you watch. You know he's going to come knocking on the door. Yes, he's going to come knocking on the door now.
Who's going to come knock on the door? Tasmania?
Fucking oath. The fucking cocksuckers, the AFL. We make them all the money. We make the AFL all the money, keep them afloat, and then they go give these fucking Tassie cunts money to fucking extract their. Like it's only one player from every list that can fucking poach.
Well, they're trying to get like They're trying to get Nick.
They're trying to get Nick. Yeah, they're trying to get Nick. Then they're not going to get Nick. Then they're trying to get McCreery now. I bet you they're going to come out and say, fuck McCreery, we need a ruckman. We're going to go for Steen.
McCreery's actually said no. He's actually said the player has to agree to it. They just can't be.
Yeah, exactly.
The player has to
sure.
I don't know how many of you blokes have been to Hobart and shit. I've been here for work a lot, and I'll tell you right now, that's the last place I want to go for as a young bloke. They
offered him a fucking thing as well, bro. I read it in the newspaper, bro. They offered him a fucking, what do you call it, farm? A Tasmanian devil farm, bro. They offered him on there. Yeah, they're offering him a farm, bro. These cunts. They're offering everything.
They've got a Tassie Devil farm there. It's near Port Arthur. I've been. I used to go take tourists there. They do.
If they want to
saw
pay
this
McCreary $1 million, and we get a first round, a top 10 especially, they can have him. But I don't.
Yeah, but he was good today, bro. He was good today, man. He was fucking really good.
Yeah, he was really good today.
Yeah, well, maybe he's saying, "Hey, I need to show the world I'm worth $1 million." So fuck, if he plays like that every week, then yeah, maybe he is.
Hey, Matt.
No, but that's the thing, though. In terms of the salary cap, though, like Bo to a team like Tassie is worth $1 million. Like I'm kind of getting a bit tired of the whole narrative that he's like not good enough to earn $1 million, because there's so many factors that come into it. Because not only are we looking at a salary cap in 2 years' time, so the salary cap will also go up. Like you basically like in terms of like the money, it's sort of like a similar money to what Perryman is. So Perryman was on to about $900K, but even maybe like a little bit less in terms of what Bo's value is. So you're basically saying, in terms of his value to Tassie, he's got to be, maybe a tier under Perryman. He is that. So and if that's $1 million, it's $1 million.
I'm going to say. I was going to say, sorry. I was going to say this categorically. I've been around a long time, and I've read a lot of back-to-back newspapers. And I'll tell you right now, Collingwood sells newspapers. So any rumour, everyone's been coming to Collingwood. And all these Collingwood stars have been going elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's been going on. Dacos was going to Richmond. This bloke's going to Carlton. It's all bullshit until it actually happens. And that's why when people start talking about it, I go, fucking, it does my head in. Nobody knows. Nobody knows for certain who's coming, who's going, because nothing's in writing.
Yeah.
And so it's all speculation and just going.
Oh.
When it happens, if it happens. But have you looked at McCreary's girlfriend? Do you think she's going to be stranded in Tasmania? Don't think so. Don't think so, mate.
Yeah, true.
The club might offer him about around $750, bro. 800. The way the contracts are going up there, they might give him 750, 800. You know what I mean? He'll stay.
They'd have to. They need a clause in the contract that him and the missus get flown back every Saturday night in a Gulf Stream in time to make it for Chapel Street clubs.
Look, darling. Look. We could have a cafe latte down at Salamanca Markets. Oh, wouldn't that be great? She'd be going, fuck you, idiot. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Stick your V8 Commodore up your ass. I'm out of here. That's every year Tasmania, the growth of the population is always in the negative because people are leaving. That's a fact.
Yeah.
You look at it's zero growth because nobody wants to stay there.
It's around 500 now, isn't it, bro? What's it around 500,000?
No, it's 376,000 Tasmania.
It's actually popular. Yeah. It's actually
Surely they haven't got a housing crisis down there.
Yeah.
And you got Launceston, Devonport, and Burnie. None of those people go down to Hobart, and no one in Hobart goes up to those towns. And there's no railway line between them all. It's a fucking Wild West. So you're better off playing in Alaska. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. It's actually really funny, Stu, that you say that.
Fremantle just absolutely busted them open within 10 minutes. Absolutely busted them.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
And also as well, so with what I was trying to say before, I've actually got a friend of mine. He actually moved to Tassie 3 years ago. But the thing is that even though he moved to Tassie 3 years ago, he's actually been back for 12 months. So he only lasted 2 years there.
Well, it's surprising he's on a suicide watch list.
Yeah.
What were you doing there, bro? What were you doing there?
Me?
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Were you working up there, bro? Working?
Oh,
me? No, I wasn't there. It was a friend.
No, I've worked there. I've worked over there driving tour coaches.
Oh.
It looks like
a lot of weirdos up there, right, bro? A lot of weirdos there, right?
Yeah, about the same as Adelaide, but you know.
No, Adelaide's not too bad, bro.
Adelaide's all right.
Adelaide's got two suburbs, bro. It's the north and the south. So the north's
That's it.
fucking bad. There's the north's bad, the south's bad, but in between's fucking perfect. Fine.
I had to go over there a couple of years ago because my nephew went and bought a car, and I said, "Where's the guy live?" He goes, "Oh, I'm not sure. We'll get there." And he's right in the middle of Elizabeth, and I'm going, "Oh shit."
Oh, Elizabeth, yeah, forget about it. Elizabeth's hectic, bro. Elizabeth, you know what Elizabeth is? Elizabeth Davern Park and all that. That's that whole area was all housing commission.
That's all housing commission. They're all the factory workers for Hold.
Yeah, all housing commission. That's what's fucking hectic, bro.
There we went, got in there, got the car, pissed off very quickly. Adelaide's all right. No, Adelaide's fine. I don't mind going to Hobart to have a look around, but I wouldn't want to live there. It's shocking. It's freezing, shit, cold of a joint.
Well, Nick just went up. He knows what it's like. Nick just went up. He knows what it's like. But they would have kept him in the good spots there. They wouldn't have taken him around too much.
Who did that?
Nick was just up there. Yeah.
Oh no, he was
doing the cashy. He was doing the cashies. Yeah.
40 grand apparently.
That was so funny too, because what was it, Tom Morris basically like reported on it, or it was somebody that reported on it, and they're like, "Oh, Nick Daicos is in Tassie." They're probably talking about going over, and I think I can't. And then literally the next post under Twitter or whatever it was, there was an advertiser was like, "Oh, see Nick in this pub in Tassie and stuff." Well, that's why he's there, because he's doing fucking cash.
You think Pendlebury hasn't told Nick how much money he's made off fucking Collingwood Football Club, bro? You know how much money Nick's going to make as a Collingwood captain, bro? From endorsements and fucking all the other shit. You'll make mega money, mate. Mega money, bro.
But you know why Pendles is so rich, don't you? Not just because of football, because of his wife. His wife's a multi-millionaire, Alex. All the businesses and shit. She's fucking loaded. I mean, they live in a $12 million house in Brighton. Got a tennis court and swimming pool.
Yeah, and also as well for Nick as well too. If he finishes his career as a one club player and at Collingwood under the Daicos name, he is set for the rest of his life. He can just do cashies as a Nick Daicos, the Collingwood Hall of Famer, or whatever he is when he finishes up his career, because he's going to be he'll be one of the best players of all time. So and then because he's and all the Collingwood nuffies like us, we're going to go see him. We're going to go and pay tickets to go hear him talk for an hour or two. So but that's the thing. If he goes to Tassie, he sort of he'll have that tarnished, and then it'll be like
he'll be great, bro.
Yeah,
but it'll be great, bro.
Yeah, and then on top of it too, if he stays, then there's, because I'm pretty sure we spoke about it a few months ago, or maybe a few weeks ago, where with Ablett, when Ablett left and Joel Selwood got the stand over at the Geelong Stadium and stuff.
I told you.
If Ablett would have stayed, he probably would have got it. So if Nick stays, and he gets a stand, and if he gets a stand named after him, it'd be because
what do you think one testicle fucking? What do you think one testicle's father's not in the team of the century? Peter Moore. What do you think he's not in there for? Because he left and went to Melbourne. Yeah. And he's a Brownlow medalist. He's not even in the team of the century, bro. Peter Daicos is.
Yeah.
Because he left the club. If you leave the club, mate, you're not considered a great.
What's also because Len Thompson was the ruckman. That's why.
Exactly.
But you could have slipped Peter in the pocket though, Stu.
Fuck it up. Exactly.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I don't know.
He's a fucking gun.
I know.
You don't need to leave the club, Stu. You don't need to leave the club. You don't need to leave the club.
Exactly.
I never said you do. And I don't think there's any player that. There are a couple of players who are in their team of the centuries in two clubs. Paul Salmon is. He's team of the century for Hawthorn and for Essendon. So there you go. That's fact.
Yeah.
How long did he play each club, bro? Was Was it how many years was it? Because normally if you leave a club and you go there for a pension to another club for a couple of years, you're still a great. But if you leave there halfway through your career,
well, he played over 100 games for the Hawthorn, and he played 150
Essendon.
something. Essendon, yeah. So
He calls himself a Hawthorn player.
does he?
Says a lot about Essendon, doesn't it?
Yep, exactly.
Hawthorn
Hawthorn are a good club. Essendon not a good club.
I used to train at his. Him and his old man Alan had a gym in Sindel down in near Glen Waverley. There, I used to work out there, and Paul would be in the gym all the time, and so I'd work out with him. They have these jet spars, so you can't have a jet spar after.
You probably are right, bro.
You
probably are right, bro. Because then you got Lockett. Lockett was at St Kilda, then he went to Sydney, and he's he's an all-timer.
Well, he's at both clubs. He's team of the century both clubs.
That's what I'm saying. He's an all-timer, mate. That kind of.
Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. I mean, I still remember the best game of football I've ever seen from an individual. Well, two of them was Peter Moore against North Melbourne at MCG when he just tore them apart, and probably the Gary Ablett when he tore apart Collingwood at the MCG when he kicked 11 goals from the centre.
Senior. What are you now?
Kicked 11 goals from the centre. Yeah, senior. Kicked 11 goals from the centre, and the whole crowd stood up and clapped him off. Even Collingwood Geelong supporters all clapped him off. It's just.
What about Dunstall? Kicked 17 goals Dunstall kicked 17 goals one day. What a unit! Yeah. 17 goals. 17 goals in mud, bro. In mud.
What about the day? What about the day in the early 90s where Essendon played Geelong? Salmon kicked 11 goals. Ablett kicked 14, and Geelong lost. Imagine kicking 14 goals and losing.
Yeah,
What game was Lloyd and Kerry? Lloyd and Kerry.
Who's that?
Lloyd. One game was against North Melbourne and Essendon. Oh, yeah. Lloyd and Kerry were just going fucking hammer and tail on each other. Right on each end, mate. Just absolutely giving it. One kicked 12, I think. One kicked fucking 10 or something.
I remember when Dacos and Ablett at Victoria Park were going goal for goal
93.
at Victoria Park.
That was 93. Yeah,
93. Yep. That's right. Exactly. I remember that game.
I remember Peter Dacos fucking kicking 12 from fucking 60 metres out, bro. What's happened to these players now? How come they can't do that shit anymore? Peter Dacos used to kick torpedoes from 60 fucking metres out, bro.
Well, there's a reason. I think I said it on the thing yesterday. They don't train them. They train them as distance athletes. They're not trained as impact athletes. So they don't have the strength in the legs to kick. That's why.
That was some major highlights back then, bro. Major highlights, man. Like fucking some real full-on shit used to happen.
Yeah, blokes used to run out of the centre and just launch them. Bang.
I remember
Jeff Rains fucking 2 in a row at Collingwood at Victoria Park one day. Just got out of the centre and just went whooshka from about 60 out, sailed through.
Wasn't Jeff Rains a beautiful kick?
Oh, mate.
He was just like a Marvel superhero, that bloke. He was just a smooth mover. You know, he'd put Lipper to shame as a good-looking bloke, and way he kicked it was just model. Poetry in motion. You know.
He was a
what
male
about
model.
How he was? He was a male model, was he? Blue Steel. I am so ridiculously good looking.
Yeah, that's right.
But he was favourite for the Brownlow in 1980 and didn't get a vote. Right.
Yeah, I know. Remember that. Because all the Richmond people, because I think Gary Wilson came second and the perennial bloke who got second. Yeah. Jeff Rains. I was sad when we lost him and Mike Richardson and Mark Williams. We all lost them all at once.
Speaking of pretty boys, Mike Richardson, he used to be on the Big M commercials and everything.
Oh, he was a pretty boy.
He was a ladies' man, yeah.
Oh, well, he was rooting Colleen. He was rooting Colleen. What's her name? That's Colleen.
Who is he into?
Colleen. Oh, what the fuck? My cat just stood on. That dickhead. Hang on. Sorry about the noise in the background, boys. Just bear with me.
That's all right. That's what cats will do. They'll just stand on the remote and turn the TV on or the fan.
Yeah. Colleen Hewitt. Yeah, he was fucking Colleen Hewitt. Yeah. That's why she sang "Wind Beneath My Wings." That's one of the whole crowd sang it to him one day.
Colleen Hewitt.
Oh, Yeah, she's a singer.
That's Lana Hewitt's one, mate.
I can still hear that TV, Stu.
Sorry, mate. I can't find. He's knocked the remote control somewhere. All right, I'll bear with me, guys.
I'll just mute you for a sec.
Yeah, just mute me. I'll mute myself. Here you go.
Okay.
There we go.
Right, boys. I'm signing off, huh?
All right, Manny.
All right.
You have a good
See
night,
you,
boys.
Manny.
Take it easy, huh? Enjoy,
Thanks
mate.
for
Enjoy.
joining.
We gave it to him good, mate.
Good night,
We gave
Manny.
it to him
Oh,
real
we
good
did.
tonight.
We
Tonight's
See
a
you,
good day,
Manny.
mate.
We
All right, good night,
stitched 'em.
boys.
See you,
Thanks,
bro.
Matty. Thanks, Matty, for having me on. Thanks, brother.
See you, Manny.
Anytime, man.
Fucking
See you, mate.
lift, mate. What a job today, boys. What a fucking
Fucking
job.
lit.
Fucking gave
on,
it to them good and proper. You watch the media talk about them this week. They're going to get fucking spoken about, mate. Don't worry about that. They got
Yeah.
punished. All right, boys. Good night, boys.
Good night, mate.
Good night, Manny.
Good night.
See you, Manny.
Josh is going to go watch the second half. That's good. I'm gonna watch the game at some stage. Second half, yeah. Just skip to the second half. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still watching Freo Carlton at the moment. I
What's
don't
the
have
score
much
there?
interest in 97-64.
Oh, that's done.
They're shit.
I might just switch over and just watch the replay of.
So, hey,
Price.
you know what? What I was saying at the start of the year, before we started, maybe it was on Anthony's channel, I saw our draw, and I said, after the Hawthorn game, if we're 4-4, we'll be very happy with that, with our draw.
Yeah.
And we're 4-3 going into that game. And I think we'll put up a good show against the Hawks, but let's face it, they're going to beat us. But I really like our chances against Geelong. We're going to go into that with a 9-day break. The Cats are they're stuttering a bit. It'll be Pendle's. It won't be breaking the record, but he'll be equaling the record. And I think the Cats are really gettable at the moment. So I think
I agree.
I think we could after the Cats, I think we'll be 5-4. And that is a really good launching pad. Seeing we've been pretty shit for this first part of the season. If we're coming out, even if we're 4-5 after that, that's a pretty good effort. So be interesting.
Yeah.
And we still haven't had our patch of because normally there's a patch in the year where you get say 4 teams in the bottom 6 or so over 3-4 weeks. We also haven't had those yet as well. So hopefully that's where you can get a mixed day to kick a few goals in those games. Actually, it was a question I was going to ask before, but I forgot to ask it. As much as we can look at this game and it's it's Essendon and Essendon aren't really that good. Do you think that this is a really good win just by the fact that we are, just the fact that we are beating teams by whatever, I think it was 77 points. The fact that we can do it, even though it's against Essendon, do you think that this is confidence we take into the season? And whether if it's confidence, whether if it's arrogance, because, it felt like we took confidence out of the St Kilda game around 0, but then it turned into arrogance real quick against Adelaide. So that's probably one of the things I'm sort of questioning is that I hope it doesn't turn to arrogance.
It started in the last quarter against Carlton. That's when it started. That was when we've gone, hey, look what we can do. It is Carlton, but we were 3 goals down, and we turned it around to be, it should have been a 3 or 4 goal win. We parked the bus a bit early in that one, but we've turned it around and gone, no, these teams we should respect them, but at the same time, once we've got a hold of them, don't let go. Keep your foot on the throat. We haven't done that sort of shit. We do it once a year against Port at the MCG. But apart from that, we rarely smash. Even if it's a West Coast or a North or a Richmond, we just play to what we're offered. And we just need to have, every now and then get a big win like that to show, hey, guys, this is what we do. When we really got our tails up, this is what we can do.
Yeah,
spot on. In
it's a
that
great
Carlton
win.
game, we saw that the bloody Presti sign went up with 9 minutes to go or something. It's like, no, a little bit more, guys, before we start this crap.
Absolutely.
Remember that, Sean?
What's that? Sorry.
Remember in the last quarter last week when we saw the Presti sign go up on the boundary in about 9 minutes to go or something in the last quarter?
Yeah.
It's like it's a bit early, guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if Pendles and a few of the senior players were just like sort of shaking, trying to eyeball the players. No, don't listen to Fly. Don't listen to Fly. Just keep going.
Oh, I fucking hope
keep
so.
going.
I
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's shit like that where it's just so frustrating. Because at the end of the day, I don't know. It just sort of feels like we're just delaying the inevitable of Pendles coaching our side at some point, whether it's in 10 years or 15, 20 or whatever. It just feels like that's the and whether if Skip worked is like the like the caretaker coach between Fly and Pendles if we need a little bit longer. Yeah, it's just yeah, and that's it. I won't sit here and say that Fly's like a bad coach, but fuck, we need someone like Pendles.
I think Pendles will go elsewhere, Sean. For an apprenticeship.
Pendles will go elsewhere.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I'm just saying, when Pendles does decide, hey, I'm ready, I want to start now. And again, if that's I don't even know when he's going to retire. He may not retire for another 10 fucking years with the way he's going. But if he goes somewhere and then it's like, say 2035, he goes, okay, I am ready for a senior coaching spot, or to take the main role. Yeah, I reckon that's sort of where we
know what it is, Sean. You know where it is, and we fell into the same trap with Buckley. Pendles can't be a coach when any of the players are there that he has played with. It doesn't.
Excellent
doesn't work.
call. Excellent call.
You need to have a period of time away from the club, so the club's regenerated, and then I'm sure one day he'll come back if he's a good enough coach. But he needs to be there with a clean slate. The issue with Buckley, for example, was the older guys, especially the Swannies and that, they were like, what the fuck? It's the dynamic is just not there. It's not proper. So I think as much as we would love Pendles and he's got a great mind and everything like that, he will need time away from the club, whether that be 10 years, 5 years, whatever it is. But yeah, needs time away.
So it's kind of like to make like a cricket terminology. It's kind of like the Shane Watson effect when Michael Clark became captain, and Watson was basically going to Clark being like, "Hey, you're not Ricky Ponting. I'm Shane Watson. Like, I couldn't give a fuck what you say and all that stuff." And
that's
that
right.
There's like that sort of like dynamic because Watson was like in the side, maybe in his head, rightly or wrongly, thought he was a bigger name than what Michael Clark was. But Michael Clark was captain, and he had to basically be not father figure, but he had to be the leader of the room.
Nah, Michael Clark was a knobhead. That's why he was always upping himself.
Yeah, true.
Complete
knobhead. He was a complete knobhead, Michael. That's why you watch his podcast. Not too many of the blokes he played with going on his podcast. There's a reason for that. So he wasn't very popular. Steve Waugh wasn't popular with the other players either.
Neither was Bradman.
You don't have to be popular though. You don't have to be popular, like Mick Malthouse said. You've just got to be respected. That's
Bradman was hated by the other players. They hated him.
He was hated by most people in cricket circles. He was a prick.
That's right. He was too.
Allegedly.
I've still got my letter from Bradman. I wrote a letter to him. He wrote a letter back. Signed Don Bradman when I was a kid.
Very good.
There you go. About footwork. I was asking about footwork. That's one of my proudest possessions. But then,
Anyway, hello there, Boomer.
Yeah, we made it back, guys. Yes.
Hey, Boomer.
Yes. He was just over on Fiona Street. Oh, it's my bonus. It's down to half now, half size, but still going. It was a good goal. I saw it in the highlights, mate. It was fucking brilliant the way he grabbed it with one claw and ran over and kicked it. I'm talking about Gus Anderson's goal. It's just so fucking good.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
You expect that from
And he got a
Jamie
hard
Elliott
on
or
from
Jack
it.
Higgins. Yeah, I've got a boner. I've still got it now.
Boomer boner.
Yep. Well,
The
yeah,
bo-
if you want to keep
The
that
boner
thought,
went
but I was, yeah, Jesus, guys, I walked into the right place. I don't know.
Hey, is
Oh,
this? I
just
just want to put John's comment back. Is this our secret weapon going into Geelong game? That we've got Bucks sitting next to Chris Scott. Come on, Bucks.
Yes,
Sort us out,
yes.
Bucks. Just get up, Chris. What's his name?
Chris
Chris
Scott.
Scott. Get up his skin,
Yeah.
mate. Get into him.
Yeah.
Bucks isn't on.
I reckon
Bucks isn't on
we
his
need
trainer.
to.
He's an honest trainer.
Yeah, I know, but
well,
I'm
just
afraid
so,
I'm not much of a coach though.
I was over on Fiona's stream before, guys.
I disagree. I disagree. I disagree with that comment. I think he was a good coach at the second half of his coaching.
He was,
I
yeah.
think
From
he
the
was
later
very
stages.
unlucky.
Yeah.
He was very unlucky. He had to take over a basket case that was left by Malthouse, because Malthouse has done a lot of damage to Buckley's first couple of years by the way he orchestrated the players and disrupted the club. So it was really hard to get back on. Yeah, I don't think Buckley was a bad coach. I just think he was out of luck.
I think in the end, Buckley was that type of guy when he just tried to be. He went from being a captain and he just thought that's what you do to be a coach. And when he realised that he could delegate stuff, when he started delegating and he got good assistants under him, like before 2018, then he did actually become a decent coach. But his game plan wasn't the best.
Well, you get the insight to the man. Have you ever read his book? Have you ever read his book? I'll tell you what, that's one of the best sports reads you'll ever read in your life. It'll show you what is in the man's brain. And he was always going to be a coach because of his old man. And so he was. I can remember when his first appearance at Collingwood. I was actually there in the social club when he was there, and he was kicking two footballs around the oval by himself. And he was on 40 metres out, kicking a football on the ground, and he get the next football, and he hit the first football. And I've gone, shit. I mean, I knew he was a good player at Brisbane, but I'm like, shit, that's incredible. And just the way he was moving, and just the way he was professional. I'm going, bloody hell, unbelievable. No, he's a top bloke too, top bloke Bucks.
As a
Well,
19-year-old, he looked
Have
30.
you had some dealings with him, Stu? Have you had some dealings with Bucks?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, when I was down at Collingwood, he was a captain. When I was for the five and a half years, I was doing all the transport and stuff. He was the captain. I got to know him quite well.
There you go.
I actually had his. I never rang him, but I actually had his phone number in my phone. But I just thought I didn't want to be a dickhead and go, "Oh, g'day, Bucks, it's Stu." Oh, yeah, fuck, thanks, mate. Leave me alone. So it was, but I, because through Craig Kelly and that, so because Craig Kelly was his manager, I did a lot of did his wedding, did his Bucks night, did all the transport. So I got to know him quite well. Yeah, he's a really nice bloke.
Oh, there you go.
Hell of a nice fellow, Nathan Buckley. Because his son Jet used to play with my daughter. I used to bring my daughter down to the club, and the kids used to run around playing footy. I used to tell my daughter, "You're going to marry that boy one day. You're going to marry that boy."
Well, wasn't Bucks rushed into the coaching gig because Brace were over at North Melbourne? They were looking for a coach before Chris Scott, and because it could have been Bucks, didn't they rush this whole succession plan, which knocked Malthouse's nose out of joint? I guess what, they all got sand up their vaginas, I think. Would that sound right?
Take the shot.
Oh, mate.
I love it.
Boomer, you're a bastard, because the other day you kept saying it, and after I spoke to you, I picked up my guitar and I started playing, "I got some sand in my vagina."
Well, actually, I wrote a song about a guy called Dan the Waterman. His vagina's full of sand. Dan, I'll be quite blunt. You are just a total fucking Dan the Waterman. Yeah, same thing. It's a good song. Inspired song.
When I was a kid growing up, we used to have the outside dunnies. We used to have Dan the shit can man.
I think that's where it came from. This guy was a different dude, though. Anyway, yes, such his life.
Down the shit can, man.
But wasn't that a whole thing where we got all smart after because we'd won a flag and Bucks was supposed to be an assistant? Like, wasn't there supposed to be a transition of Malthouse out a year or two later, and then Eddie fished him off early to stop Brayshaw getting Bucks? Does that sound right?
No, well, Malthouse agreed to it. He actually agreed to it, and then the last minute he cracked it because he thought he still had. He still thought he had, his toe in the water. Thought, I still got skin in the game, and wasn't accepting of it. And that's when,
someone had to address the players at 3/4 time. This is Malthouse. Sent out someone, one of the assistant coaches. I think it's Scotty Burns or someone. I'm thinking, oh, he's okay. He's just, I don't know, making room here. Is he giving it? Oh no, it was always weird. It was looking like a transition.
Malthouse refused to talk to players at the grand final in 2011. He was refusing to be, he made a lot of mistakes. He cost us that flag with his shenanigans. I find it difficult to forgive him. And he's a nice bloke too. So Mick Malthouse, I found him to be a nice bloke. But
could we have kept him 1 more year, 2 more years after the flag that we got?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Well, that was the plan.
I thought it was a stupid idea. No matter if we won the flag, he's going anywhere and I thought because they were too scared of losing Buckley. That was Eddie Maguire's fault.
Yeah,
and that's why we can't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We can't fall into the same trap with Pendles if he does want to coach. You just got to let him go elsewhere.
Let him go.
Yeah.
Let him go.
Yeah.
He's a common man. He's a common
like
man.
Sam Mitchell. Yeah, like Sam Mitchell. You go to West Coast, learn your craft. You come back to Hawthorn and look at the fucking now. In fact, I'm so envious of that little cunt. He's the sort of kid you'd want to shit in his slot car box at school, But he is fucking good. I hate him so much because he's so fucking good.
Is ruthless. Ruthless. Like Chris Scott.
Well, a lot of great coaches never go back to the club they come from. I mean, Kevin Sheedy never went back to Richmond to coach.
Lee Matthews?
No, he never went back to Hawthorn. Exactly. So it's not necessarily. Malthouse never went back to St Kilda or Richmond. So you don't necessarily become a great coach with the club that you were at. One of our greatest players, well, 2 of our greatest players of all time, coached their club to nothing, or 3 if you include Murray Wiedemann.
Yep.
So it doesn't
Bobby
always
Rose.
necessarily. Bobby Rose was hard. Was probably was the biggest bridesmaid ever. Bobby Rose. As far as a coach.
Well, you want to know something of modern era footy, we'll call it AFL, since 1990. There's only 2 guys, and you know them both well, who've actually coached a premiership at more than one club. Most premiership coaches only ever do it once, and that's Malthouse and fucking Matthews are the only 2 who've actually got premierships at other places. So the way it is now, you go to a club and you win a flag there, you don't win another one.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
yeah.
You're right. You're right. I can't think of any other ones. No, just off. Oh, I can. Sorry. No. Parkin. Oh, no, hang on, not Parkin. Who was?
Yeah.
Parkin
Parkin won a flag at Hawks and then a couple at Carlton.
Yeah. Oh no, he won flags at Hawks. He won the flag in '78 at Hawthorn. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's VFL. Okay. Yeah, because AFL there's VFL, and I think the also here is you got to separate the 2. But there's also post-expansion era, which is all the teams now, the 18 teams, and that's about 2012, isn't it? When we had 18 teams. So there's kind of 3 different eras of footy if you want to go looking for records. What was it today? I brought this out earlier. There were 2 players today, Skip Pendles, the champ, God and God Jr., both got 43 and 42 respectfully, right? That's Pendles and Nick Dacos. There's only been 5 other. There's only 5 other Magpies that have got more than 40 possessions in a game, and that is Dane Swan, Dane Beams, Steele Sidebottom, Nathan Buckley, and Tony Shaw have got more than 40 in a game. And yet we had 2 of the cunts. Recently, Nick 40. We had 2 of them today.
What about there was a game at Victoria Park in 1990. Tony Shaw got 55 possessions. They didn't get 1 Brownlow vote.
Well, actually, the stat was more than 40. I was about to ask, which I did earlier, who do you think actually got the most? Bucks, Danes, Bean or Swan or Sidey or Shorey. No one gets it right. Anyone who guesses all the other players. Tony Shaw is the one who's got the most. Was
He
it
got
55?
55
Was it?
positions.
Wow.
55 at Victoria
What
Park.
year?
Yeah,
What year
1990.
was that again? 1990.
1990.
Against who?
Oh, God.
Saints, maybe.
I'd have to look back on the tape. I can't remember. So it's all flood. It's all
We
going
played
into one big
West
game.
Coast.
The
there, we
records
played
say he had
Saints,
50
Brisbane.
disposals against Brisbane in 91, and that's his best, his biggest.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Who's that?
50, okay.
Tony
Well, yeah.
Shaw, 50
Oh,
against Brisbane in 91.
Okay, all right. There we go. Can't
And he-
argue the facts. I thought he had 50 something possessions at Victoria Park in 1990, and he didn't get one Brownlow vote. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Oh, obviously I am.
That's only if I
Sweet.
trust Google, though.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
But the interesting
That's
thing
a
of that
good point
stat is 5 Magpies in 35 years have got plus 40 disposals, and yet we saw 2 of them happen today. And what was the other one? About 3 years ago, we'd only ever come back from being more than 24 points down the last quarter 3 times in our club history, and we did it twice against Carlton and
Well,
someone else in that year, or 3
but the-
times, whatever.
But you've also got to include the fact that stats were only brought in the later years. So you'd have games in the 70s where Wayne Richardson, who was a prodigious ball getter, he would have got 40 plus possessions in game because Len Thompson was just put to Denny's throat. Wayne Richardson was an absolute ball magnet superstar. So
Again, that's where you say AFL, VFL, you've got to always differentiate that. Yeah. But when they say in club history, I think that means club history, doesn't it?
that's club history.
'Cause
That's
what-
club history. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
But
But they
because
don't take
Pendle
into
said
consideration.
Yeah, but Pendle's, when he was saying that club history of coming back from more than 4 goals down at 3/4 time, he said that's like it was actually twice in club history, and we've done it 3 times in the year. That's what it was. Yeah, which is pretty amazing.
I watched the game. I watched the game on one of those old footy ones during the summer, and Des Tuddenham was playing against St Kilda in 1966, not the grand final. He kicked 7 goals, and me and my mate were sitting there. We counted. He had 41 possessions, 7 goals, 41 possessions in that game. So we're counting all the possessions. It was just ridiculous. It was just
Wow.
absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, 7 goals and 41 possessions. So he was some player, Des Tuddenham. But
So
yeah,
Stefanos has kind of cleared up with the Malthouse changeover here. So
Yeah, what do you think of that
Nicky was a health reason or something, was it?
nah.
Yeah, that rings a bell for some reason.
It was nothing to do with it. His health was fine.
No, but it was
But
definitely
Eddie-
mentioned.
Eddie was saying that. Eddie was saying
Yeah,
that Mick had
Eddie-
come to him
I
and
think
said he wasn't sure if I want to keep doing this, and that was the spin that Eddie was going with, from memory.
He was trying to
Yeah, 'cause,
justify
like-
his position. That's all he was doing, Eddie. He was covering his
Yeah, because
ass.
wasn't there
Yeah.
a thing of but Malthouse is really old and he's probably a few weeks away from being in the retirement home. Like I sort of remember that sort of type of narrative that was being pushed, whether if it's true or not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Eddie tried to play the age card for sure.
Someone's shaving their pubes, by the way.
That's actually me. I was getting bored. But
Are you making a merkin back there, Stu?
yeah. So I'm doing it like
Showing those
yeah. I'm sitting it over to Manny. I'm going to manicure it as a mustache so he can sit on it. But
You've inadvertently turned your camera on, by the way, Stu. Just letting you know in case something pops up there.
Yeah. And we
Oh,
don't
that's
want
Got your
those-
camera on.
oh yeah, sorry. I don't want you to see me. Oh no.
Yeah,
that's all
I
right.
thought I'd give you a courtesy nudge there that your camera
Yeah,
was
that's
on.
all right. Yeah, it's okay, darling. You can sneak back in now. It's all good. No, I can tell you that I can tell you the truth about the Tony Shaw sacking. That's an interesting one. That's the biggest dog act of all time by Eddie Maguire. This is straight out of Tony Shaw's mouth. So Tony Shaw was feeling a bit low about the way the club was progressing, wasn't allowed to get the players he wanted. He kept going, I want to be able to open the budget. Maguire said, no, we can't afford it. Maguire knew what he wanted to do. Tony Shaw walked in his office. There's an absolute fact. He goes, Look, Eddie, I don't know how I'm going, mate. I feel like, he was looking for sympathy. He's saying, I feel like I want to give it away. And Eddie goes, no worries. Okay, Tony, I'll take that on board. Yep, we'll and then within 24 hours, he had Mick Malthouse. Fact.
Wow.
On the phone.
Holy
Fact. He already
Well,
had
do you remember?
That's
Remember, there was a bit of hoo-ha about it, like it was the whole whole announcement on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I thought, Eddie, I fucking like you, but God, this is fucking cringe. This is American bullshit. Do you remember he actually got Mick Malthouse to come onto the TV show and get out of the car? Who wants to be Collingwood coach? Like it's a fucking game show. I thought cringe Maguire, but then the fucker. We got into 2 or 3 grand finals, so we couldn't knife Eddie. You know what I mean? I was always behind him back saying, he's just a fucking journalist. Never trust a fucking journalist. And it's true.
Tony Shaw's never talked to Eddie again, as far as I know. Yeah, so there you go. Because when Tony had his testimony at the club, and this is when Eddie was president, and because this is after he got sacked, and there was a big thing, was at the old social club, so everyone's invited. There was, people from Carlton, people from Richmond, we were there and all that sort of stuff. And the only person wasn't there, Eddie Maguire.
Well, actually, I do have one to bring up, though, which could be different to that. But how Eddie does a podcast with Jimmy Bartell? Only this year or last year, he actually said that Eddie said that Tony Shaw was looking for one of his jumpers, an old jumper from a particular game, like an Anzac Day game or something like that, or whatever. And Eddie said, so I gave it to him and blah, 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 and made himself out to be the hero in the story. So they have, that story, they have reassociated again. But that does happen a lot. Yeah.
I think it was just for convenience, but it wouldn't be like, how you going, buddy? You want a beer, buddy? Yeah. I've been sitting in a room drinking with all the Shaws, and I guarantee you, Eddie Maguire wasn't the taste of the town.
Well, apparently though they were a bit dirty on Buckley because of what happened to Reece Shaw. You know how Reece Shaw went to Sydney and got thrown away, like Tony Shaw was a bit dirty on that. Apparently, I don't know about that.
That wasn't Buckley. That was Mick Malthouse. That was
Mick Malthouse, right? Okay.
Yeah, it was who's Shaw you're thinking about went to GWS. That was Buckley. But and that was Malthouse there. But then when Malthouse did the dirty on Tony Shaw's son Brandon, that was a dirty bloody act. So there's no way Tony Shaw is good mates with a few people in the Collingwood. I'll tell you that right now. He loves the club. Don't get me wrong. He do anything for the club. That's actual. Yeah, that story is true. Yeah. Well, true as what Tony Shaw told me, and I don't think he lied. So I'm pretty sure he didn't lie about it. But
I wasn't pulling you up on that trying to be a smart ass. It's just I do remember him telling you story.
No, you weren't. No, I was just
What's amazing with this story is the way Eddie Maguire made himself the big hero. Like, I bought that jumper and I gave it back to Tony Shaw. Not Tony was happy to get the jumper back because it was a very specific jumper. And he said, I don't even know why I sold it. You know what I mean? So it's probably after that, after he got dirty with Eddie, he would have sold the jumper to get everything, get it out of my fucking sight. That'd be my view. It's some of those things where you throw all your old records away because they remind you of a time you didn't like, or a girlfriend and suddenly they're worth a fortune. Old Beatles records or whatever.
Oh, geez, yeah, I gave all my Beatles records to my nephew, so he got them all.
Do you know what I've got? Used to have at home? A fucking Beatles Sgt. Pepper's Parlophone. The original ones that were made on the Parlophone pressing with the cardboard intact. The cardboard cutout that comes out with it intact. And then when it came up to about 40 years old, I thought, this thing 40 years ago today, this is going to be worth a small fucking fortune on eBay. I threw it on. There was about 100. Every fucker in the world's got Beatles records. They're not worth a cracker. Worth about $40. I thought it'd be worth a couple of grand. So
records pressings are these days. They're not
what was the original? Yeah.
What someone said, Eddie Maguire's got where he's got because he stepped on a lot of necks. Who said that? Someone said that. I can't. No, that sounds about right.
Well, he's a journalist. One thing he did say that does make sense, though, never get into a fight with someone who buys their ink by the 44-gallon drum. which is kind of true. You're never going to win with the press. But the problem is they're such fucking... Look at Carol Wilson and all those wankers who are just press guys. Damien Barrett. They're all fucking wankers.
Yeah, well, just ask Tony Lockett what he thinks of Eddie McGuire. Remember when he threw the crutches at him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
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 What was that over? He was just fucking trying to get a picture of him, wasn't he?
No, he was trying to get a story about his knee, and then Tony just said,
Yeah,
"Leave me
he's
alone."
injured or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's injured. He wouldn't get out the doorway, so Plugger said, "Fuck you," and threw the crutch at his head. So. I've got a ripper for you though. But this is an Eddie McGuire story. So, a mate of mine was Craig O'Brien. Oh, still is. He's still alive. There's Craig O'Brien, played for the Swans, St Kilda, Essendon. Do you remember him? He's a small forward pocket, played for the Swannies, and he's very close mates with Plugger, still is to this day. But Craig was the first ever player suspended by the AFL in 1990, and it was I don't know what it was for, striking, which is probably with Obi would have been striking. So it was very famous because he went to the tribunal, and after the tribunal, they were in the car, they were following the umpire, and they were threatening to kill him. And then Eddie McGuire tried to chase Craig and his brother down for a story, and his brother Glenn wasn't a bloke you'd fuck with because he'd done armed hold-ups, and not armed hold-ups, but he was a painters and dockers guy. That's all I'm going to say. And Eddie sort of turned. Yeah, Eddie was told to fuck off and no one to certain terms, or he's going to going to be sitting at the bottom of Victoria Pier or something. That's a true story. Yeah. Eddie wasn't very popular when he was a young journo. But no, he's done well for
he'd be hanging out with the lads, and then the next day it'd be a story.
Yeah, I was involved in about 3 of them. Not. I was around when that was all going on. When I meant to say, I wasn't actually directly involved, but I was in the in the periphery. I was drinking with the guys, especially Eddie and what's his name, Steve. What's his name from Chat? Steve Quartermain.
Quarters,
yeah, Quarters would be sniffing around for a story, and there was another guy too, and I can't remember his name. It was Channel 7 guy.
Was it Quarters and Dunstall that had a blow up on air once?
Yeah. Dunstall threw his Chinese food in his face.
In the Triple M radio box, the Nazi Goring event. Yes, that's famous.
The Nazi Goring, that's right. The Nazi Goring, that's right. Nazi Goring. Get out of the box. You're an animal. Get out of the box. I would have been on the floor laughing. I would have been laughing my fucking head off if I saw that. I would have been on the floor. Was it Quartermain? Do you remember the story about Quartermain and John Claude Van Damme?
Yeah, something about his missus.
I was thinking about that today, yeah.
Yeah, his missus was an absolute glamour, and John Claude Van Damme was sort of, how you going. And Quartermain reckons he pulled him away and said, he said, I'm going to knock your head in. And he goes, and John Claude Van walked away. And I went, that never happened. That never, John Claude, he probably said, oh, sorry, mate, and walked in and said, apologies, I didn't know that she was your wife. But Quartermain makes it out that John Claude Van Damme was scared of him. Don't think so. But,
my wife, fuck off, or something like that, is what he's reputed to have said. Yeah, my man Van Damme, he would have played the Hollywood fucking press boy, but once you know you're fucking on someone's fucking missus, you don't push the issue because you don't want to get fucking splattered across the papers.
Yeah, I think I told you, Blakes, when Teddy Whitten tried to pull my mum, my old man knocked him out at the party. That's a true story. But I reckon if John Claude Van Damme wanted to pull my missus, I'd go, can I watch? Can I film it? Sit in the cockhole chair? No, I wouldn't do that. On
the story of press getting theirs. Now, this one I got from a Richmond kind of entrenched memory, one of the bar flies at Richmond. So I'm not quite sure how good this one is, but it's a fucking great story. I hope it's true. But when Jack Higgins first turned up at Richmond, he's a bit fucking on the spectrum, shall we say, a bit fucking ADHD or whatever. That fucking piece of shit, Sam McClure, got his number and started ringing him up at different times. And what's happening is McClure was ringing him up, just trying to say, hey, do you want to do this? Do you want to do some photo shots? Can we do a story about you? But every time he did it, he'd always ask about Alex Rance, because at the time, Alex Rance's knee he was breaking these out, really breaking down a lot. And what Quarters was doing was ringing him up at 6:30 in the morning, 11 at midnight, all these different hours, trying to get Higo, who was really fresh to the game, off guard to get a scoop on fucking Rance. Anyway, he goes to the club after a few weeks of this. He goes, that bloody Troy, that Sam McClure, he keeps ringing me up with all shit. And he keeps asking about you. And Rancy's gone, what's he asking? And Rancy, being a bit of a fucking experienced old dog's realising, going, okay, well, how can we get this little cunt? Because he's a fucking snivelling little fucking piece of shit. How can we get him and not get caught? Because he's in the media, so you don't want to fuck up. And some of Rancy's mates have come up with a beauty. What they've done is gone onto eBay, put up all these reds for really cheap antique furniture and cool cars and rare Porsches and shit, and put Sam McClure's phone number on the ads. So Sam McClure is getting all these ads from millions of people asking about the fucking French cabinets and the fucking 1922 Porsches. Like, and look, if it's not true, I'd be sad, but if it is true, Alex Rance, you're a fucking legend.
Yeah, I've actually heard that story before.
Yeah, my niece at the time she was involved in one of these, those Christian, sect churches. Now, whatever they are, I don't know. It's one of these. I'm Roman Catholic, so I don't know. But when she was getting baptised, and so we went along with her. And the guy who was one of the ministers was Alex Rance. He was a minister at this church in Doncaster. No word of bullshit. Yeah, good shit. Is that Alex Rance? Yeah,
after footy or during footy?
After footy. Good question. I think it was after he finished. Yeah, it was about. It wasn't quite 10 years ago. Probably 5-6 years ago. Yeah.
Right. So post footy then, okay? Because he finished up around.
Post footy. Yeah, it would have been post footy.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can't remember if he was. Yeah, he was a pastor. Or...
I found the Dunstall Quartermain clip.
Oh, yes. Cool. Play it.
Grouse.
Why is the future of Trent Crowe more and more cloudy?
The Dodo internet, Matty.
Come on, Quarters.
Why is the future of Trent Crowe
we're reading
more
the
and more
paper
cloudy?
again this morning that he's 6-8 weeks away. Is he going to play this year?
I hope so.
I can't categorically. Okay. Well, why are you having a go at me? I said, is he going to play?
Because what you are doing.
His future is becoming more and more clouded. I just asked you the question.
Shut up for a minute.
I asked you the question.
And I'm trying to answer it, and you won't shut up. All you are doing is facilitating rumour mongering. It is an injury that you cannot put a set number of weeks on. But having said that, if you'd done your research like a good journo, you would know that he hasn't had any setbacks along the way whatsoever. He is back running, and it is going well.
I asked you the question. His future is becoming more and more clouded.
It's not.
And I asked you, will he play this year? And you couldn't say yes or no.
That's not his future. His future's not one bloody year.
Then?
It is not one bloody year. This is exactly what Channel 10 do. This is sensationalism. You're talking shit is what you're doing right now.
Don't swear on air.
You're talking shit.
Don't swear on air. You're better than that.
No, you
Oh, come on, YouTube.
shut up and listen. Don't talk shit
to me like that.
Well, then I won't talk to you.
Get out of the box.
Will do.
I will not work with someone like
I fucking love Dunstall. He
get out of the box right now. Go on, nick off. Just throwing a whole tray of food on me.
A whole tray.
Nick off. I'm not working with those.
Shut up.
Get out.
So, Steve-O.
Get out. That is unacceptable behaviour.
Shut up.
Get out, Jason.
While these
that
guys
is
are going
disrespectful.
Get out, Jason. Get out, Jason. Oh, it's just disrespectful. God, how much of a bitch was Quarters in that? Like, just a little bitch.
If I was Jason and I could have punched him, I wouldn't have hesitated.
Oh, God, lost a lot of respect for Quartermain. What happened?
This guy stood up to Van Dam but couldn't handle some rice getting chucked on him. I doubt it.
Well, I remember when I was up in Brizzy, someone rang into Triple M up there when he was on doing Triple M. And as a Brisbane fan, they said rightfully, why is it we're not getting to watch the Collingwood v Geelong game up here on a Friday night? And Quarters goes off on this big thing. Oh, it's all about the local network and how they reckon they've got a ratings winner. And the guy says, what, you're going to say Twins with Danny DeVito and Arnie Schwarzenegger is a ratings winner over a Collingwood Geelong match? You're pulling your... and got cut off. He was about to say, you're pulling your fucking self, Quarters. But that's it. Like, he was just... Quarters was just spinning the bullshit media do. Who would want to watch fucking Arnie Schwarzenegger and Danny when there's a football match that's imperative for Brisbane being in the finals in 2004? And like, yeah, they were fucked up there. Yeah. But apparently they didn't. It was to do with money, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, that was gold. I always love that. You love to be a fly on the wall with some of these pricks sometimes, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I reckon one of the classic ones of all time is the old world of sport with Alan Jeans and Peter McKenna going at each other. Anyone ever see that one?
Yeah. That was good. Like, yeah, how hard was Alan Jeans was like, he started to talk like this, and you better just, I don't know what you're talking.
He was one tough cookie, Alan Jeans too. I don't know if I'd want to miss him. He was a sergeant in the Victorian Police Force. Yeah, sergeant. Yeah, he was a hard line sergeant. Yeah. Apparently, when Dipper Domenico had a go at him in the club rooms at Hawthorn one day, and Alan Jeans politely said, "Oh, Dipper, can you come in and have a talk to me in the office?" And he turned around and grabbed Dipper and put him up against the wall by the throat. Said, "You ever fucking disrespect me like that in front of the players, I will end you." And
it was something about they were having a beer on a Thursday night after training or something, and
something like that. And Dipper disrespected him. And
Abby, had something.
You ever disrespect like that? I'll end you. And Dipper's going, "I'm sorry, Yabby. I'm sorry, Yabby."
So I've got a request from Stephanos. Stephanos wants to hear the Rex Hunt, Sammy Newman.
Oh yeah, that's grouse. Yeah, that's good.
We'll just watch that one now.
Yeah, that's a beauty. That's piss funny.
If I dared to actually criticise something that was done on.
Sometimes this is annoying.
Is someone in a shopping centre in the background or an elevator?
Oh, it might be me. I'm on speakerphone. I'm charging my phone at the moment. Sorry, guys. My phone is dying. Okay. So I'll limit what I'm saying just so it doesn't annoy you.
Oh, this is... Sorry, guys. I don't think my Wi-Fi is that shit hot in this Airbnb, so just bear with me.
Criticise something that was done on the Channel 9 footy show, they would absolutely belittle you. And it's about time people stood up to him. Heading to Mentone. Hi, Sam.
It's Sam Newman. I'm going to ask you this once. Do you want to take this call from me? Would you like me to go on with this, or would you rather me not? Because you know what will happen, Rex?
What's that, Sam?
You'll be out of business if I go on with this phone call. Would you like me to tell people exactly the conversations I've had with you in the last month to show people exactly the person you are? Would you like me to do that?
So are these conversations that you and...
Yes or no, Rex? You said things that are patently a lie, a fraud, you're dishonest and you're two-faced, and if you'd like if you would like me to go on with this, Rex, consider it, please, because I've got a feeling your career and your reputation are right on the line as we speak, because if you let me go on with this, you will know exactly what I'm saying is right.
Is it relevant to the discussion, Sam?
About what you think of the people at Channel 7, about what you think of the people at Channel 9, and how you've grafted and manipulated your way to be resurrected again. Would you like me to go on with it? And I have witnesses, Rex. Would you or not?
This is an absolute pitiful phone call from a man who is 60 this year, and you are.
Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Did you ring me up and say what Naomi Robson did to me was disgraceful and Ian Johnson was behind it?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Did you say Ian Johnson is nothing but a Well, I won't even say what you called him.
I
Did
said-
you
I-
speak of him in derogatory terms?
I said that I believe
Did
it.
you speak of him in really
Just a
derogatory
moment.
terms?
I said that Ian Johnson and John Sorrell spread a rumour about me in the early.
No,
Just a
nothing
minute.
to do with it. That's nothing to do with it.
See, you are a pitiful individual. You are. You're a pitiful individual, and
Did
this
he
is
say he
typical.
would have you back at 7 while you had a hole in your bum, Rex? And did you grovel and say he's a guru and he's a great man? You don't like him because he gave you the arse and he wouldn't piss on you, Rex, and you know it. And you are just grovelling because you might almost be just about finished yourself.
And you know what? I wouldn't mind that particular day, Sam, because then I wouldn't have to put up
You
with
are
individuals
a
like you.
fraud,
By the way,
a liar,
would you
and
like
a
me?
two-faced buffoon, Rex?
Would you
And
like
can
me to
carry
start?
on with all the crap that you go on with, but in the end, you are a coward. If I told you now on this radio station some factual things about you, Rex, you would be laughed and driven out of this state. And it ill behoves you to start telling me and questioning what my motives are when you are a two-faced fraud and liar. People will realise you are a disgraceful, lying, two-faced prick.
There you go, Sammy. Don't hold back, mate.
That's gold. Is that gold or what?
Gold.
And you know the funny thing, I'd have Sammy Newman's back on that argument. I reckon Sammy Newman's a better character than Rex is. Rex is a wanker.
They're both fucking wankers, really. I just know that Sam Newman was on a podcast recently with Wayne Carey. Both of them saying, like, oh, well, basically it was alpha males being fucking idiots. Like, one thing you got to realise about it, you don't attract attention to yourself. If you're not getting a publicity, they need that bad publicity. But Sam Newman used to get a taxi from Ballarat to Geelong when he was playing in Geelong, and Geelong used to pay the bill. And most of the other players were fucking still being apprentice fucking carpenters, like Buddha Hocking and that. They were doing apprenticeships and doing real work. Sam Newman was getting a fucking taxi from Ballarat to Geelong. Talk about golden hair entitled little fucking cunt.
This is a fact. When Sam was playing for Geelong in the 70s, he was living in East Doncaster.
Well, earlier in the piece, they used to pay for a cab for him. Jack Dyer bought that one up.
Has anyone met either of them? Has anyone met either of them?
I've met Sam. I've talked to Sam. Yeah.
As have I on Street Talk one day.
Oh, did you go on Street Talk? Did you?
No, I didn't get on because I fucking bested him. Yeah, they set it up nowadays. They don't let you best him.
Yeah,
I was pretty good. I was ready for him.
I talked to him at a function once, but yeah, he was all right. He was polite, and it was away from cameras. He was quite all right. Yeah. But
you remember when you remember when his girlfriend had nearly backed up? Oh, sorry, you go. Sorry, dude, we're on delay. Sorry.
I'll tell you a funny story. One day I was at the Preston Markets, and I was having a lunch break with a mate of mine, and they was filming Street Talk at Preston Markets. And, and I said to my mate, I said, you watch this. They'll go around and find any nuff they can, and they'll speak to the nuff to go, oh, we'll pick on this guy, and just to make Rex look good. No, not Rex, make Sam look good. And within about a minute, a bloke walks up to me and taps me on the shoulder and goes, hey, do you want to talk to Sam, mate? He asked me if I wanted to talk to Sam. And I went, yeah, I must be look like a nuff. I said, no, I'll be right. I shot myself in the foot on that one. But I talked to him about that. Hey?
Remember when his girlfriend tried to run over him in the car? She tried to reverse over him or some shit like that. Well, about 3 weeks after that, I'm at Footscray Market doing some fucking work there, and I've just come out of this place packing up the van, and he walks along, and I've gone, hey, and the guys come up ahead of you and say, yeah, look, you want to talk to Sam? Yeah, okay, yeah, cool, I'm good. I've got no fucking warrants or anything. You can come and look. So he comes over thinking he'd be real fucking clever, thinking I'm a local Footscray supporter or something like that. I said, so Sam, we're feeling a bit run down, mate. And I just started spieling and ragging on him about how his girlfriend can probably drive better than he can and all this shit. And they just went straight past me. Like, give it to this clown. They didn't like that at all. Yeah. So I got sharpened.
Do you ever go to the Footy Show recordings, the show itself?
No.
Yeah, I did. I went once.
It was boring as
I went
shit.
once.
Yeah.
The
It was the show when they were really like the hot topic was like tackling in like junior games, because apparently there was like a rule where like there was like no tackling or something. So Sam basically came in on like one of those like I don't know what they're called, but you know those like big balls that you go into and you roll in them and shit.
Oh yeah, well they've got a certain name for them. I can't remember what they are.
Yeah. Yeah, you sort of crawl into them, and you basically like you just inside this ball and you roll everywhere. So it was supposed to be like a joke about how we're wrapping everyone in cotton wool, all the kids in cotton wool and stuff. So that was basically supposed to be the joke of it. That was the episode that I saw. I couldn't tell you when it was, but it was probably about maybe 10 years ago, maybe just before. It was definitely pre-COVID, so it would have been around maybe 17, 18. I think. I can't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah, I went to Channel 9 Studios in Richmond. Yeah, saw it. Mate of mine dragged me along. Oh yeah, I'll go. I couldn't be bothered, to be honest. I went, I'll go. Boring as batshit. Yeah, it was just boring. I was just bored as about bugger. Hey, is it true? Is it that Rex Hunt's got dementia or something? Did I read that right?
I have
Someone else. Does anyone else know that's true? Rex Hunt dementia?
No, don't know. Don't know.
Didn't he also have something with Davis as well? Because I think he had an issue with Leon Davis.
Who did?
Yeah.
Hunt. Wasn't it like a comment he had towards Leon Davis, and Leon Davis wasn't too happy with it or something? I could have.
Yeah, it was in commentary. It was in commentary. I don't think I should repeat it, but yeah, it was during commentary. He said something that was a bit distasteful. I don't know. Look, it came across as racist, but I do actually believe Rex. I don't think he meant it in a racist way, but it came across as very racist.
Okay.
I could probably just say it, can't I?
Yeah, why not?
I think I know it, but
so, yeah. So he was having a really bad day, Leon Davis, and Rex Hunt says, like, Leon Davis got the footy, and Rex Hunt says he's as black as a dog's guts.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but he was saying it in a way like he's had a stinker of a game.
Yeah, he didn't mean they came out. Yeah,
yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
One that you know, talking about Dennis Cometti, one he got away with, which I picked up on, was Koutoufides, who was having a bad game, and Dennis Cometti's gone, Koutoufides, today he's got more vowels than kicks, which I thought was a bit fucking racist towards Greeks.
Yeah.
Oh, we still there? Okay, you
Yeah,
see,
still
Boyd reckons Gary Lyon Dermy. What's the Gary Lyon Dermy one?
Not sure. I'm
I
having a
don't
look.
know.
Oh, you're looking up now.
I don't know.
I'm trying to think. There was because there's
It was about the line in the sand, I think. It was a line in the sand game about that.
Wasn't there a fight on the footy show? I'm forgetting who it was, but all I remember was there was a fight
David
breaking
Schwartz.
out, and possibly
David Schwartz and
Sammy and Schwartz.
Yes, because
the pie in the face.
Yeah, that's right. Because all I remember was Chris Tarrant was on the show, and Eddie Maguire was shielding Chris Tarrant away. He's like, mate, you don't need to be part of this.
No, you know what it was?
Yeah.
Sammy came out with a pie, a cream pie, and just like
and just like laid it
in Schwartz's face, he smashed him
Yeah, I
in the
remember.
face with this pie.
Yeah.
And then David Schwartz got up and just shoved him like that. He fell off the back of the stage into the back of the studio.
Actually, I'm just curious because, like, in the current day,
And Eddie was
if there was a
protecting
TV
Chris
show
Tarrant.
where like that happened, do you think that a fight would have broke out? Do you think? So basically, if I don't know, trying to think of like a TV show host, like if someone threw a pie in like Lipinski's face, do you think he would get up and start punching, or just
Lipinski?
like no? I just trying to throw a place.
Fucking kidding me?
I'll tell you,
No, but I'm just saying,
Lipinski would love a cream pie.
Oh, God.
Oh, fucking oath. Fucking oath he would.
That's actually my fault. I walked into that one.
He'd start licking it up.
He'll get it from Anthony.
He bought him on seconds.
Anthony will look it up for
only
him.
the last couple of minutes, and that is the video reporting officer, Ian Robinson, has laid several reports as a result of the round 11 matches. Let's go back to Friday night. There was an incident involving Tarrant and Carroll in the match between Collingwood and the West Coast Eagles. Tarrant has been nabbed for striking. That'll go up probably on Tuesday night. There will be no tribunal tomorrow night because the AFL, of course, conducting its Hall of Fame gala evening. Now, there has been another couple of reports, and this will come as no surprise. This is from the MCG yesterday, and it was one of the brawls that, as all the commentators have been saying, has taken us back to the 80s there. Now, two reports have so far been laid. Simon Beaumont for striking Justin Murphy, and also Justin Murphy for headbutting Simon Beaumont. So they're the two reports that have been laid so far. Ian Robinson, as I say, the video reporting officer, has requested more video footage. So more reports will be laid tomorrow. But as it stands now, just the two reports emanating from that three-quarter time scuffle.
Now, they were teammates. They were ex-teammates, weren't they? Was it Beaumont and Murphy? They both used to play for Carlton. And they were going to go have dinner that night, and then they got in a punch. They got in a punch on.
Between it was more than a scuffle, it was a full-on Barney between Hawthorn and Essendon. So Justin Murphy and Simon Beaumont, the first players to be reported as a result of that. Now, certainly some behind-the-scenes angst as well, particularly on this morning's edition of the Sunday Footy Show, when it was, reported in the papers this morning that Dermott Brereton made his way to the Hawthorn rooms at half-time, and the fingers firmly being pointed at Dermott Brereton for, for want of a better expression, instigating that particular fracas there. Now, on the Sunday Footy Show this morning, Dermott certainly took umbrage to any suggestion like that. Here's part of what Dermott Brereton, one of the Hawthorn directors, had to say.
Did you sit back in the grandstand there and go, oh, geez, I feel a bit responsible for this?
No, that's it. Gary, that is an ordinary comment.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, well, it's an ordinary accusation.
It's not an accusation, it's a question.
Like you have done when you go down to the rooms, people ask your advice. You are not responsible for driving them when they're out on the ground. And in fact, I stand by the Hawthorn players. I was very happy for a team that's only won 2 games and have had it put over them in recent weeks to go out there and fly the flag. They drew a line in the sand. I think it was fantastic. To suggest that I am responsible for some of the actions that go on out in the ground is a ridiculous question and or statement. The players make the decisions out on the ground. They go out and carry out their actions.
All right, Dermott Brereton with Gary Lyon just trading verbal blows there on the Sunday Footy Show this morning. If Dermott was angry then, he'd be even angrier now when he looks at the ladder and see Hawthorn once again.
Where are Essendon now and where are Hawthorn though since then?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
That's right.
Like that, what was that, 2005, 2004?
What was that? Names except the Kangaroos. Everyone's got their proper name except North. They've got the Kangaroos. What the fuck? Did they run out of North Melbourne? Or they can't spell Melbourne? What the fuck's going on there?
There was a period of time where they moved away from North Melbourne, just called themselves the Kangaroos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then
They did,
reverted
yes.
back.
They became the Kangaroos.
They did.
I tell you what, Derby's a real fucking smart cookie. There's one time on Triple M when him and Eddie and Richard Duclos did it, and they're doing just general shit. And Derby says, what was it? Today the Phoebe twins, Stephen and whatever it is, fucking Dick or someone. Stephen and blah, blah, Phoebe are both 28 years old or something like that. And Richard Duclos goes, what? They're born on the same day? And Derby's just like, yes, Bridget, they're twins. Like, fucking hell, how dumb. She was the dumb blonde. I used to love giving her grief. She never ever got it too. Yeah, Derby's a fucking good bloke. I like Derby. He used to talk about the best thing you do when someone cleans you up is never get revenge, because then they think it's coming for the rest of their life. When you get close to him, say, it's coming now, and they'd always miss the ball and he'd get a fucking possession. He used to say that a lot. He's a fucking cool dude, bro. Demi. He hadn't played for us. Oh, how cool is that?
My mum was a twin, and the night when she was born, my grandfather was celebrating down at the local pub, and they said, "Oh, Greg, we've heard you've had twins. Are they identical?" And he said, "Well, one of them is, the other one isn't." Very unidentical twins. Stephanos is a twin.
Oh, there we go. In fact, we actually...
Are you the good twin or the evil twin, Stephanos?
A bit of column A and bit of column B would be the answer. I did notice that an Essendon fan had a very amusing shirt on today on the footy. It was, I'd like to agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. And I thought, what a cool fucking t-shirt. I want one of those. Unfortunately, he was an Essendon supporter, so he wasn't too happy about that.
It was interesting. I haven't been to an Anzac Day game for over 15 years, and it was really interesting to just see how accepting Essendon fans were, like all these years on, where they weren't like cussing and carrying on. It was just like, yeah, that's us. That's how we've been for 20 plus years. It was really interesting. I think if it was Carlton fans, would be a different level, you know, where they're. Yeah, geez, that really took me by surprise, that win today. How we just hammered them in the end.
Yeah. On the twin conversation, I've got twin uncles. I've actually got a funny story about them if you guys want to hear it, because it's kind of not footy related, but it's a story I have mentioned on the podcast.
Yeah, go for it, Sean. Go for it.
Yeah. So obviously you guys know the story about my hospital trip where I basically coughed up, some stuff like to the side of when I was in the hospital bed, I coughed up some stuff on the side of the floor, which was basically the blood. I'm assuming you guys know the story.
Sorry, I missed
sorry,
the.
Sean,
What was the story?
Yeah.
What is the story?
Yeah. So basically, so anyway, long story short, I had so I basically had a situation where I was in hospital and I had a infected lung with pneumonia, and pretty much I was basically when I got to the emergency ward and I was trying to cough up some stuff, I thought it was a bit of phlegm. And I won't say that story because that story would take a bit, because it's more about like the uncles and everything. I basically coughed some stuff up on the side. Turns out it wasn't phlegm, it was blood. So obviously I wasn't, I was in a pretty sick way, obviously. Anyway, a few days later, I'm basically like in hospital, like trying to recover and everything. Being pretty sick, and I had a phone call from my twin uncles because they live together and stuff like that. And yeah, basically, long story short, he as I was telling them like my situation and stuff, they basically thought the solution, because obviously, I'm still losing weight and stuff, but they actually thought the solution to being better was to drop some weight. So they thought, oh well, if you actually drop some weight, you actually wouldn't be having these issues. And I was basically telling them, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure coughing up blood isn't due to me actually losing any weight. So yeah, bit of a long story and stuff, but that's basically like how it all played out. So when the whole twins thing happened, I thought it would have been a pretty funny story to tell. So apparently you can fix a infected lung and pneumonia while coughing up blood. All you got to do is just lose all you got to do is just lose a little bit of weight.
Sounds like a YouTube or a fucking Facebook remedy to me.
Yeah.
In fact, with aromatherapy, you never see a fucking aromatherapist at a car accident, do you? Bring me the fucking lavender. This guy's embedded in the windscreen.
Yeah. If only I dropped 10 kilos that week, I wouldn't have coughed up blood.
Well, what did it come from? What was the cause of the fucking blood? Was it like a
infected lung? Yeah, so
okay.
I had an infected lung and ammonia. So I was a very, very sick person for a few weeks in hospital trying to recover. I said it in one. I think it was one of the mixed streams. Mind you, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning when I said it. So, that's when we get to our sort of weird hours. But yeah.
Does anyone know who's Daz?
Daz, don't know.
No
Daz
idea.
was on a few of mixed streams last year, if it's the same guy.
Okay.
Daz or Gaz?
No, Daz.
Daz, yeah, Daz was on a few of mixed streams last year.
Okay.
I'm terrible with names, to be honest.
All right. Let's let Daz in. Let's take a punt here. Daz.
Hello.
Daz. How you doing?
Can you hear?
Yes.
You there, Matt?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might not remember. It was on sort of like midway through last year, or whenever Mick started, about a month after he started. Got into finals. You might, yeah, you probably don't remember.
I remember your voice now. How you doing?
Jumped on, yeah, more so probably finals time. I reckon I probably got the courage to get on. I was listening to a lot of the stuff beforehand, but yeah, I tended to just listen.
Oh, cool.
So don't be frightened. I'm not an opponent or anything like that. I true highs, but yeah. Quite happy to listen to you guys.
Okay, well, welcome.
Thank you.
Was over on Fiona's stream earlier. Voidoid will back this up because he's part of this story. And Noel came on, who's a regular over at Fiona's Essendon stream. And it's a bit of a wake over there, but they were happy. Just very sad, but we beat them. And Noel's come on like, Collingwood, yeah, well, you only beat us because we were shit anyway. It wasn't that good. You only just beat Carlton last week. And, oh, dude, he was really like, he was hurting bad. But he was sort of like, giving us grief that you could just see, obviously, Buster, his multi didn't come home. And Voidoid jumps on in the chat and says, geez, that's the Anzac spirit, mate. Good to see you, or something like that. Beautiful one-liner from Voidoid. And it wasn't, he was just, oh, did he moan about us? Then they started talking about chocolate biscuits. So that was their stream. But what's his name? A guy called Mohammed Pies went over there and was basically making a bit of a cunt of himself. And I think he got barred because I didn't see his name in the chat. But Fiona gave him a warning, and he was trying to give him grief. And you don't give grief. Don't get bad. He's been
that's not needed.
Yeah, he's been a bad winner. And I hate being a bad winner. You just go over there and you be a winner, but you don't be a bad winner. That's a fucking So
was that Mohammed Pies? Was it?
Yes, it was. And I'm going to let him know next time I see him to fucking pull up. And if he's going to behave like an imbecile, he'll, if you behave like an imbecile,
he's very childish. He's childlike, that fella.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that.
Yeah, I do. Anytime I'm on Facebook, I do see posts of him like saying like, "Oh, I went on to these opposition forums, Carlton and whatever," and he's like, "Oh, I told them how it was," and it's like, "Come on, mate! Like, just ease up, like,
We don't want that.
Especially as well too. Like, at least show some sympathy for the opposition. Like, and it's I don't know, because it's one thing. I know it's like Essendon and there's like a little bit of a rivalry there, but it's like they're going through some shit times. You know what I mean? If it was like if it was like a 1 point win or loss or whatever, either way, and like it was neck and neck, and even then things can get a little bit not like tense, but at the end of the day, just keep it just as long as it's banter, just keep it there. if you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
um,
No,
yeah,
there's got to
it's like-
be
it's
there's
not
got to
like
be a
art.
level. Yeah, there's got to be a level of respect's not the right word, but there's just if you're going
Decorum.
to go on another if you're going to go on
Mm.
another supported stream, and this goes
Mm.
for anyone, you know,
Yeah.
you join their community. You don't just go there to just be a cunt. You know,
Yeah.
we wouldn't accept it here. I'm sure Matt wouldn't accept it. I'm sure Mick wouldn't accept it. You know, you just if the people just want to join in and have a bit of banter and have a good time, whatever. But nah, you don't be a cunt and you don't belittle.
We had a fucking ball with Rocco in the stream the other night. That was actually one to remember,
Oh.
wasn't it? We got the
Oh,
scumbag Dalton boy in. It was brilliant. I fucking loved it. And he did well, and he gave as good as he got, and it was not nasty. We had fucking fun. It was really good. I look forward to Rocco.
Actually, low key, that was actually one of my favorite probably moments ever on like doing like content creation, or it's not that I create content or anything like that, but like even though I have like in the past, but in terms of these like streams and we're on here where like talking, which is essentially content, but in this like sort of atmosphere and like having Rocco on the other week, that was like some of the best shit we had. Like, you know what I mean? So like,
Oh, thanks, guys.
and like in terms of but it's just like everyone like as a community though, I feel like we've built like a really good like community, like like even people in the chat, people that talk here and stuff, like the community that we have, it's fucking awesome. Like, and like at the end of the day, it's we're just here to like talk shit. We're here to we have our gripes with certain like players, and we all have our opinions in certain directions. But at the end of the day, we're Collingwood people, and even people that aren't Collingwood people still turn up and they have a good time, because we're just about vibes. We chill out, we hang out, and as long as it's, and again, like banter's like fantastic, banter's amazing, but don't turn banter into abuse. Like that's just not on.
Yeah, well said. In fact, Voidoid, he really carries the can so well. He is a perfect representative for us because he gets in there. He actually knows more about Essendon than what a lot of the Essendon fans do. And that's great. That's a footy fan. He loves the club. Look, here's something I've got to say about Fiona, but she just had her first birthday today. That's why I gave the shout out over on Anthony's stream earlier, because it's her first birthday, which means when you look at Essendon's record over there, they got one in a row 2 weeks back, and their last one in a row was 320 days earlier. She has been doing reviews for a year of their 16 losses in a row, and yet she turns up every fucking week. She hosts everyone on the stream. She's gone through fucking shit, and when her club's up and about, so is she. And when her club's bleeding, so is she. Like, I've got to commend her, man. Hats off and salute her. She's a dead set, really brilliant chick. Really into her footy, loves it. And she's gone through the worst parts. There's a fucking true supporter, man. You got nothing but admiration for her, and she commands respect. That's why I gave her the shout out. And Mohammed go over there getting grief and then getting barred. Beautiful. I just loved it. And he'll be reminded of his antics too. And he'll be a better person because of it. But Fiona, really worth it. She's a great chick and great stream.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I tuned in for about maybe 5 minutes because I was waiting for this stream to come up. And I mentioned at the start of the stream because, Kev was trying to get on and he couldn't get the audio working. and basically, she was just like, "Oh, I know you're a Collingwood supporter, but are you safe to talk to?" And I'm just going, "Nah, he's the most just like having like a laughing emoji as well. And I don't know how she took it or if Kev ever got on to speak and stuff, but oh god, it was hilarious. But that's just that's. I feel like as long as we're doing that stuff and like, at the end of, and again, it's also like sort of read the room a bit too, like. Especially with Essendon, like Essendon people are suffering as much as it is. So it's like they don't need people, to be coming in and telling them they're terrible or whatever. They already know that. They're already smart enough to know that. So unless if you're, and not and unless if you're there to sort of just about, hey, we can't really say good game, unfortunately, but like. Because unfortunately it was a bit of a belting and one of their worst losses for a while. But Yeah, no, I've got fucking huge because as someone that has done content creation, if your team's not doing well, like, and that's with Collingwood, we're fortunate enough to where we play so many games and win so many games to the point where, yeah, we can have a bad patch here and there, but like our bad patches only go for what, maybe a month at most. Outside of what 2021, we don't really have like bad seasons. You know, outside of 2021, a bad season for us is finishing like 13th. Like, imagine, as much as I also try to, you know, I do try to keep in mind of people that, you know, even like say like St Kilda, they've won one flag in 150 years. Yeah, we can like give banter and we can talk about that stuff and blah blah. But at the end of the day, it's like, like for the people that do rock up every single week and it's like they only see 2 losses. They only see like 2 to 3 wins a year. Like, if anything, we should be applauding people like that because that's fucking character. Like, that's
absolutely, Sean.
That's
absolutely.
Like that's because you know I can put in effort for like for the content I've done, like Matt with his and Mick and Anthony with his as well. But it's like we don't get bad periods of like football to where it's like, and I feel like if anyone does sort of quit, which I don't know, I feel like I sort of did in a sense for a couple of years, and I'm hoping to come back soon. But it's like we don't experience like to the level of like a team that has actually experienced, like even like Melbourne, when Melbourne was sitting on the bottom for year after year. We don't have that, you know, and we probably won't ever have that because, you know, we are Collingwood and we seem to get people that know what they're doing, you know, and then when they don't, we sack them and then we get someone better anyway, you know. So it's like, yeah, again, I sort of just read the room and at the end of the day, just, I don't know, just be better.
Yeah,
you know,
perfect, Sean. Read the room is such a good statement because, like I said before, we just want to have a general chit chat and shit talk about Collingwood and other crap. We don't need opposition supporters in here just hanging shit on us constantly. You know, it's not the forum for that. So no, it's disappointing. I don't watch that lady's stream, but by all reports, she's doing a great job. So, you know, it just that sort of stuff just gives us a bad name. And instead, what he should be doing is he should be, you know, putting his best foot forward in there, and you know, inviting Essendon fans if they want to come in here and listen to a bit of chit chat as well. You know, like that's sort of
I just get the feeling that he's new, either new to the game or new to Collingwood. He's just, I think he's a nice guy, but he just seems a bit naive and a little bit childlike when he comes to talking about the game. And I think he probably thinks it's cool what he's doing, like going over there but I think he might pull his head in and learn from that and realize that that's not cool. There's not cool. No one likes a bad winner.
He sort of plays like there's, I don't know what the term is, but it's like he sort of plays for social media points. He doesn't you know, go about things in terms of, and I don't say this meaning he's a bad person, but he doesn't go into thinking as if he is a good person. He goes in there wanting to like win the argument, to like win points. Like he's
like a game. I think he sees it like it's gaming. Like this is it's part of the game. But what he doesn't realize is that you're playing with people's feelings. Like when your footy team gets smashed by an arch rival and we're all just having a bit of therapy, hanging out, and then someone from the opposition team who you don't know goes and starts sniping. Like for me, if that's I'm firing up about that. Like, who the fuck are you? Fuck off. You know, like that's the last thing we need. It's like,
and again, especially as well, like with Essendon, with where they are, we don't. I mean, I'm probably in an era where Collingwood have been very successful. So maybe guys that are a bit older than me can speak to when Collingwood were a bit worse than what we've shown in the past. 25 years. So, but like in the past 25 years, we outside of maybe 3 or 4 seasons, we haven't been shit. Where
this Ray is saying Fiona goes to every training session every week, including pre-season. She makes great content. So, yeah.
Wasn't she on Swoop? Didn't Swoop have a collaboration video with her too? So
Yep, they do. They just did this week, and also she's been doing with. She's also been doing with Pom in Oz. He and her both do a Monday night review of their games, Carlton and Essendon, respectively.
Yeah.
So for the last few months, God, that'd be like a fucking funeral wake, wouldn't it? But they both, like I said, they turn up. They turn up every fucking week, and they do a great job. And when your team's going shit, you know who the true supporters are. And I thought we nearly had Pom over. I thought we nearly had Pom over here too. He was almost looking like a magpie about 3 weeks ago, but he's gone back to the Dogs. He's gone back to the blue side.
I wouldn't have him. I don't like team changes unless you're really young. When you change teams, I might give you a pass. But if I met, like, I lived in Sydney for 10 years, and I'd meet Swan supporters. Oh, so who do you follow in the footy? Oh, Swans. But I used to follow Carlton. Don't talk to me.
Yeah,
don't talk to me.
Agreed.
Like if someone said, "Oh, I'm a Collingwood. Oh, I'm a Collingwood." I used to be a Carlton supporter. Don't talk to me. I'd rather you be a Carlton supporter.
Yeah, that's
weird.
I don't especially when it's like a change like that. If you go from like
Guys, I got the worst. I was a magpie in fucking Brisbane during the three-peat. And did I get no grief. Then when they started going shit, how's your footy team go? What's football? It's not even a real game. I follow rugby.
KFL.
I said to them, hey, you wouldn't go too far if you didn't have your fucking salary cap bonuses because that pays for fucking Vossi and Ackers and all that. What are you talking about? It's called a retention cap. No, it's not. It's called a fucking retention salary cap. You get fucking $500,000 more. Or do we? Like, oh, God, they were such fucking idiots. I actually hate Brisbane.
That cost us at least one flag, that whole bullshit.
I agree.
And,
but we're pies. We wear it and walk on. We still got, hey, guess what, dude? 16 is better than 15, isn't it? 16 is better. And we have got the most. Equal the most, but we do it without drugs and without cheating. So there we go. In fact, Brisbane fans and Carlton fans, I now have level pegging. And that's big. Because my Carlton hate is inbuilt, but my Brisbane one is made from up there. More because they're fair weather friends. Like they weren't supporting during the 10. Yeah, they are.
Brisbane fans are painful. And so are Swans. Like I lived in Sydney for 10 years. Oh, they used to wind me up, and often because their knowledge was not the best. So, and that's fine. But when you're arrogant and you don't know what you're talking about, that's a bad combination. I can
absolutely. Because that's the thing. I can stop someone that's arrogant, but at least they know their stuff. But if you're arrogant but clueless at the same time,
if you guys remember, like I lived in Sydney from 2002 to 2012, and every year Collingwood came up and we played out at Homebush. I reckon I saw nine wins and 1 loss in that time.
That was a special
the only
run.
one we lost that I saw was a prelim in 2012.
Well,
that was after poor old Johnny McCarthy passed away. That wasn't very. Oh, that was awful.
Here's one. There was a game last year where
that day, because I'm sure the vibes would have been like as if it was like a funeral. Was that?
You know how Collingwood plays at Adelaide Oval? Like that's just our fortress. Back in the early 2000s, right through till 2010s, it was the best time of year. I'd come down to Melbourne and go to 2 or 3 games a year. Lucky enough to be an MCC member, but it was just lock it in, go out the Homebush on the train with all the Collingwood supporters, and you just knew we were going to win. We just owned them out there. And what was awesome, we never had to play them at the SCG, because if we did play them at the SCG, they would have won.
Yeah. No, but in terms of the 2012 game in isolation, did it feel like when you were there? Did it feel like a funeral? Like
Yeah.
all the players were
Yeah,
just
there was
like
just no spark. There was absolutely
Yeah.
no
Oh,
spark. We
mate,
just couldn't get it happening.
They had the funeral. I think they had the funeral on the Friday in Sorrento.
Yeah.
So I think it was the day. Was it the day before? So
something like that. Yeah. Because
Oh,
they played on the
but, like-
Saturday night, I believe. Because
Yeah.
especially with the McCarthy, like with that game, like that I think that's. Oh, I'm sure there's like other games, but that's one game I tend to like watch every so often. I still struggle to watch that game without tearing up, only because I actually had an interaction with him, and like, I don't know if I've actually said this story or not, but it was around 2010. I was about 15, and you know, I've had issues with like anxiety and just like I've had moments of like depression and things like that. And anytime it came to, you know, looking at footballers, I always looked at them as if they were like superheroes, like they were like they were the best thing ever to me. You know, so if I saw like Penderbury, I would look at him as if I was seeing like Superman for the first time or Iron Man for the first time. You know, and like someone like McCarthy, yeah, he was a bit of a fringe player at that point, and he was playing VFL a lot. But like any Collingwood player to me was like, "Oh, you're a Marvel superhero." Yeah, you might have been like Hawkeye or something, but you were still this Avenger. You know what I mean? Like you were still a part of the group. And so I was like struggling to like talk to him and stuff. He actually sat down with me for a good like 20, 30 minutes. And we just had like food together and stuff. And he genuinely like sat down and got to know me and everything. And for someone that was like struggling, like I've had moments, even like as recently as a couple of years ago, I had moments where I would freeze in front of players and I just wouldn't move because I'd just be in a state of shock. And I just wouldn't be able to. Yeah, you'd just be like frozen in time. So, and yeah, he was one of the ones where he basically sat down because he was getting lunch himself, and I want to say the VFL game just finished, and we were just waiting for the AFL game to start. So we went there as like a pre-game thing. And yeah, he was grabbing his lunch and stuff, and we sat down. Literally had lunch with him and stuff, and like I'm just in awe of this guy. And you know, because I know he played for Collingwood. Oh yeah, you're number 3 because he was wearing number 3 at the time, and yeah, just
he was,
the
number 3. They must
Yeah,
have thought
he was-
a lot of. They must have thought a lot of him early on to give him that number.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he was just a bit of a fringe player, though, and I think, you know, because we traded him to Port Adelaide, and I think he was just one of those guys where he wasn't, like, cemented in the squad, but he was good enough to get some draft capital, and I think that's what happened. And he wasn't getting a game every week because he wasn't like in the best 22. But yeah, but I just remember from someone that was just. Oh, sorry, from someone like me where I was struggling to just speak to players in general, he was the one that went out of his way just to be like, just to make it known, hey, I'm human, like, you know, let's have a sit down, let's just have a chat. I don't even think we even spoke about football. Like we spoke about like video games, we spoke about just things that, you know, were happening. Well, I'm sure we probably did because I'm a Collingwood nuffy, but like. But yeah, it was just like he was such a genuine person, and it was just, you know, for someone like myself, like I still rarely like I mean I'll speak to players and stuff, but it takes a lot out of me to like speak to any of the players just because of that anxiety that hits. And yeah, so any time I try to watch that game at least like once a year. I know we lose it, but it's just to, yeah. And it was one of the first players I even like sort of like saw in person as well. I can just, yeah. I don't know. For me, it's just whenever I think of him, like I just think of like, oh, he was the one that sort of, he didn't cure my sort of anxiety when it came to talking to players, but fuck, he didn't hurt my chances. you know. So I couldn't speak speak highly of it.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
You know how you said like you see some like footy players as superheroes?
Yeah.
Is Lipinski Catwoman?
I mean, the more I get older, obviously, like I don't know, because I'm now over 30 now. Like, obviously, a lot of the kids, I don't see them as superheroes anymore. Just because, I don't know, I think it's kind of weird for a 31-year-old to look at a 18-year-old and go, "You're Iron Man" or "You're Catwoman." So, but like,
or Poison Ivy.
But definitely when I was a kid, I was for sure.
Or maybe it's Poison Ivy.
Poison Ivy, Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure every kid's done that where they've looked at like obviously they don't say it word for word, but it's like it's a similar vibe, I guess. You know, like you look at Pendlebury, like he's Iron Man or he's Superman. And you look at Nick Dacos and think, oh, he's probably Batman or. You know,
and we have no Robin.
True.
Well, it's actually wouldn't that be Lipinski? Wouldn't Lipinski be Robin?
Perfect.
Anyway, yeah. So just on McCarthy and stuff, like he's just I'll never say a bad word about him because he was awesome for me. Like, and especially when I had such an issue with things like anxiety and stuff. Like he was just the dude. He was just a guy, just a normal guy that just he just wanted, like, we just literally had lunch together before a game and everything. I don't think he was playing because I think he had a VFL game, so he just finished his VFL game and got back, then went to the AFL game to watch. But just that interaction, like it was like, I've probably taken up too much of you guys' time with this like story, but it's just
mate.
No, it's great.
It's all good, Sean. It's all good.
Just to touch on that period of time, I went up 1 year. And I reckon we were like 5-1 underdogs. I don't know what year it was because, like Matt mentioned, we won bloody like 8 out of 9 or something ridiculous up there. Yeah. I remember one time we were just horrendous underdogs, and I remember taking the train because it's bloody miles away, Homebush. You don't actually realise it's fucking miles away from the city. We went there. We were fucking no chance. And it was the game, I think Dale Thomas kicked like 3 or 4 goals and just turned it on. And it's just mad because you've got all these Sydney siders. They got no idea what's going on, like in a game of footy. They've just got no fucking idea. And you just got all these Collingwood Ferals just everywhere, just giving it to them. It was sensational, I remember. And I thought, got to make a habit of coming up here every year because we just seem to bloody win every single time.
There was one game up there. There was one game around 2006, and it was the first time I'd seen Scott Pendlebury play live. And there was this point where Paul Williams, who was playing for the Swans by that stage, he grabbed the ball and went to run out of the middle, and Pendlebury from the ground reached up and sort of snatched the ball out of his hand. And then we got a clearance out of it. And I was just like, who is this guy? I knew who he was, but it's like, wow, this guy's got something. It was just it was like a basketball dispossess, where he sort of he's snatched out of his hands. Do you guys remember that when Pendles dispossessed Paul Williams in Sydney?
I can't picture it. Can't picture it. Was that the one when he was on the ground and he did it? Like
he's on the ground. On the ground, and Williams is like out. He just somehow.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. He would have had a handful of games by then, and he's done that. Yep. No, you're right. I don't know what year that would be, but you're probably looking at 08, 09?
06. No, I think it's 06.
Okay, so it was 06.
Yeah, 06 was Pendlebury's first year.
Okay,
so that was first year we played finals after being out of the finals from 04 and 05. We're out of the finals, and then we were back in the finals from 06, 07, 09, and then premiership in 10.
Yep.
Yeah, because
Just looking
Pendles
it up.
and Daisy were drafted in 05, so 06 would have been their first year.
So Stadium Australia, we played Sydney there 13 times for 10 wins and 3 losses.
There you go.
Like that's super impressive. And I reckon those 13 games were all like back to back to back, like year after year. Because we went through a period of time where we never played Sydney and Melbourne. And it was during that period a lot.
Oh, I found it. I found it.
Voidoid's question in the chat. I think today Bendel, that's his personal best. The 40 odd he got today, I think.
Yeah, someone, I think the record before was 42, so he got 43 today.
Yeah, it was the record.
I can't believe I found it. This is cool. Who's got the TV on in the background or something? YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, this dude's been an absolute savior of like Collingwood content. Yeah.
Who's that?
The guy that made these videos. Like he's got like a ton of them if you actually subscribe to him and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, around like the peak era too.
Alchu Nibre.
Yeah. I think it was anywhere between, I think it was like 08 to about 12 or 13. He's actually got a video on that's actually the McCarthy video I watched. He made it. So when the McCarthy, he's got a McCarthy tribute video where it's got all the highlights of the game.
Okay. All right. So this is, I think this is circa 2006. So let's watch it. Sydney versus Collingwood. It would have been Telstra Stadium back then, Homebush.
Advantage taken by Snyder, roadblock, wrong way, go back. And he couldn't. And that was great work on the ground by young Pendlebury's. Caused the turnover, cloak to Davis, and he can reap all the rewards.
Did you guys catch that?
Yeah.
It's pretty fast. I'll do it again.
How good.
Advantage taken by Snyder, roadblock, wrong way, go back. And he couldn't. And that was great work on the ground by young Pendlebury's. Caused the turnover, cloak to Davis, and he can reap all the rewards. Scott Pendlebury, magnificent little interception.
Ballsy.
We might get a look at it. Have a look at his teammates going to him. They know.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Young Pendlebury.
Sorry, guys.
Especially as well, because like the AFL used to be, it's not too bad now, but the AFL content used to be notorious for being terrible quality, which was always ironic because you would always have like 1080p footage, but then whenever it would go to YouTube, anyone that would upload footage would be at like 360p.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, 360p.
Looks like Lego Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try that again. Oh, Bucks is in there. Good on you, Bucks.
Yeah.
Magnificent little interception. We might get a look at it. Have a look at his teammates going to him. They know. Now, that doesn't go on the stat sheet, but it's set up this shot for goal by Leon Davis. Paul Williams says, I'm off with the footy. Wasn't to be. 20 seconds, Leon. And Leon Davis certainly using his full time just to make sure of it, to rub it in a bit more to the Swans fans.
Like, mind you guys, the Swans were premiers.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
they're coming off a premiership and we're spanking them by 40 points away.
Yeah, no, like I said, we had the run during those games. We were bloody never favourites in any of those games. We were underdogs in every single one.
Yeah.
We just, we had an incredible run when we were playing up there.
Yeah. Was it 05 we finished like second last, but we thumped Geelong by like 100 points? Was that 05?
Ooh.
It was around then. It wasn't 04. It might have been 05 or maybe 06. No, 05, because I don't remember Pendlebury or Daisy playing that.
Yeah.
What was the question, Sean?
Yeah.
Oh, it was 05. We played Geelong. We because I remember going into that game because that was actually one of the games I was thinking like, fuck, we're just not going to win this. Because I used to be the kid where I was like, oh, we're going to win every week. We're going to win the flag, blah, blah, all this stuff. So 05 for me was just like, oh, damn, we're shit. We're just going to lose every game. But I remember going into the Geelong game, that was like the start of we're just going to be so shit. So we're just going to like lose every game. And then the next game I watched was the Geelong game. We ended up winning by, I think it was about 100 points. It was like 104 points or whatever it was. And then that gave me a bit of confidence for, at least another month. But then I think towards the end, I was sort of like, yeah, no, we're shit. We're going to finish like second last or whatever position we finished. So I was just on the point before that, we seem to not have a good side, but we always seem to have like one or two wins where we would just like play unreal football and we would like absolutely smash teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall that game, Sean, to be honest.
Oh, was it 2008? Was it? No, it wouldn't have been 2008 because I was in primary school when it happened.
Yeah. Well, I know 2005 we had a poor season. I know that. 2005, I think we finished second or third last, I think, from memory.
Wasn't the claim we were tanking to get draft picks, which happened to be Daisy and fucking Bedles?
Yeah.
Good tanking.
Might have been the next year or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Geelong one was 2008. Was this? This is answering your question. Was it, Sean?
Yeah, I want to say it was 05.
Came up from the top, and we hammered them against all odds. Yes, I think I remember that.
It was definitely when I was in primary school.
What, getting arrested or something?
Tell you what, the Cats are gettable. I reckon the Cats are gettable. If we can find, if we can find a matchup for Jeremy Cameron, I reckon that will be enough. That could be the difference.
Port hammered them by 30 points tonight.
Sorry?
65 to 90. Port hammered Geelong tonight at Port.
Yeah, how they're gettable.
By an average Port Adelaide team, they had 9 players unavailable, Port, and they still blitzed the Cats. So you had basically their best team. Best team.
Geelong had Danger and Cameron. I actually thought it must be because they're not there. I saw them both run past and thought, well, what the fuck has happened in fucking Cardinia Park? They must have just gone over with a we're going to beat them and who gives a fuck attitude, I think. It shouldn't have happened.
Shouldn't have. Probably still celebrating Jez's 11 goals last week.
Probably are.
And let put it into perspective. I said to a few mates during the week that I reckon that if there was an upset, that could be the game. I didn't tip Port, but I predicted a bit of a closer game. I didn't expect Geelong to lose by that much, but I said Geelong are the sort of team, they go out and beat an injury-ridden Bulldogs on their home deck last week, celebrate Jez's 11 goals. They go crazy when they do things like that. The supporters go crazy, get into the heads of the Cats players, and then you watch them this week. I said, I reckon if Port can jump them, they'll be in for a real match. And they didn't only jump them, they actually They completely outscored them, outplayed them. They should have won by 50+ points, actually, from what I heard in the replay. And I was pleased about that because I said, well, they are a bit of a cocky bunch, the Cats.
Oh, always have been.
Pretty cocky. But, yeah, but Scotty will probably get into them, and I don't know who they play next week, but you'll probably see a turnaround next week. But, yeah, they are gettable, no doubt about it. But Jeremy Cameron, before last week, wasn't doing anything. Hardly got onto the scoreboard. And, you know, he was definitely due last week. I don't know how many he kicked. Does anyone know how many he kicked against Port?
Tonight.
11.
Yeah.
Last week he kicked 11.
He kicked 11, but how many did he kick this week?
Not
Probably
sure.
2 or 3, I think.
I didn't really watch it.
2 or 3, I think. Yeah, last night he definitely kicked a couple, I think. But yeah, they're gettable. I'm a bit more confident about Geelong than Hawthorn. That's for sure.
Yes, I'm never confident against
Yeah,
Hawthorn.
I'm the same.
Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with the Geelong game, it was 2006. We bet them by 102 points.
Whoa.
Wow.
Because I just remember our pressure was just through the roof. And it was like we literally went from being like a horrible, terrible team to like, holy shit, like what the hell is this? It was kind of what was the Grundy game when like basically Grundy had the ball on the wing and ended up kicking a goal against Adelaide? It was like that game. Was it the Stevenson game where he kicked his first goal, went on to kick 5? Was it that one?
That was against Adelaide in 2014 or something like that. 2015 maybe.
Was
Played him at the
Grundy was
Adelaide Oval.
drafted in 14.
Fucking hell. Collingwood are paying $41 for the flag. I thought I was doing well getting on them at $18. Fuck up.
Even now?
Isn't it? They're $41.
After being Essendon by 80 points.
Oh, no one's
That's
rating that
ridiculous.
clearly. But the
Yeah.
Cats are paying $12 and we're above them. Wow. That's worth, that's worth a lick.
I mean, at the end of the day, like it's amazing when you find out, like once the media has a narrative, how many people catch on to the narrative.
Oh, people just lap it up.
Yeah,
that's why. Even
it's like sheep, like not sheep. It's like once the media say something, it's like there are people I don't even listen to anymore because I just know that whatever they're going to say, it's going to be a repeat of whatever the media say. So I just go, I don't even value your opinion because all you're going to do is just you hear Kane Corns or you hear whoever from like whatever station, and you're just going to repeat a narrative that's like not even true. So it's like there's no point talking to you because you're not going to even have your own argument.
Yeah. It's
All
like
right, lads. Sorry, Matt. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm falling asleep here. Enjoy, boys. I'll catch up on.
All right, Age. Thanks for
whatever.
joining, mate.
All right,
As always.
guys. Good night. Good night,
mate.
See you, Age.
Good night.
I like what Ray's written here. Can we get Mayo to injure Wizard on behalf of the rest of the comp? Yeah.
There's another narrative. There's another narrative that Bruzzy just goes around injuring players.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
No, but it's like clockwork. It's especially like when you talk to like the nuffies and stuff, and it's like what you were saying before. It's like when you can't handle the arrogant people that think they're right, like.
See you
And
later,
then the
Benny.
arrogant people are only just people that
No,
just
mate.
they listen to whatever the media spew, and then they regurgitate it, and they think that they're smarter than the original person through the media that said it. It's like that's not how this works.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't bother. I'll watch a bit of I might watch the footy show, you know, it might come on and I'll watch it, but I'll just sort of fast forward past certain bits, and then when they just start talking rubbish, but I don't go out of my way to watch mainstream footy on the media because it's just there's no gain. There's no gain from it. Like, what do I get out of it apart from them? If they start talking about Collingwood, it's just narrative that we know is rubbish. You know?
I don't think I have watched a show. At least like a genuine like show of like something, whether if it's what's the show on like the Monday nights? Anyway, any show in general. I don't think I've watched any show unless if it's like a clip that's been put onto YouTube. Because I just and then and I'll only watch it if it's a topic that's like Collingwood related, and even then I reckon I've watched less and less of that even too.
Well, guys, I actually find the ABC on Saturday at midday has got Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball and some other guy called Middlemiss, and they don't wank themselves. They're actually really fucking good to listen to, and you don't get just the whole bullshit of. What's those cunts? The agenda setters. Well, talk about that's like a personalised place. It's fucking wankers is the term. Yeah, like even in the name, it's just fucking bullshit. Drama queens.
Now, would you get if you were to do a reaction to the ABC Mick Malthouse Luke Ball? Would that get your stream taken down?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I know, like the BBC are very strict. Like you couldn't do a news thing on BBC. I think ABC might be the same. Anyway, I wouldn't mind watching it without streaming, and I'll keep a look at it. You've mentioned that a few times, Boomer. I'll have to. Are they on YouTube? Can you get that on YouTube, or do you need to stream ABC?
You can go into the ABC app on your phone, but you know, with all these different, like I can do computers, I can do phones, I just can't do them together. So I don't know, but what you could do is go into Discord. So if your whole bunch of you went into Discord, we could have a watch party in a Discord server. If you know what I mean. You get what I mean? There where you go, Anthony's Discord. Do you have a Discord server or not?
No, I don't.
Do you want one? It's called the Mighty Magpies. No, okay, fair enough.
Oh, you mean okay.
I've got one set up, but I don't use it. I was going to set it up, and I just can't be bothered putting all the time into it and going in there all the time, and you got to go in and tidy up every day. And I don't have the energy for it nowadays. I just can't be fucked. But anyway, look, you can go into Discord servers and watch things in there without the copyright. But when you do it through YouTube, if the algorithm gets upset, it'll take your stream down. And if you get a few copyright strikes, you can actually take your channel down. So best to not risk it. Yeah, BBC are arseholes. Yeah.
What about this comment from Void? Jack Rewalt has made On the Couch unwatchable now. Wasn't he the most intriguing choice as a host of On? I like Jack Rewalt. You know, I respect his opinion, and when he commentates on Collingwood games, he's not biased. He's just a footy nuffy, but he shouldn't be hosting On the Couch. Like, it's not your go, Jack. You know, I reckon Jack Rewalt, boundary rider at best. Would we agree with that?
Yeah,
like he's a boundary rider.
Same with Jordan Lewis.
Like a dipper. He's a dipper type boundary rider type guy.
Oh.
Yeah, and I can't bear Tom Hawkins either. Like I used to like watching Jonathan Brown, but Tom Hawkins, oh, what a goose.
Jordan Lewis is a
he's another Collingwood hater.
What a wank.
Oh, he
can't
stand
Collingwood. I hate him.
Cannot stand him.
Here's the thing.
Hodge
guys.
is another one that's
The
very
Carlton Collingwood game had fucking James Brayshaw and Hodge and BT, who are all tell us you hate Collingwood without hating Collingwood, and they gave during the Carlton game their kiss of death got us over. Whatever they were saying, like Colton are coming back now, we kick a goal, so it works in our favour. Yeah, so Hodge with fucking Hodge, Brayshaw and Taylor. I fucking hate all three of them, but I love what they did on the night. Commentators curse, mate. They look like right.
You know,
BT's questionable, isn't he?
Yeah, BT is still hurt and butthurt about the 1990 grand final not playing.
Yeah,
Yep, I
his
agree.
commentary is no.
Go on, mate. You cut out. We didn't hear.
Go again, Des.
Oh no, Des has been taken
Hello?
out. He's been
You
assassinated.
there, Daz?
You there?
Maybe, yep, I got you now, mate.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying, I don't think BT, anyone I'm hearing, like from other supporters who hate Collingwood, they keep saying, oh, BT's biased towards Collingwood. I'll tell you what, have a listen to some of his commentary over the years, last 2 years in particular, since the win in 23. I'll tell you what, even last week, Carlton game, he was absolutely, I don't know whether he's doing it because he's urged to do it to make it a close game, to, you know, get more people watching.
We're not getting much there, Daz. Are you talking still? Because we're not. You've dropped out there, mate.
Hear me?
We do now.
Oh, right. Okay. I'll
You
just
dropped
say
out for
quickly
about
before
30 seconds.
just before I get cut off again, somebody's having a go at me, obviously. Not you guys, but yeah, maybe BT and one of his mates. But I was just saying that he's not biased towards Collingwood. He's actually probably trying not to be biased, but he's actually, he does hop on the bandwagon with some of the other teams when when he's commentating Collingwood games.
He tries to telegraph things that probably aren't going to happen, but he sort of wills things to happen. It's only 17 points, but it could be done. You know, like he just tries to make something out of when there's not something there.
Might be the producers telling him to sort of like make it interesting. If it's going to look like a bit of a one-sided game, I reckon he's got some.
Keep going, Daz. Mate,
Definitely
Daz,
overdoes it.
Yeah, we're like you're like really good for like 10 seconds, and then 20 seconds we don't hear you. So I don't know if
All right. So what I'll do, I'll mute myself. I'll try and fix the phone up. I'll keep listening and try and fix this phone up. I won't talk because it was all right earlier.
Oh, good, mate.
If it keeps happening, I'll jump off. But yeah, I'll try and do a bit of repairs. Keep talking. I'll just mute myself.
I think in general, guys, what I've found with StreamYard is it can be really patchy and not reliable with mobile phones and tablets. So whenever you can jump on a PC or a laptop, it seems to be much more reliable. The StreamYard doesn't really gel that well with phones. Often, sometimes it's great. Like I've been on with phones and tablets, but if you can get on the laptop, a lot less problems. I find, in my experience, anyway.
Yeah, I will just say my piece on like BT. I just think he's just the corporate. I think he's trying to please the higher ups. Because there's been way too many games where he's commentated, and it'll be 3/4 time, a team's up by 8 goals. And BT will go, I reckon there's a sniff. I reckon, make sure you just tune into the next quarter because I reckon there's going to be an upset. And it's like,
do not change the channel. This game is still alive.
Yeah, and it's so fucking annoying because it's basically and that's the thing. I've got so much fucking hatred for that prick. Like, the amount of stories that I've heard from him just being a shit bloke. Every time I see him, it's just I've always had a bad vibe around him. And at the end of the day, like if you need to make your money, like you can make your money, but like fuck, like there's so many times where even just the way he goes about things, like I don't know if anyone remembers this, probably not, because it was like he did it in like a Brisbane game, and Brisbane played somebody else. It wasn't Collingwood, and he literally walked past somebody as he was doing like an interview or he was doing like a broadcasting to the station. There was a dude next to him, just like chilling, but like sort of like trying to give him the nudge, like, hey, like, hello, blah, blah. And he's sort of brushing him off. It's like, yeah, fuck off, dickhead, like, sort of thing. It turned out the dude that was like trying to like nudge him to be like, hey, if you want, you can put the cameras on me and we can like do something. He's a fucking YouTuber that had Aussie Man Reviews, for those that know him. It was Aussie Man Reviews, and BT just gave him the cold shoulder, being like, because obviously with Aussie Man, he looks like the biggest fucking bogan going around, right?
Yeah.
So obviously BT's looking at him going, who the fuck are you? But he's like, sort of like, hey, you put the camera in my face, we can like sort of like, get something going and stuff.
Well, that's actually, you want one? You still side bottom when he got cleaned up by that Brisbane player 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that big tackle that made it on the destination fucked. Yeah, Aussie Man put him on destination fucked. It was like a day later. I thought, you bastard, Aussie Man. But it's true, still side bottom did go to destination fucked that night. Yeah. Also, but BT used to work as a fucking motorcycle salesman at Ray Quincy Motorcycles. And when the cunts got into a bit of biffo, because it sometimes happens when you sell someone a shit like Ray Quincy used to do, BT was a fucking girl. He never got into any blues because he knew he'd get into more trouble with the club if he did. He'd be hiding out the back if someone came in being a bit fucking boisterous. So yeah, he used to fucking sell motorbikes, and he realised this is the mugs game and left.
Yeah, I've got zero respect for that person.
What did he say? Okay, here's the one that got me with him. When Nathan Murphy had just come back just before the last time he got concussed and retired, he slid down and hit the ground on the wing, and B2 said, oh, sometimes players will pretend their head hits the ground so they'll get a free kick. He was calling Murphy a cheat. And if Nathan Murphy's going to deliberately bang his head in the ground to get a free fucking kick, B2, you've been fucking concussed. But he lost me that day. You don't say that shit about someone who gets concussed. They're fucking faking it. Yeah, right.
Who was it? Stu? Do you remember Stu? Was it Stu telling the story, or someone was telling a story about how BT went to a sporties night and there'd been the power, there'd been a storm, or the power wasn't working or whatever, and everyone left or wanted a refund, and they asked if he could do a discount or something like that.
Yeah, I know exactly.
And I want my full payment or something, and they're like, you know what, just piss off.
You actually want to know what's actually really funny about that? You actually want to know what's actually really funny about that? I actually forgot about that story, and then when it got brought up, it would have been like a month or two ago. I actually found out because I did some. Because it was when I heard it, at the time I had like no idea, but I knew that the clubs he went to were clubs I was associated with. Yeah. This is how much of a small world it was. I actually would have been there on that night. He would have done the social night because he actually did it at my footy club.
Wow!
So that's how much of a small world it was. And I remember playing a game of footy, and then like we had an awards night the Sunday night. This was because if it was because I mean I have left that footy club, and I'm at the new club I'm at now. This is my second year, so I'm pretty sure this was about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. I don't know because I was at this club for like 12 years, so it unless if it was within the last 2, I definitely would have been there to some capacity because I never missed a social event. And then when it was actually said, like the next day, obviously I was like thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, shit, okay. And then I sort of like was thinking about it, and then I did some like spoke to like a few like friends and stuff that are still at the footy club and everything. And then the more information I sort of dug up, the more I started to like remember the night. And just how there was like, because there was a night where we had like a power out, like You know, it was just one of those like really weird nights. I had no idea BT was there. But yeah, it was like a junior because it was like when they did all the awards night. So there'd be juniors there, AA guys would have been there. So yeah, I would have been in the building that he would have like done the night. And then shortly after, I remember they were talking about him like a few weeks, or maybe like probably the week after. Because I remember hearing about it like just recently afterwards. And then obviously completely forgot about it because, you know, who wants to remember a story about, you know, BT being a flog? And then, yeah, when it was mentioned the other week or the other month, it was mentioned on here. Yeah, it sort of rang a bell in my head and, yeah, sort of like, yeah, found out that, yeah, I would have been there on the night because it happened at my footy club that I was at the time. So there you go, small world.
Okay, guys, I'm going to call it a night because we had a great win today, and now the adrenaline's worn down. I'm really fucking tired, guys. I'm going to go have some sleep. So, peace out, go Pies. Been fun. Hope we go well against Hawthorn next week, guys. Have a good one.
Sounds
Cheers,
good.
and big
Pies.
ears.
See you, Boomer.
Yeah, there you go. It's crazy how much of a small world it can be.
Good night, mate. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it.
Hey, Matt, will you be streaming the footy next week? Because Mick said he won't be doing it.
The VFL?
No, the Hawthorn versus Essendon pre-game and post-game because he said he'll be on the plane.
Yep. I can do something. Yeah, no worries. For sure.
You both do the VFL
Yeah, no worries.
as well. I'll join you for the VFL.
Oh, how good was the VFL?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to see squad link.
So are you heading straight back or are you still going to be here for a few days?
No, I'm going down to Gippsland tomorrow for a week, and like strategically, like there's 3 games I could have gone to, and I thought, I'm not going to the Collingwood Hawthorn game. Like my cousin wants to go with me. He's like mad Hawthorn.
Yeah.
That wouldn't go well.
And like love the guy, but no, we'll just be WhatsApp chatting back and forth, and I'll watch the game with the old man down the bush, and then come back for a couple of days prior to going to Sydney for a few days, and then back for the Geelong Collingwood game on the 9th. So be back for a few more days before we go back to Thailand.
That's cool.
So it'd be good if we could catch up around the Geelong game on the Saturday. Maybe we catch up, do the steak ritual with Benny. If he's up to it.
Yeah. If Benny's got a spare ticket, I'll try and see if I can get a ticket myself because last week was fucking awesome going, and I would have loved it to be there today, but it's like one of the hardest tickets to get in football. So.
Well, I've got a ticket if you need one. I've got 2 spare tickets.
Done.
So okay, cool. Message me tomorrow to remind me. But one's yours if you want it. It's Shane. It's Shane Warne stand. The the pocket in the pocket.
Like first level, fourth level.
Level 1, like ground floor level, about sort of halfway back. I think just before the undercover bit. So it's sort of so pretty good seats.
Yeah.
So if Benny wants the other one, then it's available. So
I tell you
okay,
what
yeah,
though,
done.
like I actually used to hate the tickets that were undercover, and then I went to a game with Benny last week, and I absolutely loved it because I was so able. Mind you, I wasn't wearing contacts, so I wouldn't able to see far. But now that I've got like contacts and stuff, I'll be able to like see like the whole ground, and then also the fact that you wouldn't get rained on as well. That
You
was
get a
pretty
screen.
cool.
You get a big screen TV right above you. So if it's on the other side of the ground, you can watch it, and it's great for replays as well.
Yeah. Well, so are we far back enough where we would see TV, or
I'm not sure. I'll have to actually. I could look it up right now. Hang on. It'd be. I think it might just be out of the undercover from memory. I can't find the app now. But anyway, they're decent. I got it so that we could be close enough to the play, but also high enough. Like our seats today were awesome. They were just undercover, but that spot where you're close to the action but raised up so that you can see the whole of the ground.
Yeah.
And the only seats better in the ground is one level up. So it's like, I don't know if they call it level 1, but it's the first upstairs level, and it's right in front of the long room. And they're the only seats. They're those sort of first and second level in front of the long room. They're the best seats in the ground. So they're the only. We just went straight down to ground level because I didn't want to chance my arm. As it turns out, there were tickets available for like an hour. So what you do in the members is you get there early, and you get someone with an orange top on and say seats, and they say, yeah, we've got 2 together over there, and you go, yeah, that'll do. But as it turns out, people were getting an hour later. People were still getting good seats. So so we were there 3 hours before the game started, but that was all right. It was good for the missus. She'd never been, so she was taking it all in and getting lots of photos and watching the players warm up. That was fun.
Yeah, because I was definitely before last week, like anything that was like undercover, I would have like turned down, like in terms of tickets if I was to buy it on Ticket Tech.
Yep.
And then, as I said, I went last week undercover, and I'm like, God damn, I am so like, because there was even times I reckon I would have like missed out on like level 1 seats only to get level 4 seats.
Yeah.
Because like I would have like cancelled it, hoping to get closer to like the like, you know, because I want to be as close to the what do they call it, like, you know, like the fence as possible. And where like now it's just like, as long as it's first level now, like I don't care.
Is that is Ray Essendon? Did Ray come over?
I haven't seen this person before. I'm assuming
are you Essendon Ray?
Because they spoke about the I've forgotten her name, but the content creator before.
The Essendon lady, yeah. Okay, all right. Welcome. Thanks for hanging out, Ray. Because Ray would know nothing more annoying than a Mad Hawk supporter. Yeah, they're insufferable, aren't they? They're insufferable.
If she's Essendon, then that's a pretty easy answer for an Essendon supporter. I know there's a bit of hatred between those two teams. Do you want to like put a? I don't know if I'm allowed to invite people into the chat and stuff, but yeah, if Ray wants to come on and like talk, because I wouldn't even mind like even talking about Essendon and stuff, seeing where they're at, because I'm actually a huge fan of Sharp. I reckon that kid's going to be absolutely insane. And I thought the way they drafted in that last draft, they did pretty well.
Yeah, do you want to come up? If you want to come up, Ray, there's a link there.
Yeah, because they got another kid. God, I said his name before too. Sullivan Roby as well, like a tall mid. Also just like changes it up too a bit, you know. It's not that I hate, I'll ever hate talking about Collingwood or whatever, but it's just, even if we just talk draft or just to see where they're tracking, where Essendon are tracking to, because even I'm sort of curious where they're at, and I guess we're fans, because I feel like the one thing with Essendon, I feel like the fans think they're going in one direction, the club reckons it's probably going in another. Oh man, but yeah, it's it'd be good to also get a different perspective as well. Obviously, yeah, I wouldn't expect them to talk about today's game because it wasn't obviously great viewing for an Essendon fan, but yeah, we had Rocker on last week, so always happy to hear a different opinion.
Sorry, mate, I was just getting a drink.
No, you're all good.
So Kev's joined us.
G'day.
How you doing, Kev?
Yeah, good. Just done the review for today's game, the VFL. So, yeah, thought I might as well get that done, considering that the short turnaround for next week. Look, I was very happy with the game. Played 4 quarters, which was always great. And I also thought that it would have been a lot closer today, considering that Essendon played really well against Gold Coast. They played well against Melbourne. Second half against the Bulldogs as well. And then obviously the Puerto game, they didn't play that well either. But when I looked at it, they concede a lot in defensively, and because we're the best defense team in the competition, I thought that if we can put a lot of pressure on them and we can put the scoreboard on them, then yeah, certainly it would give us a chance to really convert our opportunities. And the way that we played against Carlton last week in the last quarter, we certainly did that in the first quarter, but it was so disappointing to kick Wonga 6 in that second quarter. I thought that we probably should have kicked at least 3-3 with that.
Why can't, as skillful as Nick Dacos is, why can't he kick goals?
He used to though. That's the thing I'm confused about. Like when he came on the scene the first 3 years, he seemed to anytime he was inside 50. Yeah, it was like
peas.
Yeah, like you didn't even need to think about it. But this year, how many years has he been in the league now? 5? Is this his 5th year?
He came in 2022.
Yeah, so 22, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 5th year. So yeah, his first 3, you'd put it in the book, but this season and last season, you wouldn't be so certain. So, and I feel like he has gotten his speed a bit back, but because I reckon at the start of the season, he was definitely playing hurt for sure. Because a lot of he wasn't turning on the jets like he was in previous seasons. Where I think the last 2 weeks he's looked quicker, but not at his peak.
Having said that about Dacos, I think he's got the yips at the moment, and I think I think it's playing on his mind that his goal kicking is really poor at the moment for such an exceptional player, and it's going to click, and when it does, he will just hardly miss. Yeah.
No,
I didn't look.
Go on, Chris.
Well, I didn't like in the second quarter. When Schultz was having a goal and he hand passed to Dacos. I was thinking, why didn't Schultz have a shot of
No.
goal?
Yeah, I think that's on Nick as well. Like it's almost like you can't ignore giving it to Nick, but yeah, like you're right. Nah, sorry, Nick, you'll probably miss it. I'll have a shot myself. The way you're kicking. What was he? 0 goals 4 or something today?
Yeah.
Yes,
It
with
was
his 42
yeah.
touches.
Have we ever seen a game like that from him where he's had 4 shots and 4 misses?
No.
No, barely
Or
ever
even if
we
it's
see
like
that.
3, because he's obviously missed goals, of course, but like I feel
Not
like the
that
most we've ever seen him miss is maybe twice.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's not really something I've like focused on too much, but I feel like 0-4. I don't think I feel like the worst we've seen is like he's kicked like 2 points.
I agree.
Also, too, I like to say one thing. I'm glad that with Daniel McStay that he didn't go with his snaps today. Even though he kicked inaccurately, he stuck with his drop punts. Even though it could have, you could excuse him for going around the body. I'm so proud of him that he actually got with the drop punts. Yes, he did miss, but it was good to see him that he focused on what he needed to do and he actually kicked his drop punts. Well, before that, you would have thought, okay, Daniel McStay would have gone for the snaps like he did against Fremantle and against Brisbane. But very proud of him that he's been working on his goal kicking and he's working on those drop punts from those angles as well, especially the ones on the left forward pocket. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I thought that even though he kicked inaccurately, I just thought that he played really well, considering that he kicked 2 goals 3 and could have at least kicked 4 or 5 today. But I just thought that way that he was going through his routine despite missing, it was really good to see him taking marks and then kicking drop punts again, comparing to snapping around the body again.
I agree with you, Kev. I agree with you. Good call.
Oh. Yeah, I think with McStay's an interesting one because as much I feel like we want him to do more, but then at the same time, he's actually done his role. I feel like he's been competent in more games than not. Because yeah, he kicked what 2 goals today. That's a pass mark. Like that's as long as he's kicking his 2, then at least he's given us something offensively.
Oh, he's better than Membry.
I'm struggling to understand why someone like a Membry has as much security as he does. I get he's got AFL games and he's got experience, but I don't know. This is where we need like a Malthouse coaching where he'll just throw a kid in. Like he doesn't give a shit like how old you are. You could be 18 or you could be 35. If you're doing your job, you're doing your job.
Well, that's my question. Do any of you think Membry will get managed next week for Buller or West?
I think Buller has to come in next week for Membry. Purely based that we've got Hawthorn in 5 days, and if Pendlebury, I don't know if it's true or not, that he says that he's not going to play next week against Hawthorn.
They're already confirmed it, I'm pretty sure.
And Schultz looks like he's not playing.
Well, if that's the case, then that's like 3 changes that we're going to have to make. So
I wouldn't be as much as I won't like it. I wouldn't be surprised if Schultz plays through that injury though.
And it looks like Darcy Moore's coming back.
Yeah, well, I mean, how are you gonna, especially with how good our defense has been? God, who's coming out for that?
I think
then
it has
again,
to be a steal.
But then But then again, could you take out a midfielder?
But who? So that's the problem.
You know, put like a Perriman, whether if it's on the wing or midfield or whatever, and then that's when you probably throw a Darcy Moore.
But if you drop a midfield, who you dropping? That's the question.
As much as I wanted to be Lipper, that's not happening.
Could you go like Sidey or Cripps? Could they get managed this week? And yes, Sidey, he just came back from injury, but you think about his age too.
Well, the thing is with Hawthorn's going to play a physical game. Like they're gonna physically beat us up, and that's not to be scared of them. But you've also got to play it smart, you know. That's why I was saying with someone like a Long, like I feel like Long has to play next week because he's that big body. He's been managed, so he's had that week off. And he's also got that chip on his shoulder from being, you know, cut by them.
Would you bring in Allen? Could you bring him in next week?
That's the thing. A lot of these players, it's like there's so many things I would like to do with the team, but there's a massive difference between what I want to do and then what Fly wants to do. And what Fly wants to do is to do the safe bets and to, you know, keep Lipinski to, you know, I think if I had to have a moment where I'm in Fly's head, I'm probably thinking that Long is the better option over Allen, just because, you know, I think Fly trusts Long more than he does Allen as much as. But then I feel like that is the right call though, because if Hawks are going to bring their physicality, is Allen going to stand up if they're physical towards Allen? Where I feel like if they're physical towards Long, I feel like he would do the same back. You know.
Well, I'm making a prediction. I think Long plays next week because if the rumors are right, Pendles isn't playing, Long's playing.
Yeah, Long was managed. So that if he was dropped or omitted and he goes back to the VFL and gets 12 kicks, then Fly can't justify putting him back in. So he's managed. It means he's an automatic in when you're managed. But
it basically cements that he's best 23. Yeah, because the fact that Allen got cut or not cut, omitted. That's basically him. That's basically Fly saying you're out of the side, but you're not best 23. So we're not gonna say that you just straight back in next week because you know you're out of the side because someone's better. So yeah,
don't be surprised if they could both play. They could both play. I'm seeing that this is a chance to mass manage 4 or 5 blokes, including Membry. Pendles is going to be out, maybe Schultz. But
that's the thing, though. Because I don't see them taking Crisp out because I still think that game's record is still. You know what? I'll actually have. I'll say this. I will say this: that the next time Crisp doesn't play a game is when he retires. I think he plays till he retires.
No, I'm over that. I want him to be managed.
I absolutely hate the fact that I've said it, but I reckon the next time we don't see Chris on the field, it'll be because he's retired.
Well, when do you think they'll manage Siding?
Well, that's the thing.
But he was injured. But he was injured the week before.
Sidey was pretty good today, I thought.
Yeah, I tend to agree. So it was even
But also, so if you drop a Sidey, that's Fly's just going to bring in Allen to play Sidey's role then, and he's not going to get the midfield minutes.
Do you think they could drop Purple next week?
See, Possibly. Look, I don't know if he's kicking a goal a game and having a few little good moments. I reckon he gets a couple more games. See, he won't get dropped against Hawthorn. I reckon they're gonna keep playing him. But he might be the guy to come out if Hill does come back in the next few weeks.
Yeah, I see Harrison being like ready now, and I've said it that I think Harrison's a more ready player than Hayes is.
Yeah.
So if we're going best 22.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
He is a good player.
Yeah, in terms of talent, he probably comes in for Hayes. But if they do look at it in the sense of, it's 50-50, and then they pick Hayes just based off the fact that it's 50-50, they're both about the same level, they'll stick with Hayes. So it depends on... Because I don't like... That's not to say I don't like Hayes. I actually really like Hayes. But I still see Hayes as that guy that's still learning, still developing. Fly, in terms of his track record, he sort of he loves his safe bets. And to me, Harrison's more of a safe bet than what Hayes is. And the only reason why Harrison hasn't played any games is because of injury and because he's been trying to build up some form.
Well, I would like to see Jacob Ryan at some point.
Yeah, he played well in the VFL, I thought.
That's what I thought.
Didn't he play game yesterday?
No, that was on the Friday.
I think with Ryan, Ryan doesn't sort of break the lines. I think at his size, and he looks like an athlete, he should be going for runs and having a few bounces and breaking the lines. He just seems to be a guy that just does little chip passes around the, from the square to the pocket. And, we need someone, if you're going to come into Collingwood as a halfback flanker, you've got to bring something. You've got to say, okay, I can do what Maynard and what Quain are and Pez are doing. If you're not doing something different to those guys or something better, then why are we going to play you? You know what I mean?
Oh, there you go. Ryan had 20 disposals at 85%. So he did something. All right. So
he's a nice player. He's a nice player.
Yeah.
But he gets a lot of kick-ins. He's doing the kick-ins, you see. So that's so a lot of sideways.
It's probably his worst game for the year, but that only tells you how good his season has been. The fact his worst game is 20 disposals. I feel like that's more telling on how good of a season he's had.
But who would he come in for? Like who down in the back line needs to be dropped?
That's the point. No one really.
Houston was actually really good today.
Yeah,
that's the best Houston's played in a long time.
Yeah, I tend to agree. You can't drop Houston.
No.
Is there
up until today? I was like, Houston I thought was overrated this year. We all know what happened last year, but his delivery and his disposal and his decision making was as good as it's been at the club. And if we can get more of that, then he really deserves to be on that money and in the best 23. So,
would you start Cameron potentially?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
because
Buller is
really, Buller is a real Buller. Everyone thought, he can't ruck.
Yeah,
he's never going to be a Steen or or a Max Gawn. But when the ball hits the ground, Buller is like a ruck rover. He's hard at it, just goes for it. He's the type of guy who can get 15 to 20 disposals himself, and then can go down forward. So, I mean, that's him as a resting ruckman. But as a forward, oh, wow. You only saw a quarter and a half of the VFL, but, geez, he's a real presence out there.
Yeah.
So I could see him coming in. Steen is the number one ruckman, and Buller comes and chops him out, does, 10, 20% of the centre square, but mainly forward. Yeah. So that's a really good question, Kev, about resting Cameron.
It's also really especially because I find it really interesting with Hawthorn because with Reeves was actually gone last season, He actually there was at one point where he actually wanted out. And I don't know if they backed him in. Obviously he's on the list, but just hear me out. But like he at some point, obviously the Hawks gave him a contract, right? But I'm curious to know if they gave him that contract because they knew of the new ruck rules coming in. Because since the ruck rules have come in, he's actually been really good. Like for someone, for ruckman this year with the new ruck rules, it's been interesting to see like who's risen, who's dropped because of it. Reeves wasn't getting a game last year, where now I'm pretty sure he's played the majority of their games.
Yeah, he had 20 something hitouts or something.
So if you're gonna drop Cameron, that actually kind of would be all right because you can have. I mean, could we do a thing where? Because I wouldn't mind if you had Steen to do all of the centre bounce ruck. Because and I don't know why we just don't do this. Why can't we just have Steen do all of the centre bounce rucks? Because
that's what I agree with that.
Feelings.
I don't know if I completely agree with that though.
Well,
I agree with Matt on that.
Once you do the throw-ins, no, because like with Cameron, once you do the throw-ins, and then it's physical contact side on side.
Yeah,
that's when Cameron is fine because he's not leaping. He doesn't need to leap at those things. Like when it's boundary throw-in, so he can take those. But then it's when it's a centre bounce when you've got to leap. I think that's when you need. I feel like you need Steen specifically for that because he can leap. He's so Cameron, I don't think Cameron is made redundant because you can still be that ruckman that can be physical. You just can't do it at the centre bounce.
Is Chol injured?
Yes, he is.
Yes,
okay.
Injured today.
He always plays well against us.
Yeah, he was injured in not last week, but the week before game. I think it was against Sydney or something that he was injured.
I reckon. I say, it's because of they don't want to hurt Darcy Cameron's feelings. I don't really believe that. It's either something to do with Wade may have his fingerprints on this, or the club is saying we're going to be embarrassed. Like Flyers wanted to, hey, we've just got this young kid. He's a weapon, and nearly every time he goes in, he puts it down Nick's throat. I reckon we win 80% of the center bounces when he's in there. Like that's how good he is.
Yeah.
So the only explanation I think is the club is saying we've just put Darcy Cameron on this new. We don't want to look silly from, and if that's the case, that's just stupid. Darcy Cameron will go, I don't care. I'll play wherever. No, I want to win. Let the kid play in there. I'll go in and chop him out, and like you said, Sean, I'll just play around the ground, drop a kick behind the play, go down in the goal square. No worries. But I couldn't believe it. I mean, we did okay. It didn't cost us, but why is he not starting Steen and Zach Day? Ram it down Nick Dacos's throat in the first centre ruck.
Yeah.
But
because you saw it in that third quarter, how good Steen was and Nick Dacos were good in that third quarter.
Bang.
100%.
It was nearly a goal in every time. I'm going to make a bold call.
Fly's a type of coach where when we get injuries, no one wants to wish injuries, but when we get certain injuries, it helps Fly because he's forced to do certain things.
Yes, agreed.
Certain players get injured. You're like, oh, okay. Well, you've got no choice now. That's why I sort of I wouldn't mind seeing Cameron get managed. I wouldn't mind seeing Membry get managed. I wouldn't mind seeing Lipper get managed. I wouldn't mind seeing Jack Crisp get managed. They're not going to get dropped, but there's a manage around the corner for a few of these blokes, and it will be good. It will be good. Get someone else in there.
The only thing with those injuries though is that, and it really shits me that I've got to mention this, but whenever we seem to have players that get injured, especially when it's on the day, we always seem to act like it's a funeral. And we just all of a sudden get all sad and mopey and, it's not like the guy's died or whatever, but we act like he has. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You know, I mean, like Nick Dacos is laid out. We act like it's a funeral. We get what was it?
Jeremy
Pendles
Howe last year.
in the prelim, and we act like it's a funeral. But I mean, the
Jeremy
prelim
Howe last year.
Yeah, but even the prelim was awkward though, because like we acted like it was a funeral for the first half, and then the second half happened, and we nearly won the game. If we didn't act like it was a funeral for the first half, we actually would have been in the grand final. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah,
We played so well in that second half.
We were that close last year. That's what. This is what people, Rocco, like, oh, you guys have got such a great coach, oh, Craig McRae, we've got Bossy over here, and you guys have got Fly. Like, no, you just haven't been paying attention for the last 2 years, Rocco, But that's just the same as all opposition supporters. They don't know. They think, oh, that Craig McRae is so nice, and not much different. There's not much different to Vossi, he gets in his own way. He could be good. Fly could be good. Like, he could be really good. If I don't know how much
I agree.
assistant coaches are messing with it, or maybe they want to do stuff and he's saying no, or this Jared Wade gets in his way. He's so close and yet so far away. Like we should have won the flag last year, guys. We really should have won the flag last year.
No, I agree. We should have.
We were that close.
I agree.
Oh, what are you talking about? He got you since he's been coached, 2 prelims, a flag, and then nearly made the finals. Oh, what are you worried about? No, sorry, you barrack for Carlton. Okay, you're sorry.
I want success.
In this conversation, you go and ask your dad, who the reason why you barrack for Carlton is you ask your dad what it was like being a Carlton supporter in the 70s and the 80s. Okay, and he will tell you that it was premierships or nothing.
Yeah.
So,
because also as well, you actually want to know the most hilarious part about that is that they will spew that dribble, but then we make a prelim and we say like losing a prelim. The first words to come out of their mouth, oh, but you didn't win a flag though.
Yeah.
How can you say it was a good season when like you didn't even win the flag and you didn't go all the way? So it's like, okay, so fuck me either way, right?
Yeah, which one is it? Which one is it? Because what they're doing, Sean, is then they're thinking, oh, if only we could get to a prelim, that'd be so cool. So then they're sort of, it's circular reasoning, sort of going back saying, oh, I wish we could be in a flag. So then they go, oh, how good is Craig McRae?
Yeah, I remember in 23, there was notorious like Carlton nuffies just talking so much shit because they had that really good run in the back half, and it's like, but in the whole first half, they were talking shit about us being like how we're not going to be any good, and you guys basically on top, but it's like all the pressure's on you guys, and you're either first or you're last, so don't even like think about coming second, blah blah, all this stuff.
Oh.
No, sorry, no. The quote was, if you're not first, you're our last. And then obviously Carlton had their run in the back half. So Carlton had their run in the back half, and the narrative was going the whole time. And then at one point, all the Carlton people chirping, being like, oh, we're gonna win the flag here, we're gonna do all these things, and the semi-final wouldn't happen, and we're gonna win the flag and all this stuff. And Carlton supporters became Carlton supporters, and then they lost the prelim to Brisbane, even though or at least I was telling them during the week, like, mate, you guys know you guys ain't winning this. You played an undermanned Sydney side that didn't even deserve to even be in the finals in the first place. You had a sucking Melbourne side that were crying over, Brayshaw because fucking they thought Brayshaw had fucking died because of the they had his fucking helmet in the fucking change rooms as they were like touching it as they were walking out, as if the cunt fucking died. And then they went on to play Brisbane, who were the only side that were, you know, half decent, that were ready to go. Because Sydney and Melbourne that year, Sydney were too shit, and Melbourne, their heads weren't on straight because they were so ready to be victims because of the whole Angus Brayshaw thing.
Oh, weren't they? Those still to this day, Maynard's a thugger. Bro, the guy was knocked out by getting whacked in the head by Taylor Adams' knee, and it was absolutely incompetence from your doctors who kept him on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Maynard jumped up in the air, and Brayshaw ran into him. He ran into his path.
I said that, and I got
That's
ripped
right.
for that, mind you. But again, it's not on Melbourne. It's just the Carlton thing. So obviously, the whole season, it was if you ain't first, you're last. And then obviously Carlton got belted. What was it? The first quarter, or was it the first half? The first quarter, Carlton were up, and that was when they were at their peak. Being, we've had a 6-goal quarter against Brisbane. Fuck, we're going to be in a grand final. And then obviously everything turned to shit. They lost. I swear to God, like it was either like the next morning or maybe it was like after the game had finished. Like so many posts from the people that were giving people like me shit. They were writing posts being like, "Oh, guys, it was such a great season, and you know we came so far. There was so much development, and oh, you know, it's not about the destination, it's the journey, and we traveled so far and developed so much." I'm literally in every single one of those fuckers' comments being, if you ain't first, you're last. Like, you know, it's just like it's one thing to, and mind you, I always preach. You know, it's always if like basically I have a saying, and it goes something like this. It goes, if you can't respect the journey, then you don't deserve the destination. So I'm fully on board with the. I've even said it for years and years that like I would rather be a team that makes a prelim every year than a club that wins a grand final but then doesn't do shit for the next like 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it is to win a flag, it is a process. You don't just rock like to think that you just rock up one year and you just win a flag. That is delusion. That is not real. You know, and like the fact that Carlton went in that 1 year thinking they were going to win the flag, it's like you guys didn't have any finals experience, and you bet up on 2 teams prior to the Brisbane game, thinking that you guys were going to like rule the world and be the kings of the castle and all this shit. And it's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then, yeah, and again, there were so many Collins supporters that was like, oh, if you ain't first, you're last. And then they losing the prelim, and it's always, and again, they were spewing the, they were spewing the narrative. Yeah,
we would have beaten Collingwood.
No, it wasn't necessarily that, but it was just more like, oh, guys, we had so much development in our journey, and we did so much. Don't be disheartened because we came so far. It's like, nah, mate. If you ain't first, you're last. You know, you gotta, you know, you got to keep the same energy, because at the moment, like, you know, you ain't keeping the same energy.
This is like Voidoid saying, remember how the media praised Hawthorn dirty players like Sam Mitchell? It's the same. It's like if Hawthorn are doing it, it's cool, right? It's like Geelong having older players and topping up. Oh, how well do they do it? But it's Collingwood. Oh, no, they're just too old.
Too old, too slow. Yeah,
you know. But
go
like,
and suck a dick, you fucking media pricks.
Yep. It's like, we were reacting to something the other night. What was? It was the Heath Shaw. Were you on that stream, Sean, when we were reacting to what Heath Shaw was saying?
I think so.
about
Yeah.
Collingwood.
That wasn't his actual
bagging
opinion,
out Collingwood,
so-
and then they go, "Oh, Geelong do it so well. Oh, Geelong do it when they top up. Oh, like we've played about the same amount of prelims. We've won 2 flags in 15 years, and Geelong have won 2 in 13 years or something like that. It's very similar form line.
Yeah.
And but when Geelong do it, they're smart. They do it, but Collingwood, just how they're going to fall off a cliff.
I mean, to be fair though, the narrative of being too old, too slow did happen for Geelong in 22. So let's not forget that. But yeah, it does. But in terms of that, Geelong have gotten their praise though, where I feel like they're very slow to give us praise. But in saying that, they have had their moments where they have shitted on Geelong too. So it's just the difference between us and them is that we just don't we seem to not get our praise as much as what Geelong does. But Geelong's also cop shit as much as we cop shit though, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Look at this. Yeah, so Sam Mitchell. Yeah, he's just a shit cunt. All right. That. What about that performance? That performance in the presser.
Also, Jordan Lewis too. Even I feel like Hodge is one of the worst. One of the worst losers and winners that I reckon I've seen play the game. The amount of times I've seen that cunt be down by 10 goals and then he's punching on with someone. It's actually ridiculous. There was didn't Hodge and Lewis basically try to gang up on Goldstein and they punt it was a North Melbourne play, I'm pretty sure. And I think was it Lewis that tried to spoil the ball and he just punched him in the face.
Yeah.
Punched
I don't know.
Yeah.
But the point that these guys are making, like Void and the others and Ray, whatever, it's like if it was Collingwood who were just those, unsociable hawks, if it was Collingwood, it would have been thugs, murderers, just the press would have just gone bananas. But because it's Hawthorn, it used to be Carlton and Essendon to a certain extent, but the 2 establishment teams, your CEOs and your movers and shakers in the AFL, they're Geelong and Hawthorn people. That's
100%.
That's why they get. That's why on Easter Sunday, the umpires looking at themselves and okay, so who are we trying to get over the line here? And they you can tell they can't quite make up their mind until the other day. It was even though Hawthorn won, you could tell by the end of the game they're like, no, we're going to get the Cats over the line. And it's really interesting to watch an Easter Monday game. Because it's okay, these are the darlings. This is the establishment teams. And at the end of the day, they didn't get the Cats over the line, but they were trying by the end of it. Did you notice that? They wanted the Cats over the line.
Yeah.
And so did I. I always go, who do I hate more out of Hawthorn and Geelong? And I need to watch the Easter Monday game, and I realise it's the Hawks. I hate them just a little bit more than I hate the Cats.
Yes.
Was anyone else like that? Did anyone else watch that game and you're and one team will get in front and then you then you want the other one to get, but then it came to the end and that big bloke, the big forward for the Cats, what's his name? Neil. Shannon Neil.
Yeah.
I was happy when he kicked that goal. Right. Yep. Okay. Righto. Hawthorn. It's not like the Cats are going to win. It's Hawks are going to lose. But they're the two darlings. They're the establishment teams. Don't you doubt it. They are the teams that the power brokers want to win. One of those 2.
No, 100% they do.
It's a struggle. It's a struggle because the AFL want the Gold Coast and the Brisbanes and the Sydney teams. They want those teams to win, but then there's a real pull that movers and shakers and elite families and connected people are Hawks and Cats. So
No.
ideally, they'd have a Hawthorn GWS or a Gold Coast Geelong grand final. That's their sort of ideal scenario.
100%. I think.
I agree.
I think next week, I reckon we'll beat Hawthorn next week. And I think the
Yep.
second time we'll play them, they'll beat us. It's always that one game where it's always we'll beat them and they'll beat us. I think Geelong, if I were to be honest, I'm a bit worried about Geelong because it would either be split up either one each or they might beat us 2-0. So, yeah, they're the type of games I'm a bit worried. I think even Sydney at the SCG, they're a bit scary. And I think they'll beat us. And
Yeah.
Gold Coast over there, they'll beat teams over there, but they can't win over here. So it's funny how it works. Like Gold Coast just shit away, but they're good at home. So I wouldn't be surprised if we lose to Gold Coast over there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we lose to Sydney or Geelong either twice or once.
This is what Josh said. What Sam Mitchell did to Jobe Watson with the injection hand signal was disgrace. Yeah, he's Sam Mitchell. Good footy player, good coach. I respect him. But he's just not a nice person. You know, he's a ruthless motherfucker, but he's just a shit cunt. All right, not a nice person, but he
when he's told
does
them to shoot
football
up
well.
and stuff.
He does football well, the prick. So I do respect him for his playing ability and his coaching ability. I wish Fly could have some balls like Mitchell has.
Yeah.
I'll
say as a bit of a underdog take, because Ray reckons that Gold Coast AFL's favourites as well too, and I do agree. But I reckon another one is probably Sydney. I think Sydney is one that I think gets a bit of favouritism as well.
Yeah, Voida. Hey, Matt, speaking of Hawthorn, remember the Jeff Kennett impersonation by Rob Sitch on The Late Show? Which car is yours, Mr. Perry? Mine's the one with the little flag on the bonnet. Yeah, it's the flag on the bonnet. That's fine. Yeah. Who do you follow, Mr. Perry? I'm from a Hawthorn supporter. Geelong will never... what did he say?
Geelong will never beat us.
Geelong will never beat us again, or something, or the next 10 years, or whatever.
No. It was Geelong doesn't have the mental, the mental capacity to stand to go with us when the game is tired or something like that. It was something about like the mental state, from memory.
And then what happens after that? Geelong just kept winning against Hawthorn.
Yes.
Yeah, they won. They win.
You
Did they
fucking
win,
wanker.
like, 10 games in a row, or they went like it was like 4 years or something. till they
Yes,
beat them.
and they managed to win the prelim final Hawthorn in 2013. That was the drought-breaking win then.
Oh, he questioned Geelong's psychological drive, where he basically said that was what Hawthorn have over Geelong. And it says something to the effect that that Hawthorn win when it matters.
That's so true. But no, it's amazing on how we tend to play well on big occasions on Anzac Day, and and it's funny that teams like Sydney and Gold Coast can thank us for it, because at the end of the day, we're the ones that draw the bigger crowds compared to all the other weak teams in the competition.
Hey, Matt, I think someone else is backstage.
I don't know. I don't.
So it says 5 people on the stream.
Oh, I'm just using StreamYard app. Alright, I'm gonna head off because I'm about to go to bed.
Anyone else backstage?
Mm.
Oh,
I don't know. It
Daz.
says
It's Daz.
Yeah.
Hang on. Sorry, I need my glasses. Can't see what I'm looking at here. All right, you going to take off, Kev?
Yeah, I'm gonna do my teeth and go to bed and get a good night's sleep. It's about 1:37 in the morning.
It is, mate.
Alright. Go
All right, thanks
Pies.
for jumping on, buddy. Hot
No, all
pies.
good.
See you, Kev. See you, Kev.
Let's beat Hawthorn,
Kev.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
So I wanted to just talk about the ladder.
Mm.
Now, I want to highlight that we are paying $41 to win the premiership, and let's look at the top 6.
Mm.
Right, Swans, MCG. I reckon it's a 50-50 game at the MCG.
Mm.
In a final, that is. Fremantle, we can beat Fremantle. Hawthorn, scary, clearly. Melbourne, they're going to fall away. North Melbourne, clearly not a competitor. Gold Coast Suns, MCG, or Gold Coast, we're at least a 50-50. What is going on? How are we $41? We are up to our ears in this season now. Cats, I think we can take the Cats. Western Bulldogs, forget about it. We got them covered. Who else is there? We've got the Crows covered.
Mm.
The only 2 sides when the whips are cracking that I'm worried about are the Swans and the Lions. And the way the Lions are, they better pull their finger out. But they're notorious for starting slow, aren't they? There's not a lot of threats. We'll know later on in the season as the season starts. What's that?
Are you scared of the Swans because of their pace? Like, what have they got that's scary?
Well, they've got good midfield.
Just because they're playing this brand of football where they just go fast and they've got guns all over the place, who are slick, clean, get it moving, dangerous forwards, dangerous midfielders. Are you thinking that it's just too early in the season to give that any credit?
No, I mean, I think, the midfield's their best, by far. I'm just not so sure about their forward line. But then again, I haven't watched a ton of Sydney, to be fair, but I'm just not so. I know Kerno's been having a bit of a he's had a pretty good season so far. Yeah, he's been kicking goals. I guess if you got Swans midfielders kicking it down your throat, you're probably going to be a better player for it. I mean, I think it's early to say for any team to be winning the flag, especially any time in the first half of the season. Because to me, I'm looking at probably like a Geelong or a Brisbane. Teams that have been there consistently, those are the teams that are going to rise to the top eventually.
Yeah,
Hopefully us as well.
Like a Brisbane. Brisbane, don't worry, they will.
Yeah,
they'll get on a run. They know what they're doing. I think
Gold Coast is a bit
Collingwood
of a strange one because I think Gold Coast would be somewhat near the top, but they're still building into what is their best football. Because as much as actually, what's the timeline on Petrarca? Because he's injured at the moment still, yeah. Or is he back now?
No, he played today. He played
did he?
against Hawthorn.
Okay. And did they win?
No, Hawthorn did.
Okay.
Kerno was.
Yeah, well,
Kerno
I mean,
was good
like,
this week though. Did Kerno kick 5 goals? Or
okay, apparently Kerno hasn't had a good year. Didn't he? Hasn't he been kicking goals?
I thought he was doing good.
Yeah,
for
well,
Sydney.
I mean, yeah, Kerno was really the only forward for me that was like going to make a difference.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he's kicked 19 goals. He's what,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. He's 5th in the Coleman right now.
Yeah.
Um,
He's their best. He's been
Yeah.
that Armani. He's been in, I think, Packley.
yeah, Papley would be the only one that would be competing for him in terms of forward that kicks goals. I don't know. I don't.
Heaney can get goals though.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Kerno kicked 7 against the Dogs.
Shit.
but don't
I
you
don't
guys
know if you
reckon
read
from,
into
like-
that though, because I reckon that's more on the Dogs playing poor than the Swans playing good,
And
that
Dogs
would
have a lot
also
of injuries,
that would
they're
also
saying.
help the narrative with Kerno. He only turns it on when the competition's easy.
Flat track bully, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're blaming it on all the injuries. That's fucking bullshit.
I mean,
Maybe
like
they're
a
just
Brady
shit.
Grundy kicks 2 goals. Like, how often does he do that? And Grundy always kills it against
Yeah.
Bulldogs as well. Even when he was at Collingwood, he'd always have his best games against them. Amari kicks 3. Does he kick 3 often?
No.
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, not many forwards kick 3 often anyway. But I don't know. I'm looking at that. The Bulldogs game is a bit of a one-off, to be honest. I'd want to.
Well, they've gone shit since Darcy's gone down. Since he's gone down, they're playing really shit.
My point of looking at the ladder is that 2 weeks ago, after we got smashed by the Lions, who are now a game below us on the ladder, was that the sky's falling in. Right, time to rebuild. That's it. You know, earlier in the year, I'd predicted that we'll play in the grand final. I didn't go as far as say that we'll be premier, but my minimum was we'll play in the grand final.
Yeah.
And when I know it's been Carlton and Essendon, but when you look at how no one's really traveling that well. Apart
Yeah, as I
from,
said, like I'm more concerned about, obviously, like if I had to pick a team, to sort of like win it, like I wouldn't go Sydney, certainly wouldn't go Freo. Hawthorn, no, not really. Melbourne, I think they're just having a good run.
No.
North Melbourne, fuck no. Gold Coast would probably be the first team I'd probably put in there. As like that's probably a team that could be legit, but again, they don't have much of a track record. And they just got back Petrarca, so he's going to take a few weeks to get going. Pies potentially up there. Geelong, you just got to look at their record; they're up there. Dogs, I've always looked at Dogs as pretenders. Port Adelaide, they're pretenders. Who are below Port? Because we'll probably have some out of the 10.
Brisbane are Port.
Yeah, well, obviously Brisbane will be up there. Can you scroll down a bit, Matt?
What is Brisbane paying? Brisbane are 11th.
$5. That's crap.
And they're paying
They're at
still
11th.
paying $5.
That's far.
Wow. That's
I'm
that's
not.
look.
Yeah,
I'm
not too much of a
surprise. I thought it would have been longer, maybe $8 to $10. But that is the market saying Brisbane are going to come good. They probably have a bunch of games at the Gabba. They've probably even though they're premiers, I bet you they've got a soft draw because they're fucking Queensland AFL darlings.
Yeah.
Do we think Adelaide will come good?
No, they're another flat track bully.
Yeah. Oh no, but you can't say that though because I've been saying that for years, and I've been.
I know.
I've been.
I know your history with Adelaide, Sean.
We all know.
Do I need to mention Darcy Foggy?
Yes, you need to mention it. You need to mention it.
Oh my god!
Go on, Sean, mention it.
What? That he's one of the most overrated players in the competition.
Yes.
I wouldn't even. He actually might be the most overrated player. Like the way that Crows fans talk about Darcy Fogarty, you would think he's like Jason Dunstall. Like it's actually insane. Like, oh. And like, dude's not even the best key forward in his own team, but Crows fans reckon he's the best key forward in the comp.
He's not. He's not. He's not even the best in their team.
Are you guys on? Are you guys with me that we should hopefully see quite a few changes against Hawthorn? Just to have a real crack, give some players a rest. Like they're gonna beat. We know they're gonna beat us, right?
Yeah. In terms of what sense,
I'm almost certain they're gonna beat us.
Yeah.
But so why not just get some kids in there, get some, Blooderford, get Westy in there, whoever, get Swadling in there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Really, really just get some enthusiasm. Like imagine if you had a couple of first gamers get in there. Like give Cochrane a game, for example. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Just freshen them up and get that enthusiasm of youth in there, and rather than it's the Hawks are gonna beat us again. No, let's turn the tables. Let's surprise them. Do something different. Start
or even
Darcy
play
Cameron
someone
in
like
the
a
goal
Cochrane
square
like 4 to
and
6
see.
games and then chuck him back in the VFL.
Yeah,
because like if you give him a few games and it's like, hey, that's the standard you've got to play at. Even if you throw him back in the VFL, at least he can then go to the VFL, apply his trade.
Yeah.
And then at least he's got a sample size. Okay, that's where I've got to be at. Because if he can apply his AFL standard at VFL, then he's going to be starring like pretty much every week. But how is he supposed to keep up with the standard that he doesn't even know when he doesn't know what the standard is? Because it's one thing to say, all right, I got to be at my AFL standard best. But how are you supposed to know that in a physical sense if you've never done it? You know what I mean? Like it's like how are you supposed to because it's I'm trying to think of like an example. But it's like, if you're because at the end of the day, if you're doing anything, you're only going to know the standard until you come up against that standard. So like and again, like if it's 4 to 6 games, that's really not a lot of games if we really got to be honest. And even if you do keep to four games or whatever, like just give the kid something to chase for when he goes back into the VFL, and then if an injury happens to whoever and an opportunity arises, at least he's got it's a far better option to have Cochrane playing his 7th game after playing him 6 games in a row at some point in the season when it was, when you were close enough to making finals anyway, than debuting Cochrane because you're forced to in a semi-final because, you poorly managed the side all year, you know what I mean?
I'm not suggesting they manage Billy Frampton, but here's some realistic things. I think so. Josh is saying 4 changes. Howe, Pendles, Schultz, Membry outs. So he's saying more in Harvey Harrison, Allen, Buller. Yep, I'd go one more. I'd give Cameron a rest. That way, Buller comes in for Cameron, and West comes in for Membry. That you could play them both.
Yeah, West,
and you don't have to drop McStay because, like Age says, McStay is annoying, but McStay had a pretty good game today. Like he could have kicked 5 goals very easily. No fuck ups, just did his job. He stays in, but you can actually, if Cameron goes out, you can play Buller as the forward ruck. So that's what you could actually do. Wouldn't that be amazing if they tried that?
Yeah. And you could also manage Cripps. This record, it's got to be over it.
Yeah, so Meekie, the concern is that Meek is going to monster us, right? But around the ground. Yep. Okay. So yeah, you need Cameron around the ground, but Steen will jump all over Meekie in the centre ruck.
Yeah, but it also depends if they play Reeves, because Reeves is the ruckman. He's 210 centimeters, but he can leap though.
About that.
So yeah, because I don't know if they were aware of like the ruck rules going into this year, but he was effectively gone for at least the first half of last season. And then, obviously, at some point, Hawthorn had to change their heart for whatever reason, and then they gave him a contract. But there was at one point at Hawthorn, he was basically gone, and he was like looking to go to another club.
So Reeves, he's a jumper. He's a like a Steen type ruckman.
Yeah.
He's basically Cox. He's like Cox, but at like 26.
Right.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's like 210 centimeters, but he can jump too. I wouldn't say he's a leaper, but when you're 210, you don't need to necessarily be a leaper. You just need to jump.
Yeah, we'll see. Meek monster DC last year. Ned Reeves takes centre.
Yeah, that was the game they flogged us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where and that's the thing. That's where I would just love Steen just to take all of the centre bounces.
Yeah,
because that's the only time. That is the only time you need to leap. So had your leaping ruckman.
That's how one would. That is our we've been crying out for centre clearances for fucking over 10 years. We finally get a guy who is like a Marvel superhero in the centre. And what does Fly do on Anzac Day? It didn't come back to bite us today because we kicked the first 2 goals.
Yeah.
Why aren't you starting Steen? It's obviously some political reason.
Yeah.
Like,
but also as well though, with the first 2 goals that we kicked, there's 2 goals you kick against Essendon, but you come up against a Brisbane or a Geelong, it's probably 2 goals the other way, because it's more on Essendon being shit rather than us being good. You know what I mean? So if you have Cameron at the centre bounce, we're just fortunate that Essendon don't really have anyone to capitalise on that.
Well, it cost us against Brisbane and Fremantle in both games.
Yeah, well, Fremantle have got Jackson and Darcy.
Oh, sorry, we've got. Hey, Daz.
Howdy.
Sorry, mate. I didn't know you were waiting.
That's all right. I'm listening. No. I went and had a bit of food when I fixed up the stream, and been sort of like nodding and agreements with a lot of people coming on. I won't be on for very long because I've it's been a long 3 days, but I'll give you my 2 cents worth on next week. It's selections.
Yep.
So I think we're all of the opinion. It's some of us, what we believe will happen. Sorry, what we think will happen or should happen, and what Fly will do are 2 completely different things.
Correct.
They're like
for sure
miles apart.
That's actually why I like whenever it comes to answering the question, I always hate it because it's like there's the answer, but then there's Fly's answer.
Well, I think we've learnt that. We've learnt that for we've learnt that a long period of time now, and I think this year more than ever. And I think we've been vindicated with quite a lot this year with Oscar Steen and Anderson. But anyway, this is what I think might happen next week. Now we're playing. Is it next Thursday night, Hawks?
Yeah,
Thursday.
Next Thursday against.
So it is Thursday. So we get. So what do we do? That's a sort of a technically. Can only say it's a 5-day break. I really think. Maybe. What is it? So it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, it's only really you're playing on the 5th day, so you're only really getting 4 days. 4 days, and the Hawks played When did they play? A couple of days ago.
Today against
So
Gold Coast.
yeah, so I reckon. I reckon this is what I think will happen, and then I'll give you my opinion. What will happen is that they'll play Pendle. I'll give you mine. So I'm getting all mixed up. Pendle's out, obviously. We know that.
Yeah.
I think they'll manage Membry. I think they'll manage Jeremy Howe if Darcy Moore is okay. And I reckon the players that will come in will be Buller for Membry. Long will come in because he wasn't officially dropped. He will come in for Pendles.
Right.
And I think Harrison comes in for Lockie Schultz. I think they won't probably play Lockie, Shooter.
No.
I might be wrong with that one. I think the borderline and Jeremy Howe goes out and Darcy will only come in if he's ready to go. So I think there will be the changes there. I think you got them right earlier when I was listening. Somebody said, I think you're all saying pretty much the same thing, that you reckon that Membry will probably get managed. What did he do today? I mean, yeah, he was all right. McStay was certainly better.
Nothing really.
So I think he's due for a rest. Personally, I'd like him to go back, play in the VFL, get his hands on the footy, mark it, kick it, do all the normal things, and just show those young guys in the VFL that there's no favourites. You go back, and we'll pluck you and play you if you put in good effort, a la, Anderson and Oscar Steen, and hopefully Harvey Harrison. I like Harvey Harrison because now that he appears to be, touch wood, over his knee issues and the ACL, he's as clean as you can get as a half forward, or even you could play him on the wing. And he's actually probably a little bit better in front of goal compared to Shooter. I love Shooter, pressure player and tackling and physical process and all of that on the opposition. When we go inside 50 years, the one forward that doesn't let the ball out. But Harvey Harrison, he's got some upside to his disposal. I think he's got better over the course of that period, where we saw him when he first came in 18 months ago, 2 years. He was actually, we didn't probably see enough of his footy, but he's actually very clean, and he's actually not slow either, and he's got good skills, hand and foot. So I like to see Fly reward this guy, because he's had a long battle getting back as well. And we all go on about how hard it was watching Reef go down the other day in the VFL, and that was really bloody hard watching that. You've got to really give credit to guys that really go through that long rehab, and then they get themselves through another pre-season, and they then work their butts off. They're playing at VFL level with a very young Collingwood team at the moment, and he's stood out like a sore thumb the other day. But he's been working up to that. I've been watching him. He's been actually working up pretty well to that, and I like to see him rewarded. I think, yes, it's a bit of a baptism of fire against the Hawks, but let's not forget Hawthorn were doing this 2 years ago. Remember, they were a very young team themselves, weren't they? We didn't know much about the Hawks, and they were Hollywood Hawks. They were called, and they were, carefree. They were, every time Sam Mitchell took the chains off, they were just like playing this carefree, attacking footy. Didn't have a lot of defensive footy, but they were playing a lot of attacking football. And they can, and that's what the young kids tend to do if you give them a bit of confidence. So I don't know. I think it'll be 3 or 4 changes next week. A couple will be probably, as I said, managed. I think the one that we know already is Pendles. And but the other situation is, what will Fly do? We're a bit over this situation of trying to make our point, but Fly tends to go the opposite way.
Yeah. I think the gap is thinning, like the gap between what should happen and what Fly wants to happen is slowly the gap is narrowing. So, and but yeah. Anyway, by the way, I just want to say hello to Peter who's joined us.
G'day everyone, how's it going?
Hey, thanks for jumping on, mate. Now,
no stress at all.
You mentioned something about, was it you talking about Darcy Moore is not looking to?
Yeah. So look, my mate, I sit with him and his partner at the footy. They caught the Uber and jumped off at Swan Street, and apparently he was just kicking the ball before the game, and he looked terrible. Like he was not kicking like a bloke that's going to play football in 4 or 5 days. So, but I don't know.
See with training, I suppose, won't they run out on Monday, I suppose?
Yeah.
If he doesn't train much, you can't play him if he's not training. So, begs the question, so will they run Jeremy Howe again? Remember, it was that game last year when he got knocked out against the Hawks. That was
against the Hawks.
Tidy's 350th. Yeah, that was a horrendous game. But they may roll with him again. But who's there to? I don't know. I just now that McStay's got a little bit of form, kicking some goals, I wouldn't want to put him back in defence and plug that gap, because you've got some, finally getting something from McStay up in the forward line. I think it would be ridiculous to whack him back there to plug a hole.
No.
Especially if you're going to get rid of Membry, and again, who knows? I just hope they pick a competitive team and just reward some of the guys that put their hand up on the weekend. I think you can't ignore that, and just throw it at the Hawks. I think the Hawks will be going in well and truly still pretty hot favourites for that one, and that might be good for us because if you remember last year, we were sort of like, I think we were expected to win that game last year against Hawthorn.
The second one or the first one?
Sidey's 350th. I think. We were ready. Everyone. Not many people thought we'd lose that, and we didn't rock up though, did we?
The turning point there, Daz, was when Newcomb took out Howe. That was very similar to when Pendles was ruled out in the prelim, and Nick the other day was ruled out. Everyone just dropped. Oh,
yeah, and we do that, don't we?
Yeah.
Do that. Like that. Don't play well when that happens, and if it's happening early in the game.
We so rely on our leaders, and when our leaders go down, they're like, "Oh, Howie's gone down. Oh, Pendles. Oh, Dacos."
Don't seem to shrug it off.
Yeah.
Howard only just come back though, didn't he? Hadn't he, for that game?
Yeah.
Had he just come? Yeah, because we've been waiting for him, because he started the year really well, and then he was out, and then he just came back, and he lasted about a minute.
Oh, that was a frustrating 3 months, 2-3 months for him. It was frustrating, and it was just about the time when we started to sort of we lost it, didn't we? We were just, our form completely changed, our game style changed, our confidence seemed to drop, and then we lost that top spot. And that sort of was right at the beginning of it there. We weren't playing that well before it, but then we sort of we hit the wall then. Took a while to get back, and I don't know whether we really recovered after that. I know we beat Adelaide, but we weren't the same team. And but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Harvey Harrison, and particularly him. I'd probably say he's the sort of guy that could come in next week and kick 2 or 3. I'm not saying that he'll be a star, but I reckon he could. He might only get 10 possessions, but he might kick 2 or 3. And if you can get another little forward like that, like a guy that goes in and got good goal sense, need that sort of pressure on those guys around the forward line. And we don't know how Bobby's going to go when he comes back eventually. He'll take a bit more time. Jamie needs to still continue to find that form, hopefully. If we all get those guys in playing well, then we can beat anybody. There's no doubt about that. But like we've seen today and yesterday and all of that. Our best is very, very good, but our worst, and we've seen a bit of it recently, is pretty awful.
Yes.
Don't underestimate how bad Essendon are, though.
Yeah, I thought I was really worried about today. I thought Essendon have shown signs that but geez, they just shat the bed today, didn't they?
Yeah, but I think, we're running the risk at the moment of being sort of that we're beating bottom 6 teams, but we've got to start showing something against top 6 teams. And so far, we've had a couple of goes. And
Pete, what I'm hopeful for is I want us to be competitive against Hawthorn. Like if we're inside of 4 goals, that'll be a win against Hawthorn. As much as I'd love to smash them, but you know how we go against the Hawks. I think Geelong are very gettable, and I reckon I'm hopeful we'll be competitive against the Hawks. Who knows what can happen if we get some young players in there and a bit of enthusiasm. But Geelong, watch out! I reckon we've got Geelong's number. And
I agree.
Pendles will be equaling. Ideally, he'll be breaking the record, but he'll be equaling the game's record. And that will help get a lift. But Geelong,
No, I agree with Geelong. We would have got Geelong last year.
And spattering. Yeah, we shouldn't have rested Howe for that. That cost us a game.
But even if we had got through Brisbane, we would have taken them in the grand final.
Oh, 100%, mate. That's on fly. That's what we were talking about earlier. Like we played injured players. We had the first 5 centre bounces were Darcy Cameron. We should have had Coxie in there. We had a bit of bad luck with the umpiring. Yeah, we were into that up to our ears and our eyes, and we were that close to a flag. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
Coxie dropped that mark. Could have set the tone in the first 30 seconds.
Didn't it? Dake's got that center clearance and hit Coxie on the chest, dropped it. God.
That and the Membry pass. Still can't forgive him for that pass to Elliott.
Yeah. I mean, it should have been a free, but Membry should have been going back and having the shot. Like you're a forward. Yeah. Membry, you get 4 kicks a game. 1 or 2 of them need to be a goal, and that was one of them.
I see. I know everyone's talking about Buller and McStay. My only thought, and this was about Jeremy Howe, and it might change obviously now we brief, but with Jeremy Howe training with the forwards, because I got the feeling that maybe they just wanted a leader down there for a while to teach. I don't think Elliott's a leader. I think he's a good senior player, but I don't think he organises the forward line. And when it was the 3 of them playing down there, they were just getting in each other's way. It was terrible. So I thought maybe Howe going forward for a bit wasn't about Howe playing forward. It was about having a real craft leader down there to show the other guys how to play forward and a bit of pattern and some leading patterns and things like that.
Peter, do you watch the Collingwood Rant podcast?
No.
Yeah, really, really good glass half empty Collingwood YouTube channel. So they really get down to the nitty gritty. And what they talk about is that they really Collingwood does well despite themselves. We sort of hold ourselves back because it's like simple stuff that gets in our way. Hang on, sorry, I got the missus doing a bit of packing here, so I'm a bit distracted. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna mute myself. So now I forgot what I was saying.
No, the rant. Glass half empty. Get the middle ready.
Talking in the first place. Anyway, it'll come back to me. Keep talking.
Well, the only I saw Boyd. Like I haven't watched the twos. I went to the game today and then just been doing some work and listening. I caught up. I missed Chronicles, but I kind of watched it. Just listened back to it. But I've missed most of what you guys have been talking about. But Howes. What about the young Howes? Like
Noah
so I see.
Howes.
Did he take nine? Was it 9 intercept marks today on Friday?
It was nine marks in total. Yeah, I'm really, really bullish on him. Because on paper, he's literally perfect on paper. My only question is, how would it work once it's in reality and he's on an AFL football field? How is it gonna look in execution? But that's the thing I don't know till we play.
Yeah, my thoughts are, for a long time I've been thinking Reef will be the replacement for Howe, but maybe Moore's the replacement for Jeremy Howe. Free him up to be that third tall defender. We've just got to find another one. And if Howes can hold it down and Frampton can play more of a centre back role, because I think he can move enough and he's got the confidence now. Then it just frees up Moore to play that third tall, and he can just do what the hell he wants to do. He doesn't have to be accountable at all. Well, not at all, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's certainly one of those moves where it's like you're taking a massive risk in doing it, but it's one of those. It's ironic because it's Fly loves to use the saying, to have a ping at the stumps. That would be a genuine ping at the stumps, and God, if you were to to take a throw at it and you hit, I mean, you'd be considered an absolute genius if it works out.
Hawks haven't got the biggest forward line at the moment though, with Troll out though. It's only Mitchell. They got Mitchell Lewis, and then it will be, and then Gunston basically is the next one, and Gunston's not super tall.
Yeah, but isn't Deer coming back? Because Deer's playing in their reserves yet.
But even he's not a massive bloke either. Like you don't need massive key defenders, I don't think, at the moment with Hawthorn. How's the one? If Howe could play, he could take Gunston. Frampton will take Mitch Lewis. The question is whether Howe plays, and then they might try and throw what's his name, the captain forward to try and stretch us a bit. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Gunston takes a lot of his marks on the lead, I noticed. He's been really informed, but he's a good guy. He gets out into space. As long as you've got a little bit of leg speed and stay with him, you can probably do the job there. But he's not like a true full forward or anything like that, or one of the old full forwards of years gone by. He used to take the back marks. He does take a few, but he's not as I suppose potent that way. But I think you just got to match him up with somebody that's going to be able to stick with him and just apply the pressure and just not daydream or anything like that, because he's very smart. He's very smart footballer, Jack Gunston. He's playing really, really, really smart football at the moment. It's I still can't even believe that the Hawks got rid of him a few years ago and he had that year up in Brisbane, because he's playing better now than he ever has. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
I agree, and it's all on smart.
Got to cut the supply off. That's the issue. So that's our midfield. They've got to work with our half back line, and our midfield's got to they've got to work their butts off against Hawthorn, because they'll cut you up if you're lazy. You don't do the chasing, don't do the pressure, and apply it. The Hawks will just make you look absolutely stupid. So I think it's a big game for the midfield coming up. Otherwise, Gunston, Mitch Lewis, they'll get the supply. Ginnivan, Buddy Watson, who rakes, just drives everyone insane if you don't support the Hawthorn team, because he's so quick. He's the smallest player in the AFL, but he's so quick and he kicks goals too, so he can really stick it up. So, it's a tough game, but, hopefully this is what Fly gets paid for. Do your homework, mate, and, pick and really try and outgun those key players for the opposition, and there's probably half a dozen. The rest probably are okay. They're not a brilliant team. They bat reasonably deep, but not that deep to be considered, I think, number one favourite to win the flag. But I think there's 6 stars in that team. So if you can match up really well against those top 6 for Hawthorn, you've got a chance, maybe. But yeah, this is up to Fly to pick a team that's going to be competitive. I think Matt's right there. I wouldn't be too unhappy if we got within 4 goals and then move on to Geelong, hopefully with Pendles and, just tighten up these areas that we still need to probably tighten up on. And, I think one way you can beat the Cats is, stop the supply there. Obviously, Cameron comes down a lot and kicks goals and all of that. But I reckon Frampton could be the guy. He's actually done some really good jobs on some good forwards from the opposition, and he's actually been really good against those types of players. But Cameron's a completely different unit, isn't he?
He's a unicorn, isn't he?
He comes down the wing a lot, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. I really like Billy Frampton. I will back Billy Frampton against any big forward in the league apart from Jeremy Cameron, because he's just a different type of player. And that's why
he just keeps moving.
A couple of years ago, we had Quaynor on him, and everyone's going, "Oh, what's going on?" But it's like, geez, who do you put on him? Who do you put on that guy? He's like, he's a unicorn. Like, he's just, you can't match up on the guy. So I would say Frampton goes on that big guy, that Shannon Neal guy, and then it's a raffle for who goes on to Jeremy Cameron.
Cameron doesn't stop moving. That's his art. He's just moving all the time.
I think Maynard is the guy. You have Maynard takes him in the back, and then someone else takes him when he's up the ground. Maybe who? I would really like these guys like Long and Allen, if they could really sort of get some other strings to their bows, like to be able to be defensive, and like someone like an Ed Allen. He's so big and athletic and looks strong, in a different world, in a different universe, in a galaxy far, far away. You say, okay, when Jeremy Cameron comes up the ground, you're on him. No, that's not going to happen. Do you know what I mean? Because he's almost as tall as Jeremy Cameron, almost as heavy, can run. Maybe that's how you get the best out of someone like Ed Allen. You say, okay, that bloke there, Jeremy Cameron, he's probably going to give you a bath, but you just go wherever he goes and just do as well as you can, and he's going to teach you how to play football.
Did you see that?
What's that, Shawnee?
Oh, I was just about to say that's actually not the worst idea I've heard. And especially because with Allen, he actually has the athleticism to probably go with him. And he's also got a bit of height as well.
He will show you how to get into the right area. Just do what he does, and maybe you could be half the player he is one day, because he's a different type of unit, that Jeremy Cameron. What a player.
Yeah, but did you see Ed Allen get outmarked with about a minute and a half to go against Carlton? That created the whole setup for them to get that. And that was on a nobody. Like, that was piss weak by Allen. That was disgusting.
He's a paper tiger. He's a paper tiger.
It was just, there's no point in running around with anyone if he's just not going to put on real pressure. Like, it's pointless.
I think there's a lot to be said for a guy like Angus Anderson, who is not a high draft pick, got ignored in drafts, and they say, I'm going to go play with men in South Australia for 3 years. And then you get a guy with a pedigree of Ed Allen who gets nursed through the system, and you got like Angus Anderson. Like, Ed Allen's old man, Ben Allen, should be ringing up his son and saying, did you see that bloke, Gus Anderson? He's come in, he's played 2 games. This is what you need. You've been there 3 years. Have a look at that bloke. He had to battle and scrap to get on a list, and you've just, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I will say this about Allen, though, is that I think the biggest thing that we screwed up with Allen was the fact that we didn't play him straight away. Because at no point have I seen Alan, and I know it's ironic, but like at no point have I really seen Alan be a footballer. He's always been this athlete that is trying to be a footballer. And the way that you can turn an athlete into a footballer is by giving him games. And basically saying that you're our guy, you're the person to take us forward. I reckon whatever year it was, which was his first year, I reckon if we debuted him straight off the bat, whether if we chucked him on a wing or wherever, I reckon the Ed Allen that we would have got if we played him straight away compared to what we have now would be two completely different footballers. Whether you guys agree or don't with that, yeah, but I just really sort of I reckon the way that we've handled Ed Allen, I think it's more on the club. I think it's the club not developing him properly, rather than him necessarily not being good. Because I don't think we've necessarily put him in a position to succeed. Because I think the way that we've treated him in the sense where it took him 3 years to get his first game. And then, we were he was in the side, out of the side, in the side, out of the side. He's still basically that player still. And when you have a guy that's basically an athlete and not a footballer, I think the way that you do it, especially if you're backing him in, and especially if you're paying a first-round pick to get him in the door, I think the club should have done was actually play him right off the bat. And I think that's also enabled this whole timid nature, and that's also enabled this, because he doesn't know where his place is within the footy club, I feel like, and why he's not so confident, and why, we'll see him do it in a practice game where he takes the game on, or we'll see it in the VFL game where he takes the game on. But when it comes to an AFL level game, he doesn't seem to do it, and he just seems so timid, but also so scared to make mistakes. Where if you had played him from the start, and I know it's a bit of hindsight thinking.
Play him on the ball as well, though. We're playing him on the ball.
No, but even then, if you played him in year one, he wouldn't have had the body for it. But you still play him on a wing. You play him
I'm talking now. I'm talking now. He ripped
yeah, no. Now it's it's either you play him in the middle or you don't play him at all.
Exactly, 100%. Now I know Anthony and a few others are an advocate. They say, okay, in a fly team, you gotta play other positions. Well, okay, that's fair enough. But
what about someone like Tom Mitchell,
sometimes people can't play other positions. I've played a lot of wing in okay levels of football. The wing is not an easy position to play. You can't just go and chase the ball. You've got to be fast and you've got to be tough because you're always getting smashed. And you've got to time your runs. You can't run into the middle, or you can, but you've just got to. It's all where some players, they can't handle that. They just want to see ball, get ball. Like Tom Mitchell couldn't play on the wing. Greg Williams couldn't play on the wing. A guy like Gavin Brown can play on the wing, can play centre half forward, can play full forward. Apart from the ruck, a guy like Gavin Brown can play anywhere. But most players are only limited to maybe 1, 2, 3 positions, and Ed Allen is not a wingman.
We've got an All-Australian wingman. We just play him off the half back, though.
Who, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh should be back on the wing. That's my...
Absolutely.
Get him back on the wing, pissed off Sidey, and start playing Hayes on the other wing.
Yep. I think if Sidey's playing, you're whacking Sidey in the forward pocket and, can throw him into the middle if you need it. Think you need a spark. I'd be playing side bottom in a forward pocket because that's 2 goals.
Sidey came nice. He came into it a little bit at the end there, but I was watching him. I think he had 13 possessions at halftime. Probably about 10 minutes to go, he had 16-odd possessions. He had 3 possessions in the last quarter and a half. He often looks like he's spectating now. He is I get scared every time he's in defence and the ball's in the air. He's slow. There's no pressure, and when he gets it, he panics sometimes now because he thinks he's got perceived pressure because he's got no speed. Yeah, I
Look,
just don't get me wrong. If we had Bobby Hill playing, maybe Harvey Harrison and all that, a bit more speed around him. But when talking about bringing Long back in and things like this, it's like against the faster teams, like we were lucky today. There was times there when Essendon would get into the ball quick, but they just can't kick to hit another target. But you get a team with a bit of speed and then disposal. I think our lack of speed will show up. Hey, look, everyone was saying drop Hayes, potentially leading into this game. Hayes got his one goal because he ran faster than everyone else. That was simple as that. He was fastest to the ball. And we've missed that in our forward line because Shooter's dangerous, but he's not super quick. Elliott's not super quick anymore. Membry looks terribly slow now. He just looks really slow.
Now I remember.
Don't get me wrong. Membry was handy today because he made an effort to link up on the wing. He kind of did the old Cox and Main. Remember Main? He kind of did that role quite a bit and made an effort to be that link up. But he at the moment now, you look at him and he hasn't got the and that's why I say last year against Brisbane, not taking that shot. But the bloke is not quite tall enough, not quite quick enough, doesn't take contested marks for his height, really. He's always in there, but he doesn't take them anymore. I don't know what, I don't know what we're doing with him. I don't
know why he's inside.
If he was 20 years old, no worries, but I just don't get it.
I now remember what I was referring to when I talked about the Collingwood rant, and what they were saying is we've got a forward line with very low IQ, and you've got Schultz, you've got McCreery, you've got McStay, you've got Membry, obviously Elliott, and there's no, we used to have Bobby Hill. He's a high IQ, doesn't get a lot of it. We had Brody Myercheck, didn't get a lot of possessions, but really smart, got to the right places, always making a contest, good on the ground. And so that's our problems. I was watching it today. I'm at the ground, and the amount of times that McStay had a good game, but him and Elliott get in there, they get in each other's way all the time. So there's a lady who works for Channel 7. She goes on a few of these streams every now and then, and she said that Charlie West, he's only been in the system for a year. He's got the highest IQ out of all of the forwards, and I wouldn't doubt that. Mm-hmm. So we just do dumb stuff in the forward line. I love Shooter. I love Bo McCreery, but they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. And even Jamie Elliott, he's a smart footballer, but he's always going for speckies. Sometimes you're going to go, no, McStay's going up. I'm going to get the easy front and square, or I'm going to get the one at the back. There's nothing wrong with getting a sheepdog goal as a small forward.
No, I agree. And that's why, and that was what my thoughts were with Howe. I don't think it was about him being a forward or anything like that. I just think he's a smarter forward, or he always was, and he's a smart footballer anyway. But that's what I thought. Maybe that's what they're thinking is, if they're going to play Buller and McStay, rather than having Membry there, have Jeremy Howe, and just, while we got him and we've got that IQ, I don't think the back line needs it, but the forward line does.
How we doing, lads? You hanging in there, Shawnee?
Yeah, I'm all good to go.
Daz? How you doing, Chris?
I think I'll go to bed, man. I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
Good, man. All right, so I think I'm gonna do. I can keep going for a bit if anyone wants to, but yeah, I think with Mick away, I'll do a pre-game the night before the Hawks game and an after show. So,
yep.
Yeah. But yeah, we can keep going for a bit longer if you guys want to. And good night, Chris. Thanks for joining in, mate.
All
As
right,
always,
see you.
pleasure.
See you. See you.
Night, mate.
I would put good money on him not being awake in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's ready for bed.
I was going to say, I don't know if he was awake 10 seconds ago.
Yeah. He probably woke up just to say that.
Just heard his name.
Yeah. Yeah, just like the eyes popped up. Oh, okay, yep. Yeah, no, guys, I think I'm going to bed.
Like he's asleep in class. Teacher's yelling his name out.
Do you reckon Ed Allen knows who Voidoid is? Because I reckon, like, if Ed Allen knew that he had this fan, Voidoid Generation, that is just constantly going to bat for him, like, what a fan. And I often, when I think about Ed Allen, I think about Voidoid at the same time. I'm like, I want
I am Ed.
Do you know what I mean? I want Ed Allen to do well, of course, because he's possibly a young gun. But I've also got that extra emphasis that, wouldn't Voidoid be happy? Wouldn't that make his,
There's a lot of E's and D's. I was going to say, there's a lot of E's and D's in Voidoid Generation.
I was about to say, like, it actually could be a cover up for his brother Link, because his brother Link is heavily involved in a few of the podcasts and stuff, and I think he's a part of SEN as well. So his name's Link. He's actually like the brother of Ed Allen, and
right.
Yeah, he's a free enough. He's actually been really good on some of the shows he's been on. He's always they've made him more involved in the Tradies podcast. He's actually,
I was going to say,
I actually listen to it.
There's three of them.
Have like a random stat and stuff, and it's just, I didn't care about that stat, but I guess now that you've said it, now I kind of do, because it's a pretty cool stat.
Yeah, there's three of them. They live with Gilchrist's son as well.
Yeah.
All from WA.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Well, I'm have a client, a new client in WA, so I'm thinking I might be able to set up sort of like a FIFO situation where I can do a week or two's work in WA, and it's only a 6-hour flight to Thailand for WA. So I might be seeing a bit more of this brown land called Australia. So let's see. Be good, because I'm really enjoying being back here. Haven't been here for 5 years. It's good fun. Fucking expensive, but I go for a round of drinks. Oh, it's my round, fucking $120. Wasn't too long ago that same round was $12. Take a bit of zero on the end of it. Oh, amazing. So
stop buying a drink at the footy. I don't drink at the footy, but after last quarter against Brisbane last year, my mate was well into his Jim Beam, so I thought I'll go and buy a couple, and 30 odd bucks each or whatever they are. So Christ. No, was it 18 bucks for a can?
It's like, hey, should we get a round going? Are you buying like sort of like faggy drinks, like $25 each, or can we just stick to beers? I made the mistake of like my wife's a bit of a sweet tooth, and she's not a big drinker, but she likes sweet stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay, you probably like a cider. Now she's falling in love with cider. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's $15 a pop.
I thought you were going to say the hard solo type stuff.
Nah.
Alcoholic soft drink.
Oh, yeah, cider. Yeah, apple cider. Like a Magnus cider. In like pear or apple sort of stuff. Not a bad drop actually.
Yeah, I don't mind. What's the one I like? Bulmers, I think it is.
Oh
Bulmers
yeah,
cider.
good one. Yep.
I'm off the sugar, so no cider for me.
On the low carbs.
Yes, mate.
Or 0 carbs.
Yep.
It's good.
Yeah,
isn't
I try and do virtually none, but yeah.
Like
best I
carnivore,
can.
virtually like carnivore sort of style.
I was more keto. Yeah, a lot of meat, but I try and put the greens in there. But basically no veggies with colour. Just got to be all green and white.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, the greens, like the reason. Yeah. Anyway, so now here's a carnivore tip. This is why I can do a brekkie like without the chips or without the bread. And the problem is, what do you mop the egg yolk with? Because normally, like, you don't. I love a runny egg yolk, and you're mopping it up with the bread. If you're doing carnivore or the keto where there's no bread, there's all this. You're using your finger to lick it up and whatever. So this is what I do. So when I have a steak, I will cook. So like I'll have 4 fried eggs, nice running, and I eat the eggs as well as I can. Then I have the steak afterwards. So the steak is virtually just dripping, soaking up all of the egg yolk, and you nearly get all of it. So I'm not soaking it up with a nice bit of crusty bread, which would be nice. But tell you what, get that nice bit of medium rare steak soaking up that egg yolk, man. Beautiful.
There is I don't know if you've seen it, Bergen's do a low carb bread, which is about 2 grams. It's about 1.5 grams per slice. But you got to be able to handle very, very grainy bread.
Yeah. If I've got enough,
I'm used to it.
Yeah. Like I'll do it like a breakfast. And so if you ditch the bread and ditch the baked beans, you've got your egg, you've got your bacon, maybe a sausage, you've got your avocado, you've got your tomato. That's pretty much that's enough for me. You've got your.
I think we've sent the other two. We're sounding like vegans now. We've sent the other two asleep.
Well, I did have sausage and bacon. This is what happens in these streams, Peter. Is we get to
I know.
the 5-hour mark and we start talking about keto and fasting and we'll be talking about conspiracy theories soon.
Yes, I've been on here before, and someone's gone down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But I must admit, Voidoid and I have very similar opinions on everything. But I must admit, Ed's probably not one of them.
I hope Voidoid is right. Sorry, Sean, keep going.
Oh, I was just about to say, like, I'm actually surprised I haven't spoken about protein yet.
Well, we are about to cross the 6-hour mark, and this will be the first 6-hour stream on the Warble channel. So, to the 9 people who are watching, thanks for hanging in there. If you could like and subscribe, that'd be great. I think we've got 1 like so far tonight. Can I get 3? But yeah, so we'll, in the absence of Mick, I will pick up the slack pre-Hawthorn and post-Hawthorn, and I might have a special guest. I'll get my mad Hawthorn mate. Sorry, he's a relative, my mad Hawthorn cousin, to hopefully he can get on the stream on prior to the Hawthorn game. Be good. He's annoying, as are all Hawthorn supporters, but very knowledgeable, and he's actually good fun. So if he could join, that'd be great. He's actually in a pretty influential position in the powers that be, so he might not be able to do it, but maybe he could he could come in as Dermot Brereton or something, have a fake name. He might do it. So
all right,
we'll
I've got a topic for you then.
Okay, go
and
on.
It's got to do with Hawthorn, but are we willing to accept now then that we probably stuffed up in trading Ginnivan for virtually nothing. I know there's a big talk about, well, it was a choice out of Ginnivan and Shooter, but it wasn't. We could have easily kept Ginnivan and got Shooter. So
just reverse back. Nothing.
Hey,
you said we got nothing for the Ginnivan trade.
No. But we didn't need to trade. No, we didn't get much. We virtually gave him up for pretty much.
We got West. We got West. So
we got the pick. No. But I reckon, but
we used the pick for West.
Yeah, but it wasn't a great pick. Like West slipped. Like we could have probably could have got West anyway. Like it wasn't. It wasn't like we went and got a top. Like he's worth a top 20 pick probably now. It's not so much the trade that we got, because I think you'll find that the players that we got slipped, and we had them earmarked anyway. I just think.
So you think we should have? Ginnivan didn't want to be there, so that's one thing.
No, I agree. Look, I think Ginnivan didn't want to be there because we made it pretty clear we didn't want him and I think it was a lot to do with him turning up on. Well, he went to the races. That was the start of it, and then turning up the next day dressed up as a jockey, I think was what probably sealed his fate. But he's a dickhead and he's a kid, and De Goey's done a lot of stupid stuff too. You know what I mean? Like he's now grown up. He's knuckled down. Like he was, no matter where he was going to grow up and knuckle down. I just wonder did we make a mistake by getting rid of him? Like, don't get me wrong, right then and there, a lot of people hated him. We're a bit over him, but did we make a mistake by judging him as a kid with a lot of potential? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a huge Ginnivan fan, but
I think he's a receiver. And we all need receivers.
I think he's a very smart footballer.
Yeah, but he does get in the right spots. I mean, we need receivers in the game. Not everyone can be a fucking Tom Mitchell. So
even when we got him even when he was playing the twos, I reckon Greatness would have been a massive fan of him in the twos at times. Like I remember just watching him, and he was just smarter than everyone. And he'd get in there, and then he'd kick a ball, and he'd kick a goal from 50 meters. And it's like, what the hell is this kid?
He didn't do so. Once he debuted in the AFL squad, when he played VFL games after that, he wasn't really like doing it. But before his debut at AFL level, VFL, he'd be kicking goals from like 50. And like you wouldn't even like be questioning if it was like going to miss or anything. He was that good. I think it was. I think the club pushed him out rather than him wanting to leave.
I agree.
And I think that was wrong by the club. Because I don't know if people know this, but he was actually contracted, so he actually had an extra year to go on his contract. So regardless on, should we have kept him or not, but if Jack wanted to go, blah, blah, at the end of the day, even worst case scenario, even though he wouldn't have done it, but even worst case scenario, even if we go, no, we're not trading you, we're still keeping you, because what you're going to do in the next 12 months is going to be worth us keeping you, even if you do like stuff all. Because what are you going to do? Not play? We're going to pick you every week, so you're going to play VFL or whatever. Even if they did do that for next year, because you would have had Schultz. But there would have been injuries. There would have been so many things, so many factors that would have played out that season. I would have persisted with him for an extra year, because that was probably the year where, because I remember a little bit of it. So I know he had an offer from Richmond in the middle of the year. He turned that down because he didn't want to go to Richmond. And then Hawks came across, and Hawks was obviously the club he was interested in. He got that offer around like the prelim of 23. So it was always a question on his mind around then. That's actually why, I don't know if you guys remember, that was also when Taylor Adams was at the club, and there was the whole story about Adams not wanting to be a part of like wanted to be part of the circle after the prelim win, and it was Jack that went to Adams trying to pull him in back into like the circle so that he could like socialize with the group. He basically did that, I guess I'd assume, because he was like in the same sort of boat, but he was sort of like with Jack. Jack wanted to, I don't know, keep the peace, I guess. But Jack knew he had an offer from Hawthorn at that time himself. It's just that it didn't come out till midway through the trade period because that's just how it works.
What about this? What
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't. I was just saying, I don't think he would have stayed forever. But I just think I think we gave him up too easily. I think we just said we didn't want him. Offer us anything, and you can have him. And I just think.
Peter, Voidy is saying, and I've heard this before, that it was like Jack wanted to go because we got rid of when we got Shooter. He didn't want to compete for his spot because he thought that he'd be further down the pecking order.
It played.
Yeah,
it played a part, but it wasn't the part.
Okay.
Like Jack, if we knuckled down and we backed him in, he would have stayed. And I do think he would have been mature enough to, play out that next season, and he would have like put in a decent effort. And then whatever happened after that season would have happened like whichever way. But yeah, the whole Shooter part definitely played a factor, but it wasn't the factor. And the fact that we were way too easy in terms of Hawks, you can have him because Hawks were obviously the team that Jack grew up supporting.
Yeah.
And that's when Jack was like, oh, well, I'm happy to go there. And then that's how, and then I guess the club was like, well, he's a bit of a dickhead and we've got an opportunity to ship him off. Fuck it, let's just do it. When really at the end of the day, it was the wrong call. We should have thought about it a lot more than we did. Because at the end of the day, we actually lost on that trade. We actually, like Hawks, if you remember the trade, it was basically pick swaps. But all the pick swaps were basically depending on us finishing higher than Hawthorn. That year, Hawthorn finished above us. So all the picks that we had, we got a worse draft hand because of it. So Hawks got Jack, and they also got a better draft hand out of it. So they absolutely won that.
Well, didn't we get West? Oh no, that was the Shooter trade. That was the no.
We
got West from the pick, didn't we?
At the end of the day, even if you say, "Oh, but we got West," like West was
it's a late pick. It's a late. Yeah, Peter was making that point before. It's a late pick, so
yeah, but it's still. But that's the thing, though. Like you can still, at the end of the day, you can go to draft night and you can do live trading and you can get that pick on the night. No one's going to die over pick 50, and even if we gave up a future third round pick or whatever it is, which we could have easily done if we really wanted, if we were super desperate to get West, which, West was actually one of the kids I actually got told early on that we were really interested in. And like the fact that, we got him at pick, I want to say it was pick 50 anyway, somewhere around there. That's not a hard pick to get.
No.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he burnt some bridges. He was a dickhead, and I think we just said, I think it was probably Fly driven. I think Fly cracked the shits when he turned up dressed as a jockey. And I reckon it was like, we don't want you. And then we kind of backtracked on it a bit when he was like, we said, no, we wanted him. He's the one who left. And it was like, well, I think we made it pretty obvious. We don't want you. No, like I said, I'm not, at the time, I wasn't fussed about it. But at the same time, I just think, we've made a couple, I still, cry about Jared Witts, but, we've given up some good players at times. That and we look at smart ball users that are just smart footballers, and that's probably one of the things sometimes we lack at the moment. And he just makes things happen when he gets the ball, especially around that centre forward, and he and like I said, I don't think he would still be here now, even if we got him to stay. But I reckon we could have got something for him. That's probably my main.
We should have got like a first rounder. He's a first rounder. We should have got a first round draft pick for him. But
that's
him
the thing, though. With the way that he was leaving,
there
was no way we were getting even the second round pick. We definitely wouldn't have got the fact that we got a whole bunch of pick swaps when we were trading second and third round picks for as a swap around. But because it was basically our seconds and thirds and their seconds and thirds, and they finished higher on the ladder, they actually got the better picks and Jack as well. So.
This is the other thing. This is a good point, Foydoid. This was the other thing that people don't talk about.
I was just about to bring up the mixed day stuff as well too.
Yeah. So that I think the club has just gone, okay, it's one thing over another. This is too much. Do you know about this, Peter?
Yeah, I know a lot about it. Had nothing to do with Ginnivan.
Okay, so the narrative is that Ginnivan was pushing it around the club. So that is a bullshit narrative.
Yeah.
Who would be pushing that to make it look like what's the?
Did you have any?
No, I don't know, but that whole the Photoshop stuff and all that it was nothing. It came out, and there was all these thoughts about what it was. It wasn't like the only victim in it was the girl.
Right, because it was someone who looked like McStay. Is that?
Didn't even look like McStay.
It was like a joke that this is Dan McStay and like passing it around like you do with your mates. It wasn't actually.
I think it was an ex. Look, I think it ended up on Twitter type thing, but it didn't like it was literally the only way it could have happened is if the Collingwood players went to the precinct after the game on Allen Grand Final day, which clearly they didn't. But it had nothing to do with McStay and had nothing to do with Ginnivan. It generated from outside the club.
Okay.
It was just a rumour that got around.
There you go. Isn't it interesting that rumours can just become, that happened?
Yeah. No, I know that for a fact. Not something.
So basically, that whole entire story was like made up. So the whole.
Pretty much.
Didn't he take a photo in the toilets or something? And like
it's a video taken over a cubicle door.
Yeah.
But it's clearly not McStay. I don't even know how anyone would even think it looked like McStay. It's clearly not McStay.
Yeah.
And like I said, the only victim in it is the female.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure it's at the precinct in Richmond.
Boys, I'm gonna pull the pin. Going just over 6 hours, so definitely broken the record for a stream. So I will. Thanks for joining in, Peter. Hopefully you can join in again around the Hawks game. And
I'll try. It's a midweek game, bit harder.
Yeah, well, we'll do a. I guess we'll do a match eve, and then because normally Mick from Magpie Army Chronicles does that, but he's away, so I'm gonna try and fill in. But
are you gonna do the VFL on the Friday?
Pressure's on now.
I'm actually thinking.
Can you, by the way, they're also training on Tuesday. Can you get down there and film it for us?
I'll be down in Gippsland for a week.
There's also President's Lunch on the Wednesday.
Get a ticket to that. That'd be nice.
Just send us your diary, all right? We'll fill it out. We'll send it back.
But anyway, we'll try and work something out. We'll be on the airways at some stage. And Daz, thank you, hanging in there. If you're still there, or if you've nodded off and you're kipping away in dreamland.
Just
still there,
listening.
Daz?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Nice one, mate. Yeah, I can hear you, mate. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, I'll let you go. Yeah, I've actually surprised. I said I was going to leave earlier, but yeah, good stuff, guys, and look forward to next time whenever you're on.
Anytime, mate.
Yeah.
Jump on the subscribe and hit the notifications, and then you'll see if the stream starts. If YouTube are doing their job, they'll send you a note. And,
just put it in your intro, mate, and so that dumb people like me can see it.
Put it in the description. The links.
I'll try and make sure that I'll get on. It's worked a bit better the third time around, but try and jump on the the mental blank all of a sudden, just on the the computer. What do I call it? It's not a computer now. It's the
laptop,
little thing.
Gmail.
No. Just the anyway.
YouTube.
Yeah, the little thing that you plug in. That's all. You don't need a phone.
Vibrator.
Yeah, no, not on this forum, mate. Not on this forum, but laptop. The bloody laptop, mate. That's what I was trying to think of. Freaking laptop.
It's not a computer.
Laptop's firing up, mate. Not quite the size of a
it's a
vibrator, but
laptop.
no, that's all right. But no, good stuff, guys. Let's see if we can back it up next week and win against the Hawks. Probably unexpected win next Thursday, which
that'll make it even better.
Which
I reckon our best.
Go on.
I was going to say, I reckon our best game last year was against the Hawks, wasn't it? Our first game against the Hawks. I was just about to say. That was just about our best and worst game, pretty much, of the year was against the Hawks.
It was.
I think they're in 10 games. I think they're like 8 and 2. I think in the last 10 matchups or contests. So they're our bogey team. There's no doubt about it. We always seem to struggle again, even when we were going all right in 3-4 years ago and won the flag and all of that. And they seem to always hate it, don't you, when you come up against a team that's been shit for weeks and then they just fire up against us and pull something at their clacker, which is what I thought might have happened against Essendon, but still.
Actually, you know what Pie should do? They should put play Ed Allen on Webble.
Yeah.
Weddle. Just play him on him. He went one pick after you, mate, and I went one pick before you in the draft. There you go.
Yeah.
Show us if you're better.
Follow him. Go wherever he goes.
Yeah, and we just need, as I said earlier, there's about 6 winners there for the Hawks, players that can win the game, but literally off what they do on the field, on the ground. So it's clearly Watson, Jai Newcomb, Weddle, Gunston, and Guinea. I've got to say, he generally tends to jump on whenever he sort of jumps on when they're going okay, but he's actually been far more consistent than what I probably would have thought. But you cut those guys, you break even with those at least, and then our best players beat their opponents, then you're in the game. You're in the game. So
our forwards
obviously.
Our forwards have to hold their defenders to account. Don't let Battle and what's his name? Who's the other?
Barras is having a great year. Yeah.
Don't let Battle and Barras and then Sicily just dictate turns out of the back line. You've got to make them accountable.
Did someone say that Muriel Chol is injured at the moment or not? Is he out?
Yeah, that's
or
what.
is he...
The big
I
loss.
know he did his hammy a while back, so
Because he did play the other night, though, didn't he? He played previous game against the Dogs. And did he play 2 nights ago?
I thought someone said he was out. I'm not sure.
Oh, I could be wrong. Yeah, I might be thinking about the Doggies. Yeah.
I'm hoping he's out because we'll miss. Yeah, we need a full back.
Yeah. So, what was your you're going to shut down? I'll let you go. I just want to think. What would be better for us? A greasy, wet night, slippery night at the G, or a fast track?
Slippery.
Slippery. Yeah.
Yep. Bring it down to
Get a few guys. Yeah,
Get
the
in.
smaller guy.
Yep.
Bring our smaller guys into it. You reckon?
Yeah, they're fast and skillful, so that'd even up. All right.
Less chance of a blowout.
I was going to say, Elliot needs an excuse to drop chest marks, so slippery.
Oh, he dropped one in the goal square early on. Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did. Saw that.
He's dropping marks left, right, and centre. And
Just
then
not
going
sure
for
what's
a
going on.
realistic one. And he can't pick the ball. He's a bit like I kind of look at him whenever he's out of whenever he's low on confidence, he can't pick the ball up. He cannot pick the ball up off the ground. And at the moment, it just I'm a big fan of it. Obviously, we all are big fans of him, but I just don't know what's going on with him at the moment.
It's so different to what we saw, in the first 16 odd games last year, where he's all Australian. Obviously, we were just ticking him off. Has to be the half forward all Australian or the small forward. He was like averaging 4 goals a game basically, and he was responsible for Collingwood winning a lot of those games. By purely, he was our only decent forward, wasn't he? So basically, he's dropped off, hasn't he? But there must be a reason there for it. Or maybe they've worked him out a little bit. But he had such a great year last year. I suppose it was always bound to happen that he was going to have a much quieter year. That's where the other guys have got to stand up, though. To expect him to do it 2 years in a row is a bit rich, isn't it?
I agree, but it's not. It's just the little things. Like he's dropping pretty easy marks. That snapshot that bounced. I know it bounced left, but kick it through on the full for Christ's sake. You're 12 meters, 15 meters out. Kick it through on the full. Don't let it bounce. And he's off. Literally in today's game. If it wasn't for a couple of umpiring free kicks, that's what brought him. He kicked it. Once he gets a goal on that, he's kind of back in. But it actually took the umpires to give him what I thought. Like it was there. He got a slap on top, but it was pretty. If it was the other way, I wouldn't have been happy about it. But it was a couple of free kicks and that, and then he got back into it, and then he was up and about. But and then even against Carlton, he came in like junk time not junk time, but it was like towards the end of the game. He's
halfway through the last quarter. Yeah. I was just going to say in regards to, be interesting to see what happens if they do bring in Harvey Harrison. That's why I'm saying, will they keep Lockie Schultz in there and Jamie, and then they've got Harvey Harrison. You could probably play Harvey on the wing, but I'd still, as I said earlier, I think he's a really good opportunist. Get him close to goals. I reckon he could whack a couple of goals through. So taking him away from that forward 50 probably means that he's probably not going to kick too many goals, unfortunately. So, yeah, they need to work that out because, I like the way that guy's going at the moment. Like, as I'm pumping him up, I hope he plays on Thursday and plays well because I'll be disappointed if he didn't. But, just like to pick. I hope Fly starts picking guys when they're in a run of good form, not just ignore them, which is, I think, what he was doing so much previously, and we were banging the door down with so many of those, like Steen and Anderson, Steen in particular. Just, there's nothing worse for a young bloke to just be, put on sort of like left sort of as an emergency basically every week, or somebody that's just like been looked at VFL, does his job, plays his role, puts in 2 or 3 good performances in a month, and just gets ignored. You know, there's nothing worse. You know, they're doing it at other clubs. Melbourne are doing it. Hawks are doing it. You know, those clubs aren't doing too badly. They've got a lot of young guys in there again this year. You know, you can have a mixture. Get the mixture going, because we'll need that mixture next year. It'll be less of the old, but you still need to see and bring in the new talent, the new young guys. They will need to get better, and the only way they're going to get better is more games into them.
Absolutely, 100%. Guys, I've got to hit the
See you
hay.
later.
Thanks, Daz. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ultimate, Sean, everyone in the chat, especially Voidoid, and Ray, our new Essendon friend. It's been amazing. Let's do this again closer to the Hawks game.
Mm-hmm.
Go Pies. See you, fellas.
Go Pies. Yep. Well done, Pendles. You're a star.
Go Pendles.